So much. Could we please put our hands together for her? Without wasting time, I just wanted to say day 2 has a theme, triple I. Tell your neighbor triple I. So triple I stands for investment, innovation, and infrastructure. That's why she said make sure you don't leave early, because this is what is very key for this event. Allow me to welcome our moderator for the panel that's about to come on stage. He is a CEO of Kata and Asata, and is a seasoned association leader with over 20 years of experience in tourism and membership organization. He's also served, or he serves on the Tourism Regulatory Authority Board, and that is none other than, can you please put our hands together for Nicanor Sabula. Karibu sana on stage, Nicanor. Can we put our hands together until he arrives on stage as he welcomes his panel?
Good morning. Are you really here? Good morning. Good morning. I can't hear you. Good morning. Good morning. That's better. It's day 2, triple I. I think that's what Mulema said. So today we are talking investment, innovation, and infrastructure. So I'm glad to be moderating the opening panel this morning. A panel of really heavyweights in the industry. And kindly join me in welcoming our panelists, Barry, Betty, Berthe, and Hasnain. So this, ladies and gentlemen, is a panel that we are going to, we are having this morning. And so we want to spend the next roughly about an hour having a conversation on catalyzing infrastructure development for Africa, MICE, venue, and airports. But I want to replace just that airport with our air connectivity generally. And we've had a great time since yesterday. I sat in some of the panel session just listening to the conversations that were happening. And some of these panelists, I know you've listened to them from yesterday. But today we want to shift a bit and look at how we can be able to build a very strong infrastructure network that supports MICE on our continent. But before I proceed and just set the context, let me give the opportunity to every of these panelists to introduce themselves the best way they know themselves. Barry, I will start with you.
Right, thank you, Nick, and it's nice to be here today again. Most of you have maybe seen me yesterday. My name is Barry Clements. I'm the group CEO of a company called Hospitality EQ, which is one of the many hats that are aware. I've been in this industry for 35 years. And we're really involved on different levels. The key focus we're working on currently is supporting on development of projects and management and also destinations. So we work with private sector, public sector, and really doing what we can to develop the industry at many different levels.
Next, Hasnain.
I'm Jambo. Hi, good morning. My name is Hasnain Noorani, and I am the Group Managing Director of the Pride Inn Hotels, Resorts and Camps. We have a total of 8 hotels within Nairobi, Mombasa, the Machakos County, and then in the Mara. And we, as our entire chain, our chain focuses on MICE tourism. We have some of the largest MICE facilities within the country, both in Nairobi, Mombasa, and also in Mara, where we are continuously pushing and advocating for MICE. So in short, personally, I eat, drink, sleep, and wake up MICE. That is where my forte lies, and that's what I am personally very passionate about, along with my team. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Hasnain. Betty?
Good morning, everyone. How are you today? My name is Betty Ichan. I work with the Kenya Tourism Board as the Director of Market Development. The Kenya Tourism Board is a state corporation under the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife. Our mandate is to market Kenya locally, regionally, and internationally. And we do that through two key brands, the Magical Kenya brand and the Tembea Kenya brand. I'm really excited to be here today to have a conversation with you. Thank you.
And finally, Abderrahman.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Abderrahman Berté. I'm the Secretary General of AFRA, African Airlines Association. We are based here in Nairobi. We represent African Airlines. Currently, we have 46 member airlines, and we represent more than 85% of African traffic. Our mandate is to promote the common interests of African Airlines. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, ladies and gentlemen, as you clearly hear, we've got a panel here that is diverse. We are looking at the entire ecosystem that supports MICE. Regrettably, I think we were to be joined by Captain Gilbert Kibe, but he's unable to be here. I would have liked to hear just from a regulator, you know, he's an ex-director of the Kenya Civil Aviation, to just hear from a regulator's perspective. But nevertheless, our goal in the next 1 hour is to unpack how venues, airlines, regulators, and investors can work together to unlock Africa's MICE potential. All right? So we want to focus on really some practical and high impact opportunities we see around, you know, around venues. How do we reorganize our airport infrastructure, our air travel infrastructure? How do we connect our venues? But above all, how also do we build very strong networks in terms of marketing of the destinations? I think that's what represents the people in here. So let's begin this conversation, and please note that we are just not having a conversation here. Be ready, because we want to have real audience engagement, you know, with you. And some of those hard questions, I will leave them to you to be able to ask them to the panelists. I'm just going to ask them very simple, easy questions. The hard ones, I'll leave them to you. And I see we have got about 60 minutes to do that. Barry, let me begin with you. You know, there is no doubt that our infrastructure across the continent is wanting. You know, we are still developing. It's taking long. And what investors often say is that Africa is a high-risk market. And MICE infrastructure is expensive, right? So from where you see, and you do a lot of investment across the continent, are these comments justified? Do you feel like, yes, Africa is a high-risk, low-return market?
The short answer is no, but that comes with doing homework. We work with a lot of people that come to us and say, oh, this beautiful piece of land, and we've got this idea. Can we develop it? Bring us the money. Because the money is there. There's millions and millions of hundreds of millions, if not billions of dollars, available for developments in Africa. It's not that it's not destined for here. But investors will only invest if you yourself invested in the pre-development work, which means you've done a proper feasibility study, you've got a proper concept design, you've got your CS work, QS work done, so you know exactly what it's costing to develop it. You've got your strategy put together. When you've got your basics well done by reputed companies, it's easy to find the money. And borrowing money is sometimes expensive within Africa, but there's funds available that can give you affordable rates. And different forms of funds is available, whether it's debt, it's equity, combination. There's so many forms. One thing we need to just realize that there is no free money. And a lot of people wanting to start a business feel entitled that they've got this brilliant idea or this beautiful piece of land in a very strategic location, I should be funded. And it doesn't work like that, unfortunately, with investors. But Africa has got the potential. There's investors around the world that are very willing to invest in Africa, into these developments, and there's very good ROI as well. But you need to do the homework, you need to do it right, and you need to be a credible person. If you don't have anything to back up your business, they are not going to risk on just you. And I think that's what a lot of people forget about.
Yeah, yeah. And right, and perhaps I want to swing this now to you, Hasnain. You know, you're reputed, you know, as the CEO of the Pride In groups, and in the recent years, really some serious investment that you've put into your chain generally, just to be able to upgrade your MICE facilities. How easy is it to be able to invest, you know, as an investor yourself? How easy is it to invest in that MICE space? And where do you find great support? You know, I will believe that such huge investment, perhaps you've got access to support from government. I don't know whether it's possible. What will you speak to just the investment environment generally on Africa continent, but also in Kenya, that you find that actually support that development of the MICE infrastructure? As an investor now.
Thank you, Nick. So I'll join your previous question and your current question together.
Yeah.
So yes, indeed, you know, we invested in our first facility, in one of our largest facilities, that was the Pride in Paradise Beach Resort in Mombasa in 2014, when tourism was actually on its lowest. And when I actually announced that I was investing a specific amount of large money in Mombasa in building a resort and a convention center, I'm sure you can imagine the number of, I actually received over 30, 40 calls, all right, where people were actually asking me that, do you know what you're doing? So if I look at what you asked, yes, a lot of investors have this notion and this thing that Africa is high risk and low return. And it's something that I've also talked to various investors around in various places. The reason why they term it as high risk, they know Africa is virgin, that's where the future of Africa is, but one of the reasons as to why they feel Africa is a high risk is because of sudden change of policies within a country. Mm-hmm. You know, a lot of these investors have planned, just like, you know, feasibility studies are done, budgets are done, costings are done, and you know exactly how your business is going to move over the next 7 to 8 years. But that element of stability has to be there. Like recently, last year, we suddenly had this huge influx of the dollar rate that jumped from 120, 130 to 170, and within another short period of time, it came back down to 120. Mm-hmm. These sort of movements is what destabilizes a lot of businesses. Number two also is the cost of financing. So, like Barry said, there's debt, there's equity. A lot of, now if you're looking at these international investors and then there's local investors. With international investors, their main focus has always been the ROI, the returns. How if I invest today, how fast can I get my return? And when is my exit period in the next 5 years or 7 years? And then they are looking at those multiples. If you're looking at local investors, a lot of the local investors, and especially even at that time of 2014, 2015, I personally did not have the knowledge of all the various investment options available. So we have some very bright local minds who are looking at investing. I have talked to several, but one of the most inhibiting factors is the cost of finance. Today we know borrowing in Africa is really, really expensive. You're nearly borrowing at 16, 17%, which in any way, and if you compare that to the US dollar, or if you compare that to the US borrowing, you're looking at 4.5%, 5%. If you look at in Dubai or in the UAE countries, you're looking at nearly, 2-3%, all right? Those are the cost of borrowing, which allows investment. So in terms of investment, again, support from the government, yes, it's there partly, but a lot of it can be, the support from the government and incentives can obviously be increased. A lot of times I see there's a lot of support for international investors, okay? Whilst we are always looking at international investors, but local investors need to be given that priority also in terms of support, tax incentives, duty incentives, or certain sort of things. So there's yet a lot more potential of investments in Africa in general. And if I speak in Kenya, today, personally also, if there was a bit more support towards investments, a bit more incentive towards investments, and let's say specifically in terms of MICE and hospitality, if the cost of financing was better, all right, and if the cost of financing is much more cheaper, I personally would have built a lot more of facilities. Every now and then you think of business ideas that I can create this, we want to create more tourism experiences, but those tourism experiences, to be able to support that sort of interest figures and the cost of money needs volumes in numbers. To get the volumes in numbers, connectivity becomes of utmost importance. So it becomes quite a chicken and egg story. All right, for us, we did bet quite large in Mombasa, and by the grace of Almighty and the fantastic team members that I've had and the support from our clients, it really came in as a new product, and we really revitalized Shanzu, because Shanzu Beach at that time was practically dying, all right? And we managed to bring in quite a number of large MICE events into Mombasa, and that actually thrived Shanzu. Today, when you come to Shanzu, it's a destination on its own. So it is about also educating the perception of it is also about, there has to be a lot more of talk about stability within government in terms of the government policies, so that we don't have too much of jumps. Stability in terms of interest rates. Today, even if you look at the interest rates in Kenya, they move from this range to this range. That does not work for business. It really jeopardizes business. So there's a lot more of discussion that is required towards investment.
Yeah.
All means the government is definitely working towards making things easier. The incentives are now being brought into place, but sometimes they're not very clearly documented, so it does become a process sometimes.
No, absolutely. And Barry, before I come to you, just to speak to that, I'll be very honest. If I got 40 calls telling me that my idea is crazy, I will leave it. So thank God for people like Hasnain that actually ignore 40 calls and build something beautiful. Barry, I know you've got something you want to add to what Hasnain has said, but as somebody that also do a lot of scouting opportunities for investment across the continent, he speaks to some of the challenges I see around, in terms of an enabling environment that allows for local investment opportunities to be tapped. We always believe that foreign investors are much more important. What do you want to speak to that?
So Hasnain raised a very valid point in terms of incentives and the process. We were dealing with an international investor recently, and permits and that is a big issue. So now wanted to get an investor's permit. They had to deposit $100,000 in a local bank account. Now, how as a foreigner without a PIN are you going to open a bank account in Kenya? It's not possible. So we make it very difficult for foreign investors to come into the country, number one. And then talking about incentives, there's not that much that we are doing. It's still very difficult. To give you an example, in Morocco, they're obviously preparing for the World Cup in 2030.
Yeah.
And if you, as a foreign investor, invest into Morocco, 30% of your investment, you'll get refunded through tax reductions. Now that is something, if I put up a 20 million facility, that's a lot of money I'm getting back all of a sudden. $6 million you get back over the years. Now that is something I want to invest. That's really worth it because already I'm making money. If we can do something similar within Africa, where it really becomes interesting and easy to do business, for a foreigner to come to Kenya, I was one of them at some stage, it's a process. I'm still on work permits. I've only been here for 6 years. And it jumped from 400,000 shillings for 2 years to $1 million. Now, one of the other challenges we have is skills. We discussed it briefly yesterday. How are you going to bring skilled people that got the knowledge that they can share with our local people in the country if you make it so expensive and difficult to operate? And I think it's not unique to Kenya. It's a general African problem. But if we can start addressing the fact that to make it easier to do business, easier to bring funds into the country and share knowledge and develop projects, I think that will make a very big step.
Yeah, thank you very much, Barry, for those additional comments. And the audience, if you have any question you want to ask, maybe you're thinking about, this idea of investing in the MICE space, and you want to hear from our panelists here how to ignore 50 calls, please prepare your question. I'll come to you so that you can be able to pose those questions, to Hasnain. Or if you have any question you ever wanted to ask Hasnain in terms of how you still go ahead and invest in this industry with that mind of being ready to ignore 50 calls. So please go ahead, prepare your question. Let me shift this a bit now to marketing. And Betty, KTB is the prime destination marketer for this destination. And obviously, one of the biggest challenge I have in marketing MICE in Africa is that you find our MICE is largely concentrated in capital cities, all right? Why? Because we have not been able to develop infrastructure out of the capital, all right? So maybe you want to speak to that as KTB. Your mandate is to market the country as a destination. But for MICE, you end up focusing just on major cities. What do you see as your biggest challenge, as a destination marketing agency for the country in terms of promoting MICE? And how does the lack of that infrastructure affect those efforts to market the destination?
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for the question. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so yes, what you have said is true. Over 80% of the MICE business that comes into this country is focused on 4 main cities: Nairobi, Mombasa, Kisumu, and now Eldoret. Now, for us as a destination marketing agency, we promote Kenya as a whole, all the 47 counties. So now here we are with a scenario where all the MICE business coming into the country is focused on only 4 counties. So what we are doing as KTB is we are working very closely with the other counties, especially on educating them and partnering with them in terms of product development. Because if we want the business to spread, are the counties ready for the business? Do they have the product? Do they have the venues to be able to host big international conferences? Do they have accommodation facilities to be able to accommodate people coming for those conferences? In addition to that, have they packaged their tourist attractions? Because each county is unique. Each county has something different to offer, but has it been packaged for a local and international tourist? So what we are doing consistently, and which is part of our marketing plan, is having a lot of capacity building workshops with the counties. Last year, we went round the countries, meeting the departments of tourism, trade, and others, and just coming up with strategies on how we can collaboratively work together as national government and the county governments to be ready for the MICE business. As some of you would know, the MICE traveler spends 3 times more than the leisure traveler. So even in terms of economic benefit and impact to the destination, a MICE traveler is really a high-value traveler, and that's who we need to attract. But we need to spread the cake, we need to spread the business, we need to spread it to all parts of the country. And KTB alone, government cannot do it alone. Government must play its part in terms of creating an enabling environment, and I'm glad we're talking about infrastructure. So there's the part that government has to play, but the private sector also must come in, because private sector, the owners of the business, they are the drivers of the business, so they have to be able to package whatever value it is that we're offering to the local and international customer, so that it's a win-win for everybody.
Yeah,
Thank
but
you.
Betty, you know, in these engagements with the counties, what are they telling you is their biggest challenge? Because you mentioned that they are incapable of hosting international conferences and meetings. But let's face it, they can't even host local meetings, you know? And you've seen what happens when you are hosting these devolution conferences or national celebrations, that actually we must be able to thank government that they are rotating. So giving these counties an opportunity to be able to develop their infrastructure. What do we end up seeing? You know, tents erected in schools as a conferencing venue. And I'm saying that that's not a problem, but do you get a sense that the counties appreciate and they are beginning to understand the opportunities to be able to invest in this MICE infrastructure, given the kind of revenues they generate just during that short period of those national events that are hosted there?
Thank you for that question. So counties actually understand what needs to be done. They know what needs to be done. I can tell you, yesterday we were in a meeting with the governor of Embu County, Honorable Cecily Mbarire. And in the room, we had an investor who wants to put up a facility in one of the attractions within the county. So essentially what the county was doing was looking for support and the necessary approvals from the national government for this investor to be able to invest and put up the facility in the county. Now, the greatest challenge that we find from our engagements with the counties is, number one, investment. They need investors. They need people to put up these nice hotels in the counties. They need people to put up the conference facility in the counties. So without investors, then it is a challenge. But as I said earlier, for investors to come and put in their money, they must find an enabling environment, which is where, again, we come in as government. So number one, investment is one of the major challenges. And then funding. You all know the current scenario we are in terms of our debt levels and being able to carry out key development projects. So there are a lot of challenges, but I like to focus more on the solutions rather than the challenges, so that we actually find something that works and that benefits the country as a whole.
Absolutely. The huge opportunities, you know, to be able to achieve that geographical spread of MICE, so that MICE can begin to create real impact in communities, you know, outside the major cities. And it's clear. I will tell you that for the few national events that I've attended that are taken to the counties, those counties are stretched to the limit. And that's where now the new opportunities in terms of even homestays become very useful. And so if you're an investor here looking for an opportunity to invest, I think those counties, but also within Kenya, but also outside of the continent, going out of the major cities actually offers greater opportunities, you know, for investors across the continent. Let me shift gears very quickly and go to Mr. Abdurrahman Berte. You know, let's talk about connecting destinations or venues to the delegates. And the major infrastructure here is transport, right? And that's a huge challenge. When you speak to a lot of these conference organizers, they will tell you that their biggest headache is air connectivity. Right? And it's critical. It's critical because, one, it moves our delegates. Two, if you're talking about huge conventions and exhibition. It means moving around exhibits, into the destination. So from your vantage position at AFRA, looking at policies that affect air travel and connectivity, what do you think we need to do to be able to expand our connectivity to support our MICE industry?
Thank you very much. This is a very complex and not easy question to talk about connectivity. Let me first talk about air connectivity. As you know, air services are based on bilateral air service agreements between states. For long, these air service agreements were restrictive, and still you can see in some countries they are trying to restrict to protect national carriers, even when they are not giving the service customers are expecting. So it's not easy. So we had the Yamoussoukro decisions, which was in 1988, to liberalize the African sky. Then we had the Yamoussoukro decision, 1999, and the single African air transport market was launched in January 2018. Today, 38 states have signed, but I can tell you that less than 10 are fully complying with it in reality. And also, I want to say something. It's not because you have the right to operate a route that you will do it for an airline. If it's not profitable, if there is no business, you can't. And the reality is most of the African airlines are not making profit. And connectivity issue is not only for MICE events, for delegates. It concerns all African citizens. Because if you look at MICE, for example, I think air tickets and accommodation are a big part of the cost for a delegate. So you need to reduce air tickets, and currently air tickets are very expensive on the continent for many reasons. I can talk about taxes. Government are living on air transport, charges because of lack of volume. Some service providers are putting high charges. So it make for African citizen air ticket not affordable. So also when you talk about connectivity, I want to talk about collaboration between African airlines. Sometimes you have no collaboration, no interline, no code-share agreements. So that make it also not easy for African citizens to move around. Because the volumes are very low, airlines are not putting flights. I remember in 2013, I attended a conference in Diani. At that time, there was no flights between Nairobi and Diani. We had to go to Mombasa on KQ, take the ferry, go to the venue. My return flight was early in the morning. I have to leave my hotel night to catch the last ferry to Mombasa and go to the airport. You see how it can be very difficult. So air connectivity is something we need to improve. At AFRA, we are pushing our airline to cooperate and also to make air transport affordable. However, the government also has to do something because we need to reduce taxes and charges. In Africa, taxes and charges are very high. Fuel also is a big component for African airlines operating costs. Fuel is very expensive. in African countries. So air transport is not easy. However, as event organizer also, AFRA, I've seen also we have some connectivity challenges when you arrive in a country. You have, before you arrive, you have a visa issues, e-visa, visa on arrival, things like this. On ground, also sometimes transportation from the airport to your hotel can be challenging. As I said, the event in Diani was very challenging for us. And also sometimes you have a challenge to go from your hotel to the venue. Sometimes you have some very nice conference centers. I don't want to say some of the countries I know, but around there is no hotel. So you have to go downtown, 1 hour drive. I remember we organized an event in a country, the conference center. We visited many conference centers. Our choice was one of the conference center in downtown, very nice. So the second visit I said, let me go to sleep at this hotel to see if the project is okay. So when I went to the breakfast, I said, no, this is not high standard. I cannot bring 600 delegates here with this poor service. So I shift to another one, but there was no hotel around this conference center. It was challenging for us. On day 2, we started with delay because delegates were coming from the capital city to the conference center and will not on the room. Even the opening, I was waiting the official ministers to come for the opening. They couldn't make it because of traffic jam. So I think it's important in Africa to have MICE development committee in every country in order to align policies and projects. Because in that country, the conference center was built. They had some hotel project around, but the hotels were not completed yet. So its alignment of project is something also very important.
Thank you very much. You've spoken as an association leader who does meetings, but also as a person we have trusted and trusted the responsibility of developing an African infrastructure. I want to come to the audience. Who has an audience mic? All right. And I want to hear from you, what are some of the biggest infrastructure or access challenge that you encounter in your respective destinations, all right? Besides what we've mentioned, all right? Who has is there an extra mic? Or I give up mine? All right. There is one here. Can I get some this round? All right. So there is this lady here. Just a comment if you have a question, but speak to some of the challenges or the issues you see in terms of the infrastructure and the opportunities you see. Go ahead. Your name?
My name is Joan, and in the travel agency business and business development as well. And in the recent years, we've noticed, to Betty's point, counties coming up. Even for the rally, there was a time they were floating the idea of taking it to northern Kenya. And Kisumu has been doing a lot of marketing and taking a lot of conferences there, but there are only 2 ways to get to Kisumu, either by road for 8 hours or by flight. There's no SGR to access, and we don't know about Airbnb situation there, so it has to either be a hotel as far as we know, or you go and come back, which is not possible if it's an 8-hour journey. So if there is an SGR that was going there, because Mombasa is now benefiting from that. And all the conferences that have been taken to Mombasa, Malindi have benefited from the availability of so many options. You can fly down, and there are so many flights going down, so it's also cheaper. I think it's only KQ that's flying. There was flight 748 that closed down. So it's not realistic to have cheaper flights that go to Kisumu. And that then now kills the business. However much they try to market the area, the the means of going there. If they're by road, you have to go through Nakuru, Nairobi highway, which in recent times has fallen in a lot of bad publicity because of the traffic that happens around Gilgil.
Yeah.
You can use Narok, but that's also longer. If the infrastructure is not there, you can market until the cows come home.
Great.
When they were discussing taking, 1 minute, when they're discussing taking the rally to Northern, that would have been very good for them. That would have been very good exposure, but how do I get there? Thank you.
Great. I think those are great points, yeah? Because sometimes when we focus on infrastructure and we're looking at air connectivity, but then we've also got ground, connectivity that we need to work on. The railway, roads, because I'm not going to be on the road for 8 to 10 hours just to go and attend a conference. I mean, let's just face the reality. I want to hear somebody else from the audience. All right, go ahead, your name and your brief comment or question to the audience, to the panelists.
My name is Abdullah Omar. I just want to ask 3 or 4 questions.
Let's make them 3 maximum.
Okay. One of it is the issue of open Skype policy. Maybe I can ask Abdurrahman or everybody can chip in. How can we, influence African government to be moderate in terms of protecting local carriers and also increasing the number of tourists coming here? Because no tourist will come if there's 2, 3, or transit point. You are coming before you come to the final destination. And there's another area that you can go direct flight. Recently, I met 2 tourists from Malaysia. They were heading to Cape Town. But the fact that there was Air Asia started in Kenya, they changed their route and came to Kenya. So I think we need a way of influencing our government to be, moderating between defending the local carriers
All right.
and increasing the numbers.
Point made. Next.
The second one is the issue of transit visa. In some countries, if you have like 4 or 5 or 6 hours transit, they allow you to be given a visa to go around the cities, you sample what they have, you can come back. Most of the African countries are a bit rigid. They don't allow that. The other one is the issue of now mice machinani. How can we devolve mice into different counties? From that part, I can say that in local mice issues, it's the government most of the time who are the largest makers of business. So if you can encourage government that they can do affirmative action, for example, that if you held a meeting in Mandera, really will be given more allowances. I think most of these agents will go to Mandera. That's for sure. Because you see, these things are pushed by the technocrat. If I'm getting more allowance to go to Mandera, why not?
Are you talking about the per diem?
Yes, that's one issue.
Right, point made.
Yes. The last one is the issue of, there's one simple thing that if you go different cities, we find the city tour safaris. They have big buses, we go around Shanghai, every city.
Yeah.
But in Nairobi, Africa, I have not seen.
Yeah. That's another important point in terms of the additional infrastructure. I think that you make very valid point. I want to give the chance to 1, 2. Okay, now they are 3. Okay, I'll close it at 4. Quick, but make them quick and brief. Oh, okay.
Hello.
Go ahead,
Morning.
Lynette.
Yeah. My name is Lynette Kabonde, representative of Ecotourism Kenya. So one of the questions that came in yesterday was through CPA Mwaura, the KICC CEO, where he mentioned that in Kenya we only have one facility that can be able to hold around 3,000 delegates. So my question is, what are some of the incentives that the government can give?
Can we get another mic, please? This one is not responsive, if there is.
So what are some of the incentives that the government can give to ensure that they support MICE infrastructure through now the private sector or private investors?
Okay, Hasnain, that will be your question. And Barry. Okay, there was that lady, and then we close with this gentleman here.
Okay, hello. I am Priscilla Dhiambo, an innovator from Future Leaders Forum. So I have one question for Barry. Your profile shows you are a tech entrepreneur. So which kind of innovations would you encourage the youth to direct their energies from so that to improve the challenges that you are discussing here? And then my second question goes to Director Betty. The Tourism Board is rich in information. It is rich on data on the Kenyan opportunities and also the challenges. Is there an effort to put this data in a place that it can be accessed by everyone so that it can inform decisions by the government and others? And if not, would you be open to partnering with the youth in innovating in these spaces so that instead of discussing problems, you can also be discussing possible solutions that are currently being worked on? Thank you.
Oh, brilliant question from that Gen Z. Those are very good questions. Very good questions, okay? And they are well targeted, so you will be able to respond to those ones. This gentleman here will close for us for now.
Thank you. So,
your name, please. This infrastructure here is not okay.
Yeah, we need to do something with infrastructure.
Okay, try this.
Yeah.
You are clearly the problem. All right.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, microphones that work should be a pretty simple tech innovation. My name is Håvard Bauk. My question is about the air transport infrastructure because, well, we've been talking about air transport here. We've been talking about the open skies, or which is technically the single African air transport market. But no matter how much we open up the airspace, whether the single African air transport market is fully implemented, well, there's the elephant in the room, which is the main airports in this country. Okay, good. So, I mean, JKIA, I think after the latest round of expansions has a theoretical capacity of, is it 12.5 million passengers per year? Okay, I think I'll just talk loud without the microphone. So, I mean, JKIA has a theoretical capacity of 12.5 million passengers per year, so it's almost at capacity. Mombasa Airport, well, I mean, look at it, look at the terminal. As in, even if we attract more direct connections, what are we going to do with the airport capacity? Because it's not going to help with one runway at JKIA and a terminal that's completely outdated in Mombasa and terminals in Nairobi that are completely at capacity. So I think one of the main problems we need to address is actually the capacity at the two main airports and the facilities at the two main airports. Because right now, I think getting more direct connections and getting in.
Need to hold it there.
Okay. Right now, getting more direct connections, getting more passengers. Okay, now it's working. So getting more direct connections, getting more passengers into Kenya would just create another mess because the main airports don't have the capacity to receive much more passengers. And well, if you look at the case in Mombasa, even that one doesn't even show a very nice face of the country, to put it nicely.
All right. I warned you panelists that the hardest questions are going to come from the floor. Now, everybody unto themselves. Let me start with Barry. You know, there are those questions that were directed to you.
Right. I can comment on all of them. I've got a lot to say around it. But let's start with the young lady in terms of youth entrepreneurship. So yes, indeed, I do work a lot with young entrepreneurs as well. And one of the key things you need to do, it's the same with hotel investments. You need to do your homework. You need to solve a true pain point, a true problem that exists in the industry or in the area you're trying to do something. Sometimes what happens is we feel that it's a problem. We feel we've got the right solution, but that's us. So you need to do your homework that number one, it's not just a pain point for yourself, but it's a problem for a large enough market to be able to sell to. The other thing that you need to make sure of is that if you've now established that it is a painful point for many people, are they actually willing to pay for that solution? Because sometimes it's not enough of a pain that they're actually willing to pay for it. So those are two big things that you need to focus at. But I'm very happy to chat to you afterwards as well and you know, hear you out and see what you're thinking about and maybe give you some guidance. Then in terms of the airline and all of that, right? You suffered to come to Diani. I've got the privilege to live in that beautiful place, and you would know and be happy to hear that things are a lot better because we do have an airport now. It's actually soon to become an international airport. The runway is being extended. We can get bigger planes coming in and everything. And even if you don't, you still fly to Mombasa. The new road is open, no more worries about ferry and delays. So it's much easier to get to Diani, which is a good indication that we are working on infrastructure and trying to make things better. My last comment before I give the opportunity to the others to also speak on this is the cost of flights. Right? You mentioned taxes and things like that, which is obviously an issue. And we spoke about demand. But it's a chicken and egg story because why is there low demand? It's low demand because it's expensive. The moment we bring the cost down, people will be willing to go to those now expensive destinations. So how do we do that? It's possible in Europe. I can fly for 2 hours, a 2-hour flight for 20 euros. So why can we not do it here? Because you referenced fuel cost. Fuel cost in Europe is higher. So there's no reason why we can't do it. We spoke about taxes, 100% correct. More than half of the ticket is in taxes and fees and things like that, surcharges. Why do we not implement something as simple as we're doing with the parks, where if you're a regional airline coming in, you get the preferred rate on your taxes? That's one way of doing it, or waive taxes altogether, or just lower them, because the taxes are very short-sighted. Because if you can get more people into your country, the spin-off that you'll get and the investment in the country that you will get is 10 times higher. It's the same with a visa. Waive bloody visa fees, because that person will come to your country rather than somewhere else, and they will spend thousands of dollars just because you lose the $50 on a visa.
No.
There's so many things that we are charging, and it's very short-sighted. And another challenge is that with things like that, visas, taxes, and that, you're dealing with so many different departments within the government. So intergovernment committees are needed to get these things done, and it's very challenging. So there is ways. We just need to be open and willing to make those changes.
Yeah. Okay. Point made. Hasnain, I think there was a question about what we need to do to catalyze investment.
Okay, so thank you. So at the moment, yes, the government has some certain incentives in terms of hospitality investments. One is obviously if you invest in hospitality, you're able to claim back or get a refund of your tax, all right? And you're able to claim back over the 10-year period for whatever your investment in based on the total corporate tax. Over and above that, there is also duty-free, some 11 articles of duty-free that hospitality investments are allowed to import, which are great, which means that these are some certain things that can be imported on duty-free. But the challenge is the process. It's the process that it takes and the time that it takes. There is no one route, all right? And you have to knock many doors before that thing happens. And sometimes, we all know in today's business world, speed is of paramount importance speed is of very importance. If you want to really move fast, you have to really move fast to make sure that you are able to get your returns on investments. But then, because of the time the process takes, it really delays and it demotivates a lot of investors going through all that paperwork to get that done. But I'll tell you the major problem, and today I'll tell you one of the major challenges, and maybe a lot of times as hospitality and as tourism players, I've always sometimes seen that sometimes the real fault is ours. It's not even the government as to the reason why we are having this sort of challenges. And as tourism players, we sometimes think that the government should know what we know. We discuss this, we do this day in, day out. All right, Nick or Kezi, if I may ask you, let's see if I asked you, what are the challenges that the Orthopedic Society is facing today, and what do they need? Okay, would you know the answer? All right, would anyone know the answer? Unless you have been in that field, you have been attending conferences, all right, is when you would know the challenges. What sort of impact does the Orthopedic Society have to the society today or to the community? All right, you might say that yes, they are medical practitioners, they work on your bones and those sort of things, but what is the general bigger picture to the society? What is the general advantage? So sometimes as tourism players, we believe that the government knows what the impact of tourism is. But maybe they don't. And why is it? It is us who actually confuse them on several issues. We have, and us as, even within Africa, look at the tourism players. We are all fragmented within ourselves. We have example, like let's say in Kenya, we have Kato, we have Kata, we have KETSI, we have KTF, we have PERAC, we have Kenya Association of Women in Tourism. Everyone wants to go and meet the government with their own agendas. All right, and we all discuss and we all go and say that today, let's say, Nick, I'll tell you the room has a problem. Or I tell everyone here the room has a problem. Now, everyone's interpretation of the room that has a problem is going to be different. Okay, so the room has a problem, so now what am I supposed to do about it? We go sometimes talking around in stories. We go and tell the government that we need to grow tourism, We have a challenge with infrastructure. So what is the challenge in infrastructure? What is it that needs to be done? All right, and where this came about from is, I was talking to a very high-level delegate in some point in time, a high-level government official at some point in time, and when you actually sit down with them and you talk to them that this is how tourism works, and this is how tourism plays, and this is how it benefits, he was looking at me with amazement and tells me that I've never looked at tourism in such an extent and how it portrays. So as tourism players also, we need to sit down and get together and understand what is our priority and how do we position and how do we educate. Like even, I was talking, like even right now today, if you want to invest, and I think Betty was talking about it, the tourism and the devolution of mice. If today you want to invest in Amboseli or in any other county in Kenya, where do I get the resources? How do we educate the leadership of that county how important investments and how they need to make it easier? So there is a lot of discussion that needs to be done where we as tourism players need to get together, understand what our priorities are. We then sit and educate the respective officials as to what are the benefits, what are the challenges. Because the government officials, let's look at the president himself. He deals with multitude of issues. And when we have these MICE events or these conference events, we discuss all the challenges. But it is again us as tourism players who know about these challenges and we discuss. We would hardly get maybe senior government officials who can be able to spare their whole day to listen to this thing. Yeah. So therefore, we need to turn the table around and go to them with specific agendas. The reason why this is important is because this is the total outcome. You only do things when you know how it benefits your family or your country. So these are areas that need to be touched on. Thank you.
Yeah, our priority list, We need to agree what is our priority list and stick to the priority list and tick it off as they are addressed, right? Great. Betty, there was a very specific question.
Yes, there was a question on mice mashinani.
I like that, by the way, mice mashinani.
Mice mashinani. Really nice, and there's a whole concept. There's a strategy around mice mashinani, if I'm not wrong.
For those that are not understanding Swahili, it's grassroots mice, right? Sort of like, go ahead. Betty.
So, just so you know, local conferences are a driver of mice business in Kenya more than international. If you look at the KNBS data for 2024, in 2024 we had about 700,000 local delegates attending conferences within Kenya, versus 40,000 international delegates that came for conferences in Kenya. So our domestic conferences are a big driver of MICE currently. Now, why is that so? The government is a big player. Government all year round has conferences, has meetings, has trainings, has workshops. And what the government is doing, again, in the spirit of spreading the cake, is a lot of these conferences are being pushed to different counties out of Nairobi. So yes, to address his question, a lot is being done in terms of spreading the MICE business to the other counties. There was a question around the open skies policy as well from the same gentleman. The government recently, early this year, established the State Department for Aviation and Aerospace Development under the Ministry of Roads and Transport. The objective of the State Department is going to be to focus on licensing issues, focusing on our 360 airport experience end to end, from when clients board on those flights to when they get here, what experience are we offering them? And they're also working on a framework for approving licenses for airlines new airlines that want to fly into the destination and airlines that want to increase frequency. So a lot is being done in terms of the open skies policy and making Kenya more attractive in terms of access. Then lastly, there was a question on data. Yes, we have this data on our website. Our corporate website is ktb.go.ke. It's accessible to everyone. We also have quarterly media briefings where we announce the data. We report on the performance of tourism as a sector, and these are led by our cabinet secretary. So we have these media briefings, and all this information is published online. And you can also walk into offices anytime. In Upper Hill, we are a public office. You can come in anytime and ask for this data, and we'll be able to give it to you. Yeah. But we are open to collaboration, as recommended by the lady, on how we can work with the youth in even making this data more accessible.
Yeah, Betty, what I understood her question also to have been is that in terms of if you collect data where there are gaps, all right, in terms of the needs for the industry, that innovators like them, they can be able to tap into this data to create innovative solutions, in terms of, I can imagine, one of the things that we've been struggling with in conference planning here is local B2B networking platforms, and I'm so sure a lot of young people can be able to plug in that and develop, products for that. We are running out of time, but I also wanted maybe for you to make a comment, in terms of being creative. A lot of decisions here in Africa were made under a tree. And I'm just starting to think, maybe we need to also be creative as we develop our MICE industries and as we wait for the appropriate, internationally accepted infrastructure to be developed, to see how we tap into our own local resources to create that. That's a discussion for another day, right? But in terms of diversification and just being able to use locally available opportunities to also grow, the industry and provide experiences. I don't know. You want to speak to that? Maybe
absolutely. And we are open to working with the youth. In fact, one of the ministry's priority areas for this year is collaboration with the youth. We have just done a project with a group of youth called Friends of the Universe in Diani, which was a sustainable tourism project where they were planting mangroves just to ensure that the ecosystem is sustainable for the future. So there are a lot of things we are doing with the youth, and we do welcome this collaboration because we also appreciate that the youth are the consumers of this product now and in the future. So we must involve them in how we promote the destination and in the different strategies that we come up with in terms of marketing Kenya. Yeah. So we welcome that.
I'll keep it
but I want you to hold on to that so that when I come to you as we close, you can make that comment. Just hold on to it, Don't forget it so that you can make a comment on it. I wanted finally to hear from you better, what you've heard about the issues of, connectivity, open skies, protectionism, and I see we have about 8 minutes for us to conclude this session. Recently, the CEO of KQ wrote an op in one of the local newspapers, just outlining the cost of keeping Kenya Airways in the sky. And he says sometimes we head to the bottom, to the bottom line, but when you look at the impact, is much, much more than the bottom line we are looking, at. I don't know what your thoughts would be, but anyway, in terms of why we haven't been able to develop stronger airlines and connectivity in Africa.
Thank you. We are talking about taxes and charges. I want also to make a remark. You know, in Africa, I'm talking Africa.
Yeah.
The GDP per capita of African citizens is 10% of the global average. It means that access to air transport is not easy for African citizens. Coming back to airlines, I think one of the remarks was also regarding protectionism. I think that states have to look at the need to have a national strong carrier, and the need to open also the market. What will be the benefit of opening the market on the national GDP? This is something important. In some countries, they have opened their market. I can give a case of Ghana. They don't have a national carrier. They have many other airlines coming. They have opened their market. It has an impact, for sure, on the national GDP. There was one point regarding airport. I want also to talk about it. Right, airport facilitation of passengers capacity is something very important. I don't want to be negative, but if you look at some of the African airports, passengers' experience is not good at all. In other airports, it's streamlined for passengers. This also is something not only important for MICE development, also important for airlines, for a national carrier. If you want to build a hub on your national airport, like the case of KQ in Kenya, you need an airport which will facilitate passengers' transit. Someone talked about transit visas also. We need to allow transit visas. When you go to Addis Ababa, you have a flight the day after. At the airport, they give you just, you don't have to go to the visa office. They just give you a transit and an hotel accommodation. I think here it's not possible. You can't go out if you don't have a visa, for example. So that's the reason, at the beginning, maybe my conclusion, it's important at national level to have a committee of all departments, all players, and discuss this matter and align policies for development of connectivity and MICE.
All right, thank you. I wanted to give my friend here, just because he's from ICA and he has an African perspective, I'll give the last comment before we wind this up.
Thank you so much, Nick Anon, and good morning, everyone. My name is Frank Mura. I'm the Regional Director for International Congress and Convention Association. My question or comment goes to SJ, specifically really what he's talking about. I would wish that that recommendation of having a committee at a national level is also given at the African level so that we can be able really to share the challenges we face. We are all in the business of travel and moving people from one country to another. And if from the association point of view, we see huge opportunities and growth. Look at the investors. They're investing hoping to get business. But when you look at the cost of travel, it's very high. And that comes from the airlines, it comes from the aviations and the airports. How can we all come together and even give you projections? If we're talking about an event of 2027, we already have numbers. We know what is coming, and that can help the airlines to plan. But when you look at it, the costs are really high. So if we can be given a platform to get close to you, speak to you, together with the authorities, then we can be able to make a collective decision. That was my contribution. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Frank, for that. I think just the collaborative effort. Now, my panelists, you each have a minute to just make your closing remarks. SG, you said you had finished with yours.
Yes, I have just.
Okay, I'll give you 1 minute then.
Yes, yeah. I want just to close to say I agree with you. I think you said it also. Let us stop talking to ourselves. In aviation sector, we say the same thing. We have a lot of conferences. We talk about the same challenges. We know the solutions, but the decision makers are not in the room. That's the problem.
Okay, great. Betty?
Thank you. Thank you very much. For me, in closing, I would just like to say the session has been very insightful. I would like to invite you all to attend the 15th edition of the Magical Kenya Travel Expo, which is taking place at Uhuru Gardens this year, 1st to 3rd of October. One of the highlights of MKT this year is that we are hosting the first Africa Tourism Investment Forum. So it is in line with the conversation we are having today. The conversation is bigger, not just looking at Kenya, but Africa as a whole. How do we increase investment in tourism? So I invite you all to attend the expo, and we look forward to seeing you there. Thank you.
Thanks, Betty. Hasnain, in a minute.
Thank you, Nick, for this wonderful session. My closing remarks is that let us understand, as if you are going to form this committee and looking at discussing this committee discussing the challenges, let us always understand whenever we are discussing with any government officials or trying to get some things into place, let us always start with making them understand about the importance of what we are about to talk about, the importance of the item that we're talking about. We then share our challenges. After sharing challenges, we need to tell them what the possible solutions could be in very short point format, and how those solutions are going to come about in terms of how they're going to benefit, A, the economy, the country, and what sort of budget would we be looking at. When you give a lot of times when we share, we only share challenges. And those challenges is where they get stuck, because now someone has to work on them, and that someone will take forever. So let us go through the entire process, and that way we target one in terms of priority, and we achieve them one by one, and solve our solutions one by one. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Barry, in a minute.
Thank you. So that one comment I was holding is that talking about innovation and the youth, the ministry is actually working on setting up a innovation hub. The plans are there. We, as private sector, having conversations with them to support it, because it's not their mandate to run an organization like that, but there's something that is up and coming, so they're working on it and they're aware of the need. In terms of closing on this session is, like we said earlier, investment is important, but we cannot just ask people to give us money. We need to invest ourselves, make sure that we are ready to, when we ask for something, we can back it up with why it's needed and how it will be rewarded. So let's not just ask, let's invest ourselves, and let government support us, like we said, in initiatives. There's quite a bit that can be done.
Thank you very much.
Nick, I just have one last question for you also.
It must be very last. A question.
If I were to ask you...
I was asking questions, Hasnain.
I would want to hear something from you.
Yeah.
If I were to ask you, in terms of priority level, okay, air connectivity, infrastructure, or convention center venues, what would you say the priority would be between the three, in terms of ranking between the first priority, second priority, and third priority? Just your perspective.
Infrastructure development.
Infrastructure
The
development.
rest will follow.
Okay, what about the rest of the audience here? Who thinks air connectivity is the top priority first? If you think air connectivity is the first priority, please raise your hands. Infrastructure? Okay, and then the last is convention center venues. Sorry? Infrastructure. This is just to know. So you see, you understand the perspectives that people have.
Yeah.
Thank you.
The message is clear. So thank you very much. You know, I wasn't so sure, but but thank you very much. At least let's give them a hand of clap. I mean, it's been a great session. We've had great discussion. The message is clear. We need to collaborate. The opportunities are there. The investors are welcome. We need to package the messaging very well so that we can be able to attract them. Africa is a place to be. Let's all go out and invest in our continent so that we're able to build our MICE infrastructure. And with that, I have 30 seconds left. Let's take a photo. Thank you very much, all. I've kept the time, right?
Let us clap hands for them as they stand for a pose for a photo. Nicanor, I'm glad you said that they used to take decisions under a tree. I'm glad we're not in a tree, under a tree right now. Thank you so much for that informative discussion and great panel. Our focus today remains III, which is investment, innovation, and infrastructure. Thank you so much. You can get off stage. Let us clap hands for them as they get off stage. We are going to transition into another session that will have a presentation. But before we have the presentation from an amazing African woman with a lot of data, we need to be a bit refreshed. So we'll have about a 5 to 10 minute break where just to refresh your mind. But before you do that, can I have the tech team to put up a QR code? The organizers and partners have created It's a MICE World magazine, a magazine for us in the space. So I'm waiting for the QR code to go up. So there's It's a MICE World magazine. It features data management, next frontier for Africa's MICE industry, the rise of bleisure, beyond football, what hosting CAF Pamoja 2024 means for East Africa MICE industry, and how hotels can lead sustainable MICE practices. So please scan the QR code to be able to download the magazine. And I would like to welcome Sarakasi, who will give us a short entertainment as we just freshen up and then get back in the room. And then 10 minutes, we'll start in 10 minutes. Sarakasi, karibuni.
Hey yo, it's District 78.
You can grab a coffee from next door. Those that need coffee or a snack, next door there's a cafeteria with a great menu for the day. We can clap hands for Sarakasi. Thank you so much. Please clap hands for Sarakasi. Thank you so much. Please don't try this at home. It is not recommended. Let us leave the experts to do that. Having said that, I just want to check if Londi is in the room as we're going for a presentation. Londi, is Londi in the room? Could someone help me get Londi inside the room so that we begin our program? I hope you've all grabbed a snack, coffee, a tea break. And don't forget to pass by the exhibition booths. There are some booths with a snack and with a sweet, so you don't want to miss some goodies from some of the exhibitors. As we wait for Londi to get in the room. Can we please have the QR code back up, tech team? We have a magazine that will be published quarterly, so whenever you're requested to submit an article, please don't hesitate, as this magazine is for us in the MySpace. Yes, waiting for the QR code. Let us not forget that we're here under the theme Catalyzing Trade and Investment in Africa through business events. Thank you for the QR code. So please scan the QR code and get the magazine and share it with your friends, partners in your countries and other destinations for them to just have a look at what's inside the magazine, as there's a lot of opportunities shared across the continent, and also how hotels can lead sustainable MICE practices. There's a lot of articles there from different speakers and researchers. Have we all managed to scan? Could I please get a feedback? If you've scanned, please put your hand up or wave. Okay, that's a quarter of the room. Can you please scan the QR code? DJ Studio, can you just have some music as we wait to invite Londi on stage? Studio.
Shika mikono twende pamoja, simama na mimi mbele ya mti wa roho. Baba wetu, tupatie mwanga. Yelele, yelele, ayo. dressed in sin, red wine lips and a violent grin. He says you're trouble, she says just taste, and time folds itself in satin and haste. Scour whispers in silk, stitched with intent. Every word's a debt, every breath is rent. Kiss the ace but mind the deck, she's the queen and you're the jack. Ash on the edge of a crystal glass, she knows your future, forgets your past.
Thank you,
Moves
DJ.
like jazz, no beat, just feel.
Thank you so much. I've just been informed that Londi just arrived and all the way from South Africa. So as I bring her on stage, if we have African women in the room, please bring the ululations. I would like to hear them. So allow me to welcome our next presenter. But before I do that, for the next panelist, I've been told that these mics have a unique instruction manual. So you have to hold it closer to your, mouth over here so that it doesn't keep going on and off. Apologies for the technical issue earlier. Can we please have the speakers that are coming in and all those invited guests to come sit in front as we proceed? We're getting into a session about opportunities, opportunity analysis. It's a research that has been done. I'll let the speaker talk about it. Londi Kumalo is a Chief Business Development Officer at Niche Partners. She leverages over 16 years of expertise in business events and market research to drive growth across 16 African countries in the MICE sector. Allow me to repeat that. 16 African countries in the MICE sector. So what she's going to present here is a research that has been done across 16 African countries. Can we please welcome her with a big round of applause, and all the women in the room, if you can please ululate as we are Africans at the Africa MICE Summit. Please welcome her on stage. I'm not here the ululations, I'm not here the clapping of hands. Please wait, they've not done it yet. Please go back. The speaker is coming on stage. Can we please put our hands together? Can you? The women in the room, African women, because I've not seen a non-African here. Yeah, keep it up until she comes on stage. Londi Kumalo. Can you please repeat that again?
We're putting her under so much pressure, so much delay. Good afternoon, everybody. Jumbo. Sanbonani from South Africa, but Jumbo for Nairobi, Kenya. How are you doing? How's everybody doing? I'm glad you're in the room. I am glad you're in the room. I know people are all over the place, but it will be good for us to talk about where the opportunity is. I'm really excited about the fact that, the thing says time up as I get on the stage, everybody. So, but it really is a pleasure to be here. I'm here to talk about my favorite topic, the MICE industry on the continent. And we've been talking a lot from the front. Thank you, Glenton. Hi. And the talking obviously has been a lot up on stage. We're just waiting for 2 more people. So I thought what would be good, because my presentation, as you'll see, is going to tell the story about your neighbor next door. There's a story about the neighbor next door. So, even if you didn't intend to, but can you talk to the neighbor next door, sitting right next to you, just quickly about where you think the opportunity is for Africa? So where do you think in the MICE industry the opportunity is for Africa? But talk to the person next door. I'm going to give you a minute. And don't look at me, because then the minute will just extend, so you actually have to talk to the person next door.
Can we take a walk down the street? Mahali lovers normally who chill. Get to love, love story. love story, Kalash Nashas, running for the one that treats you right. Hey, Jalishi, how much from the cash? Get to love, get to love.
Wish it was contagious. I don't know where I caught the bug. You were the cure. The timing says my silver lining after the cloud. Oh, maybe it's a test of my patience, or maybe it's just. Oh, maybe it's really the real thing, and maybe just maybe, for once it'll be a good thing. I hope. No, I can't say that I know nothing for me to hold on to. I'm steady. I'm not steady. I'm not ready. I'm unsteady, but feel ready. And I'm ready. Feel let me be unsteady.
Ladies and gentlemen, apologies for the slight what is going on, but Londi just told me she received an email. You know, G20 is in her country, so just let her handle that. She has an emergency. As she's doing that, can you please have the tech team to just put the QR code for the magazine, please? Us in the MySpace, we now have an opportunity to have our own magazine that is from Africa to the world. Please share it with as many people as you can, and I believe some of you, if not all of you, will be featured once. It's a Mice World magazine, which will be published quarterly, I'm told, and it features all the major things about data management and beyond football. Please scan it and share with your friends the link, and make sure that everybody in the industry gets it. As Londi works on her urgent email, and we're also welcoming a few speakers. Ushers, please help me guide people to the front, and we'll be starting shortly. Thank you. Allow me to mention some of the exhibitors that we have that I urge you all to visit their stalls. We have Novotel, we have Image, we have Panari, we have Emara, we have the Mice Hub, and of course the Zuri Events booth. We have the Abai Lodges and Spa, we have Bomas, Safari Park Hotel, Accor, and just to mention, some of these have very nice goodies that if you visit them, you might leave with a very good goodie as you're discussing business. We have the Uni Industries East Africa Limited, Ace Mobility, Kenya Wildlife Service, and tomorrow we're going to have dinner at the National Park. Make sure if you've not registered or you're not sure about going, ask the registration team, what are the logistics, how do you get there, or how do you receive an invitation. There's going to be an award ceremony that I do not want to miss, and I do not want all of you to miss, so don't miss it tomorrow as the award winners will be announced. We have Tamarind Tree Hotel and of course the Tamarind Group. We have the Association of Kenya Business Events, and many more, and of course the Ministry of Tourism and Wildlife. So please visit their booth today if you can, on your way to lunch or on your way back from lunch, or when you're going around and networking with other people. Londi, I believe we have a few more minutes and we begin. Please welcome back on stage Londi Kumalo, a leading MICE strategist driving growth across 16 African countries with niche partners. Londi, you're welcome on stage. Karibu sana. And as you walk here, can the room put your hands together? And the women in the room, the African women in the room, can we please ululate for Londi as she comes on? She's not heard any of that, especially the women.
Hi. In Zulu, they say haibo. Haibo. This thing of introducing me 3 times. Well, I won't introduce myself, but I will introduce Niche Partners. I'm Londi Kumalo from Niche Partners, and Niche Partners is based in South Africa. We basically just focus on 16 countries, and we look at market research across the continent. We look at the indicators of growth in terms of the sector, and each and every single year that we've been doing this, we've been seeing more and more African countries actually get involved in the MICE sector. So yesterday and today, we've been talking a lot about the opportunities and what can we do, etc. But we'd like to practicalize some of that opportunity, and that's what I'm going to be doing this morning or afternoon. So let me share my screen. I'm not sure if those conversations happened with the neighbor and maybe they took too long, but it was really just to find out where you think the opportunities is in Africa. Does anybody want to just share what they briefly spoke about? No? Okay, so my topic this morning is where is the money? And the money is in the money. So let me explain. So we are in MICE, we're in business tourism, and essentially MICE is about business. So where the business is where the opportunity is. I'm going to show you the data, but essentially if we can keep that at the back of our minds, that essentially we serve an industry that is driven by people's need to trade, to share knowledge, and to collaborate. And with the Africa Continental Free Trade Area Agreement, the opportunity then is actually to follow the money. So that's what this brief conversation is going to be this morning. So what drives investment in general? We've spoken a bit about it this morning in terms of some of the pillars. And our industry is no different. A lot of us, we're in this MICE industry, and we ourselves don't understand it, and then we fail to communicate it. But essentially, it is a business of people getting together, driven by business tourism. So the same indicators that drive investment in general drive MICE investment in general. So infrastructure and transport, we've already covered. Human capital, we'll talk a little bit about. The tax regimes, the research and development. And I won't ask anybody, but I'll tell you that this is one of the areas that we don't do very well in this industry. And as a result, we don't know how to identify opportunity, and we don't know how to convert that opportunity. Then the technology, and obviously then the liquidity of cash. So all of these things drive the MICE industry. How so? Now, in particular, we have spoken this morning about convention centers, we've spoken about exhibition halls, the airports, the hotels. This is the infrastructure part of it, and the readiness of where we are across the continent is there are big gaps, but the big gaps are opportunities. So if there are investors sitting with us, this is where now we're going to basically be identifying some of that opportunity across the continent. Then we've got the human capital, which we've spoken about, which is essentially the skill set that is required for this particular industry. Many of us have actually sort of fallen into this industry, and we're figuring out as we go. But some of the skill set that we need in order to keep continuing to drive this MICE sector is what I'm going to be talking about. Innovation and technology, connectivity is covered. So anything that's been covered, I'm going to move swiftly through. So that we can have a conversation, because essentially what I'd like for us to do is to then identify the opportunity and say, so what? So what? After all that is said and done, so what? So I'm going to try and bring that link as we go through. Then, demand side. We, like any other industry, we're suppliers, most of us sitting in the room. But on the other side, what is driving us? What is driving the business of this industry? These are the demand side drivers. So what is driving the demand for trade exhibitions? What is driving the association and corporate meeting? And then, in terms of the market size and the spend of that market, what does it look like? And these are the things that we're going to basically be covering. The trade integration and how does it actually affect the foreign direct investment, inclusive of the continent, by the way, because we ourselves are moving across the continent. And over the last couple of days, I think Dr. Manyara briefly touched on the fact that in terms of a regional movement, we as Africans are traveling intracontinentally. So the opportunity then is there. And then in terms of competitiveness, how competitive are our countries? We've spoken a lot about the gaps, but essentially these gaps in the next couple of years are actually where our opportunity sits. All right, so I thought I'd do a little bit of a history. It's a brief history lesson because it's not necessarily everything, but we sit in this room as Africa and we speak about ourselves as if the industry just started. The reality is that Africa has been doing mice for the longest time. So let me just quickly catch up to that slide. Egypt has long been in this mice industry. They started in 1956, and the government has actually always set themselves up as a Egypt Expo authority. So their main focus is to try and drive trade exhibitions into the country. And that was way in 1956. Likewise, Morocco has been in this market for years. Then you've got East Africa, you know, as we sit in the KICC, that it's been around since 1973. And yes, we speak about us as what we need to do to grow, but the truth is if we just look at our continent and what is happening, we will see some of those factors. Then, obviously, South Africa came years down the line from all of this. So our industry only started in 1997, and essentially we had a convention center facilitated by exactly what everything else has been facilitated by, which was our economic hubs. So because of the destination's economic direction and the trade sectors, the governments put together these convention centers, these facilities, in order to facilitate that. So essentially, MICE is a lever for trade. It has always been a lever for trade. And so that's what makes this conversation really exciting. Okay. So let's get to the point. So what is the opportunity? We speak about the international market and we've been speaking about the delegate spend, but the actual opportunity in the continent is essentially linked to how much it is already that we are spending in terms of our conferencing activity. The African delegate spends an average of $500 per trip. And this is average. This is low average. It's not everybody everywhere on the continent. With international delegates that stay 2 to 5 days, and then your domestic delegates, sometimes domestic delegates don't necessarily stay over, but they stay 1 to 2 days. So while the averages are lower than the global averages, and I'll show you this a little bit later, in terms of the frequency and the opportunity intracontinentally, the African delegate is actually the delegate that is visiting us most often, and this is where then the opportunity lies. The multiplier effect, we've spoken about it. I think somebody said 3 times the amount, but essentially when $1 is spent in the economy, it multiplies within the rest of the value chain. What is the size of this market? Okay, there we go. What is the size of the market? So the global mice industry has attracted 1.6 billion participants across 180 countries. It generates $1.1 trillion in direct spending. And then in terms of Africa, we and everybody, we've been talking about this for the years, but in terms of our percentage is a much smaller percentage. However, as we've spoken, and I think the panel said earlier, we're not spending, obviously, we're not calculating everything. And this is where Africa is doing itself a disservice, because the reality is, as niche partners, this is what we're trying to do. But the reality is that most of us, as we cover 18 countries, you can imagine there's lots of business activity that happens that is unrecorded, undocumented. Our convention centers and our venues and our hotels do what they do but don't report it anywhere. As a result, our actual size of our industry is actually minimized. But if you look at this spend, your North African delegate obviously spends more than your African delegate, because the African delegate there is at $500. But the $500 is actually, in terms of the frequency, which I'm going to show now, the life cycle of the African delegate is higher than the life cycle of a European delegate. And those of us who look at the ICA rankings, Frank is here, but in terms of rotation, your global meeting, you're going to bid for a meeting, and it's potentially going to be in a couple of years' time. In terms of the rotation of that meeting, it rotates and moves around the rest of the globe, and so is not as frequently here as some of our African meetings. So I'll give a case study later, just to show what the value of some of our regional events actually are. Then you've got Asia and Europe and Australia. So let me just make clear, the international market in terms of foreign direct investment is important, but actually, in terms of going forward, in terms of strategies and plans, our own neighbor next door, so hold the neighbor next door idea, is actually probably where your biggest opportunity is. So we did a dipstick analysis of what the mix is across the continent, and what actually is the type of business we are hosting on the continent. And the reason this is important is we keep talking about the MICE industry, but I want us to see how closely linked it is to the sectors of our different countries and the business that is happening in those countries. So essentially, the main thing we need to be thinking about is what are the priority sectors in our countries, how are those growing, so that the business, if the business subsector is growing and businesses are moving to trade in those sectors, that then is where the opportunity is. So here you'll see that in terms of the delegate mix on the continent, it's actually a 60% corporate, which includes our trade exhibitions. This is the business people meeting. So 60% of all of the business is actually corporate, 33% is actually association driven, and then 6% government. And I know that sounds shocking because we think the government meetings are that's, what's filling up our senses. That's the loudest business. But in terms of what is actually filling our everyday business in our venues, these are the numbers. Then the international versus the domestic, and we've spoken briefly about this, but essentially, if you look at the annual reports of the convention centers across the continent, the split between your international and your domestic, and even regionally, it's 10 to 20% of all your business is going to be international, and then 80 to 90% of the business is actually regional or domestic. So what is sustaining the business of MICE on the continent is actually the business of MICE on the continent. And I think one of the panelists earlier said that this is a trend actually globally. If you look at Europe, if you look at America, this trend doesn't change. Business largely takes place in the region where the business is headquartered. Of course, it moves around. You can move meetings cross-continentally, but there is no region where the majority of the business is the international business and not the regional business. And therefore, we need to just consider that. Then in terms of the convention centers, they're hosting an average of about 300 to 600 events annually, and 10 to 15% of these attract also the international participation. I spoke about the lifetime value now of the client. So I work a lot with exhibition businesses, and the exhibition businesses are essentially that. So like the lifetime value of a client. One exhibition company has several events. Those several events are always looking for destinations to go to, but they want partnerships in those destinations. So in terms of our opportunity and where do we actually put our investments, part of that is identifying the value chain members that actually are spending money in a particular sector and are doing it for the long term. So essentially, we want to find the high-value client, and the high-value client is the business client that is linked to a sector that has a broader plan than just hosting the event. We spoke about that briefly yesterday with at dinner. But essentially, your domestic market is key. We cannot be thinking, how do we expand this MICE industry without actually first assessing and understanding our actual current market, because those businesses and the trends that they are showing and demonstrating are demonstrating where we are strong in terms of our value proposition as a destination. briefly, just where sectors are. We've got obviously infrastructure, agriculture, energy. These shouldn't be shocking sectors for us as Africans, because we understand that in terms of what is happening on our continent, if you think about investments across the sectors, we are investing in infrastructure, and I know I'll show this a little bit later, but essentially where we are investing and the sectors that employ the most of our populations is also where those meetings are being held. So these subsectors, your infrastructure, your agriculture, your energy, science and research, these are the sectors that are actually investing in the MICE industry. In terms of our value chain members, I won't go through all of these, but as a value chain, sometimes we ourselves don't know which side we play, and this can be what actually is the biggest barrier to doing business with us, is that we are not sure, you know, what is it exactly in the value chain that we're doing. So in terms of the service providers, I won't go through all of them, but a key one is a professional conference organizer, an exhibition business that actually conceptualizes the business. It's the convention center that identifies the opportunity. So you're prospecting members of your value chain. The one that actually goes and identifies the business is also the area that we actually need to look at in terms of investing. Many of us are sitting here and we organize events, but we don't necessarily see ourselves as a long-term partner to our destination, nor does the destination see us that way. But the businesses of PCOs and their target markets, and obviously linked to the business plan. So what is the business plan of the PCO? Because the PCO is got to be targeted to a sector that is growing, with a client base that they understand the growth of and the opportunity mapped out. So prospecting needs to be something that we actually consider as part of our value chain, because that's where the opportunity is. And I'll show you some examples of professional conference organizers that actually specialize in sectors. And the reason for that specialization is that you've got a good, deep understanding of the sector and the value that you can create in the event in terms of ROI is higher than a generalist. Demand side, it's the corporates, it's the governments, it's the associations, it's your NGOs, and then your event attendees. So I'm going to briefly talk about economic growth, but the reason I speak about this by way of our populations is if you look, and I'm going to give us a case study now of Ghana, an event in Ghana, but if you look at some of the events that we're hosting, we see the KICC, the events almost kind of come in, and we don't necessarily think about what do they have to do with us. It's a great energy event, but our population is part of the business reason for why those events are hosted in the destinations that they're hosted. Because exhibition organizers, an event organizer that's wanting to make money is going where there is demand for that event. So your population numbers actually matter. Then the sectors linked to that as well. So I'm showing us Nigeria, Ethiopia, Egypt, and these countries because we're then going to look at how are they doing some of their business events and actually where is the business coming from. But it does have to do with the market. So there's no event organizer that's going to go somewhere where, you know, there's not much, they're not going to get much value by way of number of attendees, markets. And so how we're growing is actually part of the opportunity. And as we sit in this room, it's about our neighbor next door. So we can't just be thinking about Kenya, right? If we're wanting to attract business events, if we're wanting to put together strategies, we've got to be thinking, what is our next door neighbor doing? And that is the country next door to you. And how do we then, and where do we then actually package the opportunity to do business with each other? In Africa, the fastest growing economies are Senegal, Rwanda, Ethiopia. I'm glad Frank's probably very happy to hear. He knows. Cote d'Ivoire, Uganda. And these basically are opportunities for stronger sponsor pipelines. So when event organizers or exhibitions, whether they're global, whether they are local, one of the things, if you're a PCO, that can make you more highly valuable is your ability to actually package sponsorship opportunities. Your ability So package of sponsorship opportunities has everything to do with how is your economy and also the number of businesses that are in that subsector. Most of us don't know where we would find that information in terms of the number of businesses within our particular countries. But all of us sit with some sort of statistics agency that's got an idea of the volume of businesses that are based in our destination in the different subsectors. If we want to be growing our MICE sector and talking to that business community and creating value for that business community, those become important numbers. We must know that we can host manufacturing exhibitions and successfully and grow them over time because manufacturing is growing, because the number of businesses in our destination are X, because in the future this is what's going to happen to our sector. So part of what is sometimes our problem as the MICE industry is we speak to ourselves and then we go to the bank and we can't make the link between how do we measure our opportunity related to financial institutions or any potential investor. It's really linked to what is the business case. You are creating an event or going to attract events or you're going to bid for events in a particular sector. Why? What is the reason? It has everything to do with the rest of what is happening in that sector. Then in terms of our cities, and this is almost, if you look at the cities that are capitals, and it's not a shock. Somebody said earlier, why are we not moving the business out from Nairobi? Same thing in South Africa. We ask ourselves, why are we not moving the business out of the key destination cities? Do you know why? Because the business, I spend half my time in Johannesburg. I live in Cape Town. I spend half my time in Johannesburg because the business is in Johannesburg. If I'm going to go to a business event, the business is naturally going where it's going. It's not even that the destination, I don't think Nairobi is necessarily trying to advocate to just host the meetings. The meetings are coming to Nairobi because there's business in Nairobi. And likewise, all across the continent. Where the business is, so where's the money? The money is where the money is going. The money is where the money is meeting, where the businesses are, where the hubs of commerce are. And so part of it, if we're going to plan long-term strategies, and I don't know how many government stakeholders we have here, but I'll show you the case of the Western Cape. Essentially, your commerce, your investment, your business events are integrated. They're integrated into the plan of growing the MICE industry. There's no separation between the MICE industry and what it does and the sectors that it does well in and what's happening in the rest of the destination, because it's business people that we are attracting. So all across the continent, it is the cities of commerce essentially, that are actually the hubs of MICE. So where's the opportunity? If you're thinking, of course, we want to grow outlier areas, but if you're sitting and going, okay, I want to actually do more business events in a particular sector, where should you be doing them? You should be doing them where the business already meets. Because that actually is currently their logical thinking. That is where they meet. So I'm going to quickly just run through this. Right, so this is our current layout of conference facilities. And it's interesting because I'll show you some of these destinations. Some of these destinations that have fewer venues host some of the largest size meetings that then show us an opportunity for infrastructure. We've been talking about we need more infrastructure. We need more infrastructure. But that's a good problem to have because as a business, that is where we should be putting the money, where we have events that have basically capped the capacity of the conference venue and cannot find anywhere else to grow except tents, right? That then is an investment opportunity, but to partner as the event organizer, to partner with the destination, to partner with the venue as a long-term partner so that you are part of driving the case. One of our clients is actually in that situation. They've literally reached the max capacity of a venue, and they are part of the business case of why the venue is actually going to expand, because it's an annual congress, it happens every year, and it is in a particular sector. Both government and the private sector players have a vested interest in actually expanding that capacity. Why? Because the event is going to take place, they've found the market, the sector is growing, and this is why we need to invest. So South Africa has obviously got the largest number of conference facilities, and this is in all the key sort of hotspot cities, with the largest capacity being this 100,000 capacity venue. And then the smaller venues, Egypt, Morocco, well, they have a smaller amount of facilities, being Egypt and Morocco, actually also host some of the largest events on the continent. And that has become part of the business case for why these facilities are growing. So here's the example of, we've got Egypt, we've got Morocco. These are the subsectors. If you look at the, sorry, there's a disconnect between my laptop and the screen. But if you look at Egypt, so Egypt has an event that takes 35,000 people every year. It's an energy exhibition. But in terms of its capacities, it doesn't necessarily have capacities to host that. And so every single year, they basically are expanding in terms of putting up tented facilities. This is an opportunity. Same thing in Morocco. Morocco has, in terms of capacity, some of their events take place and therefore have to continuously keep putting up these tented spaces. But they keep the events in Morocco because the whole business community keeps coming to Morocco because they're targeting the MEA region. So essentially, the opportunity continues to be linked to sector, linked to anchor events that drive the numbers for the anchor events. So there is no business plan that we should be making that does not link itself to the subsectors of the destination we're in, link itself to the volume of businesses that are around us, because we essentially are in the business events industry. I'll quickly just run through this. So WAMPEX is the example that I'm going to quickly use. So the WAMPEX Mining and Power Exhibition is a 30-year-old exhibition. It's held biannually in Accra, and it essentially is a meeting of policymakers and investors. We could look at some of the events that are hosted here, where we put up tents because we can't host it in the KICC. But essentially, what happens there is these 5,000 people meet, and what WAMPEX has done as an event has positioned itself as a trade facilitator. If you look at the way they position themselves and even talk about themselves, they list the mining projects that are actually being invested in as a result of WAMPEX, right? So the mining industry cares about what's happening by way of growth of gold and ore and lithium. So WAMPEX talks about the gold, the ore, the lithium, and they continue to just focus on that to drive the investors into their conference, to drive the mining companies into their conference. But they have partnered with the destination in Ghana, so that actually WAMPEX is now a priority event for the destination because it's driving what Ghana is doing. So I'm trying to get us to really think about, we're talking about investment, and we are struggling with where's the MICE opportunity, where's the MICE opportunity is linked to the business tourism and the business that we are in. And so we need to focus on that business and align ourselves with the priorities of that business. So choose the fastest growing segments or sectors within your particular economy and actually understand how they work and what it is that's trying to be done there. And then we can package growing events, or we can choose to be a professional conference organizer that's doing something specific, because the continent is majority corporates. So it's not like we need to try and do 100 things. We need to focus on what's actually happening in our continent and then put together our strategies around that. Then here, briefly, but the Cape Town and Western Cape Convention Bureau is, I'm skipping a lot because I want to quickly just get to the core. So the Cape Town and Western Cape Convention Bureau, we think MICE, we think it doesn't necessarily talk to sectors, we're talking about attracting events. The positioning, and if you have time, definitely look at this, but the positioning of the Western Cape is all about investment. It's all about investments. It's all about their priority sectors. The role of the Convention Bureau, yes, even if we don't have a Convention Bureau, even though the business in that destination understands how to attract business, considering where it is strong. So you'll find that you always have similar types of events and similar types of meetings that are attracted to the destination, but they don't just come. They are prospected, and it makes sense for the event. There's an investor event, it makes sense for it to meet in Cape Town because the destination itself has the highest number of certain types of businesses. So therefore, if a business is wanting to set up and grow in Africa, it's going to make sense for it to grow in that particular destination. So these are the sector priorities. And as a case in point, in terms of securing conference bids, they basically have a plan called the Provincial Plan for Jobs for Growth. The Jobs for Growth is about an inclusive economy. The inclusive economy is prioritizing certain sectors, and in terms of broader investment, they're wanting to attract $11 billion of investment into the province over, obviously, a certain time frame. But the idea is to attract foreign direct investment through businesses setting up, but events are a key catalyst of how that happens. And so the Convention Bureau's work is not separate to the work of the investment agency. So Kezi was saying, Kenya Invest, we need to have a conversation, around what is the opportunity of MICE. The sectors of the destination that are outlined by Kenya Invest, where they're trying to attract businesses into the destination, is the opportunity. Is actually, let's align, let's put together strategies of how we will make sure either we attract meetings linked to that, or we create meetings linked to that, so that we drive business into Kenya. So what is the opportunity? It is ensuring that you build sticky brands, finding the brands that are wanting to grow in that particular subsector, and then growing shows, either building them with them, or the other way around is to find them that happen annually that have sector priorities linked to yours. So some of the exhibition clients are looking for new markets to go to in subsectors where the actual businesses that are growing, but are struggling to connect with the ecosystem. We are the ecosystem that can connect all of the different groups. We can connect the business, we can connect the business investment agencies. So we are that plug. But we, unfortunately, don't think of ourselves here, and so it becomes difficult. But we need to think of ourselves as actually facilitators of business, identify the sectors, and then we find and talk to those business organizations that are actually wanting to grow into Africa, and then we package and position shows with them. So the opportunity is really about growing the sectors and partnering with organizations next door that are actually in sectors where your particular country is strong and where the business is already moving between you and the country. Yesterday, Dr. Manyara said there's a strong correlation between the trade and the meeting, and that's absolutely 100% true. There's no opportunity in MICE that is going to be separate from just that layout. Then in terms of chasing international events, we must chase them because we saw that foreign direct investment is important. But the reality is, in terms of the long-term sustainability and growth of this industry, that is actually going to come from the region. And so we need to package the subsector offering and essentially follow the money. In terms of the MICE strategies across the continent, the MICE strategies across the continent, unfortunately, is where we are weakest. But as you can see, we are not struggling to host events because governments aren't working. So, for example, some of the North African countries that have the highest numbers don't necessarily have a convention bureau. It has never, they may have authorities that attract trade exhibitions, and it really is just them positioning the business case for the industry. But they don't necessarily go out and sit in exhibitions trying to attract events. That's not the job of the destination. So across the continent, most of the continent is largely nascent, which means we are unstructured. We don't necessarily have all the facilities we need. But that said, the business case is still where the opportunity is. So these are all opportunities to grow. There's lots of different destinations. So 9 out of the 18 countries that we look at actually have started to put in MICE strategies at the government level. What it does, it just amplifies. It amplifies what the destination is able to do. But the business people and the conference organizers, that is why some of us, inherently, if you think about it, some of the organizers that you know are not conference organizers that you know that are based in Kenya. They're not based in South Africa. They come from the outside in. So they're able to assess your market and understand the opportunity for growth without you saying a word. And that's because they understand the business case. So they don't need the convention centers. A lot of the exhibition companies are growing without convention. They don't care that there's a convention center. They care that the business, they're going to make money out of the actual event, and that the business community in that particular sector is actually going to support that event. So this is an indicator of how mature the different markets are, but it isn't a barrier in Africa that we don't have convention bureaus. In fact, it is starting to be a barrier that we are depending on our public entities to drive the private sector, because it actually is the role of the private sector to identify the opportunity. Okay, I'm gonna quickly skip. I'm seeing red lights here. So all in all, yes, even in South Africa, Glenson will attest to this because he's in the private sector association. At the moment, the politics is not necessarily what's driving the business. It is the private sector and the aggressive private sector that's getting together. They are the ones pursuing the business. Yes, we've got convention centers, but the majority, convention bureaus, but the majority of the work that is filling those venues is actually, it's us. It's us, and it's us chasing that business. Then we have professional conference organizers that are sector specific as well. They'll play in specific sectors where they are strong. Why? They build the depth of knowledge, and then they can actually serve their client well. Because if a client needs to find sponsorship, if you've built the whole ecosystem of the potential sponsors in your particular region, then that is a valuable proposition. You're a specialist in that space. You understand the ecosystem players in that space. You can galvanize the sponsors in that space, or even the people that need to come and attend that event. So that is where we need to play. We need to play to our current strengths. Okay. It's frozen. Okay, I won't go through this, but similarly, as I'm saying, sector specific. In fact, if you scan the whole continent and you just look at what we're doing, by way of opportunity, there is no destination that is, just doing general events. We're doing events linked to how our economies are growing. So all these expo convention centers that I was going to go through here are essentially doing that. Then you've got private sector players like Pure Spot Events, which is basically, in terms of the last couple of years, grown quite significantly. Also focused on specific sectors. It's a private sector player. It has 150 events across the continent. It hosts 200 delegates. And in terms of the estimated revenue, this is basically around $50 million US dollars. They, as you can see here, they host 300 medical events in healthcare, scientific congresses. They don't play away from the priority sectors. Why? Because that is where they've actually built the depth of knowledge and ecosystem. So where's the opportunity here? The opportunity here is around organizing around the sector and organizing around the sector players, and not not suppliers, because I said we are the suppliers. I'm talking about the clients. Organize around your clients. Organize around the sector that is actually growing. Organize your supplier value, and I'm talking about from the client's lens. If they are in agriculture, your value is not us. Your value is the rest of Kenya, its landscape, where it's growing, where your investments are growing from a private sector perspective, and where your public sector players are playing. So that's the opportunity. So by way of, some of the investment agencies, that's why I said in WAMPAX, it's a partnership with the government now. The event didn't necessarily walk in and was a government event. Those private sector players went in, set up the exhibition because they saw the opportunity. The public sector followed because it makes sense to their broader goals. So that's where the opportunity is. So in Africa, we're lobbying a lot. We're talking about what's going to happen with our government, etc. And I'll leave us to that. But we need to lobby. We need the infrastructure. We need all of these things. But the reality is that the organized player in our market is the player that's most likely to win going forward in our market. It's the player that understands the sector. You understand all the players in the sector. You understand even export markets. So these exhibitions are driven by that whole business case. They understand the exported products that are going to different countries and what the growth of that is and which countries need to come to these exhibitions in order for there to be a sustainable event and to continue. So we need to focus and prioritize that in order to win. Infrastructure readiness, I won't speak through because I think Nicanor and the team did a very good job on that. But we can do better by way of infrastructure. But for investors in the room, where there are countries like Ghana, Ghana currently has more exhibitions than it has hotels and venues. So there's lots of tents, tents being put up and lots of infrastructure that goes up and down. What we need to do is, if I was an investor, which I'm not, I'm a researcher, but if I was an investor, that's where I would follow, is to say, here are events that have basically outstripped the capacity of the destination. So let me go to West Africa, actually, because even in Nigeria, we have a program, and some of the private sector players are bidding for events that their destination cannot host. That is the business case of my sector, is I'm actually targeting events in the sector that are going to drive this. They're going to actually attract more people than we can host, and therefore let us actually, either by way of support, if you want funding from the government, but actually let's just organize the private sector so that long term we can actually make a case. Here as well, Algeria, they're putting up new venues. Then you've got Egypt as well. There's lots of upgrades happening across the continent in the different destinations. But you can see that in terms of some of the destinations offering, in terms of the volume of number of rooms and hotels, they don't make sense with some of the anchor events that take place in those destinations. Even and that is actually why the destinations are starting to now partner. The destinations are seeing themselves as this is a way in which we can attract more of those businesses coming into the destination if we actually partner with these event organizers. So some of the event organizers are getting offers to stay in a destination because they essentially are doing the work of facilitating the trade within that destination. So WAMPAX, we've spoken briefly about. Okay, here is a list, and what we've done is put it up on online. But essentially, there's temporary infrastructure that was used for all of those events. Where there's temporary infrastructure and the consistency of those events that take place, the opportunity then for infrastructure building, for hotels to come up, that is the gap. Because those events are going to happen every year. The event organizers are not going to go and start building infrastructure for themselves, but they want to host the events. Some of the exhibition companies will not move the events from destinations that can't meet their infrastructure needs. They won't move them. And the reason they won't move them is because the market is there. The attendees are there. The people are there. So they won't move them. But then that's an opportunity for the investors to say, okay, well, let's actually go and partner with these event organizers. This is just a venue that is basically coming up in terms of Abidjan. They also are starting to see a large volume of energy sector-specific events, and so there's an Abidjan venue that's opening up. It's a green certified hotel. It's wanting to actually attract more of the subsectors that are actually prioritized, but the business case is not the hotel. The business case is the business of that sector. I'll skip quickly. So this will all be online, right? We're going to have it online, but essentially these are just examples of where the investment is going across the continent. Then we've got a venue that is actually going to be operational in Tanzania in 2027, and again, it is part of growing that economic attraction of business events. You're seeing now that a lot of these, though, are actual events that they are larger capacities than they currently have, and the reason for that is if you look at the events are actually sometimes larger than the actual current venues. A venue in South Africa that I think is a great example of how MICE has actually, so first of all, there is the conference facility. There are the surrounding hotels. This is the Century City. We spoke about it briefly yesterday with some of the guys, but essentially they positioned themselves as a smart city. What they did is it's a business hub, essentially. That's what Century City is. It's a business hub. They've set themselves up as a precinct with lots of businesses around it, and then the convention center and the hotel next door. And then they are also planning to expand that facility. But the why of that is, if you look also at the convention center actually does a lot of corporate business. And and a lot of the prospecting that happens is actually linked to some of the players that are actually within that precinct. So this is just an overview. They've got a commercial hub. They've got some offices that they lease out. Okay, they've got some offices that they lease out, and essentially the design is sustainability. But why this venue was necessary was because we have a convention center in Cape Town, which it hosts a lot of the international association meetings, but in terms of the offering, Century City actually attracts a lot more of the corporate business because actually it's more positioned with it to attract that corporate market. So what's the opportunity? The concentration of businesses, recurring large-scale events that have limited space is it's not a problem. It's a signal about the market, and it's actually an opportunity for us to own events. We don't need to wait for events. We don't need to say, where's the next event? How can we attract? The reality is, in our subsectors that are growing, there is even opportunity, because this is what I'm seeing with some of our clients, is they literally are going to increase the number of events that they do because there's nobody creating, conceptualizing the events, because we're so looking at how do we bring these other people in that are already events, when the reality is the opportunity is there are key players that need the events to do their business. And so we need to actually align with that. In terms of the human capital across Africa, we've spoken about this, but we don't have a lot of professional conference organizers, and we don't have a lot of associations that meet with organizers, and as a result, it makes it difficult to work with us. And so part of that is we actually need to organize as a sector, not just to lobby government, but that actually we know who to refer what to, who else is in this market. We briefly spoke about the fact that, a lot of, I'm part of SARCI. SARCI is an organized body, but a lot of what everybody does in the industry is with each other. We know each other in the industry because everybody that's in the industry is actually either a SARCI member or some association member of some sort. The problem with Africa and some of the frustration with now some of the international delegates is that essentially we can't be found. We aren't very organized. So a reason potentially to be part of an association is to potentially be found. At the moment, SARCI is driving even the public visibility of the destination. We're going to international platforms together as a destination, as a private sector, because part of it is the investment into marketing. And if you can't be found by an investor, if an investor doesn't know what the order of that and the stability of that sector is, and the trustworthiness of the players, it becomes difficult then to bring investment into that destination. So these are just some of the indicators as to how organized are the supplier associations? There aren't many organized associations, but some of the destinations where they still do very well, even though they don't have organized associations, is they've got single points that are very organized, as in that particular company, entity, organization that is hosting those meetings. That ecosystem depth is quite high. That one player has the network with all of the relevant people in that ecosystem. And so I think Hussein said earlier, or somebody said in terms of investment, it's about the trustworthiness of that business that's coming, right? Is actually, are we trustworthy businesses? Do we have an understanding of our sector? Are we able to bring together the business case? Are we able to bring the business? Because if we can't do that, then it makes it very, very difficult to interact with us. So part of what some of the work that we're doing is we're trying to get people to share leads across the continent with each other, because some of the events want to move around the continent, but it would be difficult to move an event around the continent, because where would you? Who would you specifically speak to? Whereas if the private sector players were actually organized, it would definitely help how we facilitate and move that business across. That's why we have chambers of commerce. Chambers of people get together for chambers of commerce for the very same reason. Saki, I won't speak about, but essentially, this is an example of an association that is essentially got the industry together. They meet often, and in terms of even a business case, so Saki was part of, right at the beginning, even lobbying for a convention bureau. So it's great that in Kenya, we've got ACBE that's been formed to lobby, but there is no, even from an investment point, there is no way that if we don't know who the ecosystem, if the investors don't know who the ecosystem is, if they don't know how that event will actually grow, or have a single point of contact that will link them to those ecosystem players, even a private sector player, because that's what I'm saying about these other destinations. Even a private sector player who is very deep within their ecosystem can actually be the main facilitating point of attracting that business into a destination. And then the rest of the human capital we spoke about in terms of universities. There's not a lot of training all across the continent in terms of universities and training for business events. But that isn't necessarily a barrier because it's not about necessarily training everybody at the university. It's about us understanding that we do business and then communicating even to universities, not just tourism universities, but targeting people in finance, targeting marketing. These are the opportunities to attract that type of talent into our ecosystem. We don't necessarily need more people trained in business tourism. We need people who understand business and then bring those people in and help them understand, how we do what we do and why we do it. But we actually need to attract more skills that understand business into our sector. And for me, a very good example of the interaction between a university and conferencing, not necessarily private sector, but conferencing and playing as a MICE business is an organization called the Central Events Conferencing Office in Stellenbosch. And essentially what they've done is it's a commercial unit of a university. So the university realized that it has the asset of creating knowledge. It's got the academics on the university campuses. They host regular conferences. They want to host more international congresses and more regional congresses. But they don't necessarily need to go out and find another partner that can actually commercialize internally. So this office essentially is the plug between the academic institution and the business events industry. But it's because they understood the knowledge. So part of what I was saying at the beginning is we need to understand the why of what we do. We do trade, people meet because they want to share knowledge. So if we can get closer to that, then our opportunity is then linked to that. We can create the commercial business from that understanding. So this whole office is it's a professional conferencing organization essentially, but it is linked directly to the university, linked to the academics that are in the university, and trying to attract those bids that are linked to that. So the opportunity then for where do we invest, what do we do? Again, we specialize at the heart of where it's already going. We're not trying to reinvent this industry. We're merely trying to understand what drives it, and then we're packaging our opportunities around that. Okay, perfect. I'm not going to go too far into this, but essentially our industry does lack the skill set, and that's another opportunity then to put together training for those specific groups. But the training for the specific groups is not necessarily, let's go train more people in hospitality to just understand how we do conferencing. That's not primarily what's going to enable us to do what we do. We need more business people in our business tourism who can understand indicators of markets that can then identify opportunities, that can then package value propositions to sectors that then we can actually have as part of our organization. That is the value proposition. And then as the rest of the ecosystem, because we are the value chain, we then deliver on that. But our value has got to actually be more aligned to business rather than us as the operational suppliers. So this just maps out, again, where we are in terms of the universities and some of the training that's happening at the universities. Lots still needs to happen, but some of these destinations have more links between the private sector, business tourism, and actually the work that they actually do. So we do need to get more of the academic institutions involved in what we do, understanding this MICE sector so that they train properly. But the truth is actually we also need business students with us, people that understand business and economics with us in order for us to make the case for MICE. So I've got a red indicator and I've got lights. So I think I'm going to leave it there. But essentially, where's the opportunity? I know I'm sitting with a lot of us who are suppliers, and sometimes when I talk about the sectors, and I can see us almost lose what. But the reality is that we know, even sitting here, you know the type of business that you see that comes into your destination. If you really looked at some of the business events that take place in your destination, you'll see that a lot of them are business meetings. That's because your country, your region is strong at certain things. The business people will meet anyway. So whether we are, of course we can attract more of them by packaging and speaking to them in a way that they understand, but we cannot do that if we currently do not understand the underlying drivers of why do they meet. And that is actually they're trying to grow their businesses fundamentally. We cannot talk to, somebody said healthcare earlier, we cannot, without understanding actually what is the value proposition for any healthcare congress to come to Kenya or a particular region. So we need to package that. And I think our investment agencies have actually got some of those clear sector priorities, and we need to align with those sector priorities and say what are the types of meetings, events, exhibitions that we're actually going to bring that do that, or how are we going to partner with event organizers across the continent that are already doing that. That's the opportunity. It's to actually partner where the money is already going. We're not inventing an industry. Our industry supports the business case of the other subsectors within our economy. So thank you very much, everybody.
Please put our hands together again for Londi, for exposing us to the opportunities available in our industry. And now, after we've learned about the opportunities available, we're going to see how we can build investment pipelines. The next session is going to be moderated by Rachel Mutoga, excuse me for the pronunciation. She's the CEO and founder of Opa Services. She drives innovation by integrating technology to support industries, including MICE. She's a lawyer and policy expert. She has shaped Africa's digital economy and private sector growth, earning recognition as a top 40 under 40, so yes, she's under 40 leader, and the International Olympic Committee trophy for the Africa Awardee. As she comes on stage, can you please put our hands together? And the African women in the room, can I please hear the ululations, please? Please, for a sister. I'm not hearing them. Karibu, Rachel. I will request you to sit on that side. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And I'm really excited to hear my ululations again. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for coming and joining us this session. I do realize that we are on the 1 o'clock point, but I intend to ensure that we have the most exciting, practical, and engaging session as we go forward. As you've heard, my name is Rachel Muthoga. I run OPA Services. We're a systems integrator, and so we seek to support the MICE industry through tech. I have an exciting team of experts. And one of the things that we say, because I've worked in the private sector association space, is that many times business and private sector don't think that government is hearing them, isn't it? Would you agree as business people? Sometimes we feel like we are saying things and government is not hearing it, isn't it? Today we do have a session that brings together government and private sector representatives to speak about the challenges, but also the answers as we seek to build pipelines and to respond to the opportunities that exist for us to invest. I'd like to invite my team to come up. I'd like to invite Judith Omachar. She's the Deputy Director, Business Development and Advisory. Let's give her a round of applause. At the Kenya Development Corporation. Please have a seat. I'd also like to invite Samantha Muna. She is the Managing Director, Trianum Hospitality Kenya. Round of applause for her. I'd like to invite Laban Boro, representing Kenya Investment Authority. A round of applause for him. We have Davendra Ashar, who is the Group General Manager, Panari Hotel and Resorts. Round of applause as he comes up. And lastly, and definitely not the least, Imran Shah, who is the founder and CEO of Destination Plus in the UAE. So as we start this conversation, thank you, and as I situate myself, what we've seen from this presentation that Londi has amazingly led us through is that there are opportunities, isn't it? We've seen the opportunities that exist across Africa. I'd like to request Samantha to start our conversation and just tell us, as we speak here in Kenya, what opportunities exist in the infrastructure for MICE, and let us know what the gaps are.
Good afternoon. To start off, let me start by introducing myself. I've been in the hospitality segment for 30 years, and half that time I've been working on hotel investments across US, Europe, and now here in Africa, with a strong focus on Middle East as well, the linkages between Middle East and Africa. So one of the things that we are currently looking at, or one of the things that we do, is when we're doing feasibility studies, we always look and see what are the trends, what do the reports tell us, where do we see the trends, where do we see the opportunities. And this is something that we collate a lot of information. I can see my colleague that I work with, Kathy Gashie, who we also do feasibility studies with. And one of the things that we track, and we share a lot of information, is where is the pipeline growing? Where are the new hotel investments growing? What size of hotels? When we look at hotels, it's not one size fits all. There's leisure hotels and there's business hotels. For the purposes of this summit, we look at business hotels. Now, with those business hotels, we look at what's the existing supply, what's the hotel size, what's its positioning in terms of rate segment, from economy to budget. You've got your mid-market, upscale, upper upscale, and luxury. So where is that hotel segment coming in? What exists? Where is that gap? And we're always doing this analysis to look. We do it ourselves locally, but we also partner with entities, for international entities that do research, like Smith Travel Research. STR gives us a good feel about supply and demand, occupancies and average rates, and revenues per available room. And this information is quite important for any accommodation provider who wants to add new supply into the market. So if you're thinking of investing in a hotel, if you're thinking of adding a hotel into a market, this information becomes quite important. So we look at a forecast of supply. We also look at demand trends. I like the report that was shared just before this session. And we start to look and see where is the demand, what's happening with that demand. Are we able to sustain the demand? Do we see gaps? Is it seasonal? Is there what you call latent demand that hasn't been tapped into? And is there unaccommodated demand? And one of the things that we found in Nairobi today, and a big gap that we have, and I think it was already presented before, is larger venues that can hold 2,000 or more delegates and the accommodation that goes alongside that. And it's great that we're having the new Bomas International Convention Center under construction, but the question is then, where's the accommodation? You know, if we have an event of 2,000 people out there, where's the accommodation? And so we start to identify those niche gaps and say, okay, if this convention center comes up, say in the next 3 to 4 years, how many hotels are we going to have in that area? And how are those hotels going to cater for the demand that is there? So we look at supply side and demand side and try and identify the gaps so that when we are advising investors as to where to add their hotels, we can then tell them these are the gaps and this is where we see. But one important thing that I want to identify is that while we always look at Nairobi as the business segment, and it's great that it was identified that that's where business happens, we do have double the number of hotel beds or hotel rooms in the coast region than we have in Nairobi. So it's very interesting that domestic, small association meetings, domestic meetings always find their way down to the coast, whereas our international events, we host them here in Nairobi.
That's really useful. Thank you so much for those insights, just understanding the differences between Nairobi and the coast, and therefore the opportunities that that presents. Allow me to bring in Devendra Shah. He has allowed us to call him Dev. And Dev, just let us know, I mean, with your experience through the Panari Hotel, what does it take for businesses that are sitting here and that are thinking, I would like to have a conversation with a funding partner around investment in my business? How would you guide us in terms of just navigating those conversations?
Thank you. My name is Devendra Asher. I'm the Group General Manager for Panari Hotel and Resorts. We have 3 properties. 2 of them are related to MICE as well. One can host up to 1,000 people, and the other one can do for 300. I think from my experience, I've been 2 decades in the hospitality industry. What I see for the MICE growth, I think the factors which people should take into consideration when you want to package, whether you want to have an investor for your business or whether you want to expand, I think it is important, the 3 critical factors for an investor to look at. So even when you are looking at as an owner or as a manager, you need to look from the investor's point of view. What is the investor looking at? When he wants to invest into this business, what is he going to look for? And I think the first and foremost, a very important point for an investor is ROI, that is return on investment. So a first question an investor would ask, if I invest today at $10 million, when and how am I going to get it back? I think that's a very critical question. So for any investor or to make a decision, he needs to know, how am I going to work on my ROI? So as an owner or as a business manager, how you want to pitch it? What is ROI? If I'm going to invest this, when am I going to get it back? So this depends on several factors. It's your occupancy, it is your ADR, it is your EBITDA, it is your GOP. It is based on several factors. That one would be taken into consideration by an investor. An investor is not looking at a single source of income. So for somebody to invest, he cannot just see maybe your occupancies have been growing month by month, year by year, so there is an investment trend. What your investor is also looking at, your diversified revenue streams. As much as you have an occupancy, do you have a diversified revenue stream? How well are you doing in MICE? How are you doing well in events, exhibitions? How well are you doing in terms of other sources of income? So if maybe for one or the other factor you do not get your occupancies right, will the business survive? Am I investing from the long-term perspective? So for example, they would look for a fixed income. Every different business will have a different sources of income. Do you have a rental income? Do you have anything unique which is based for your property, which can drive the MICE business? For example, for our property, we have a unique ice skating rink, which is the only rink in the entire East and Central Africa. Nobody has invested in an ice rink for the last 20 years. So how do we take advantage of such uniqueness? We are not just using that uniqueness to drive revenues from the domestic market. We are able even to host international events at our scale with the size of our hotel capacity. So we are hosting the Canadians who are coming to play the world team and the Kenyan team here with the accommodation, and now we have thrown in for them a safari. So with a small uniqueness, we have opened a segment which was not there. This year we have pitched to an Alaska team. The Canadians have been coming, so now we have an Alaska team which we have pitched, which is coming in 2026. So they are going to come here for 9 nights. So that one gives you business in terms of your rooms, it gives you in terms of your rink, in terms of your F&B, and also now, because we have a resort property and they do not want to go to Mara, we have also pitched our other property. So I think as an owner, you need to look at what uniqueness you have. And that, I think, that is what should come into a pitch. Because to an investor, numbers do matter, but your numbers have to speak. If your numbers do not speak, you just show a trajectory increase 10% year on year, 15% year on year, and you do not have assumptions, you do not have a story, you do not have an underlying thing to tell, an investor will not be keen into your investment. So I think ROI, I would insist, is a very key factor for any investor. Moving on from ROI, what they are looking at is how are you benchmarking yourself? Who are your competitors? If I'm going to invest into yours, are you doing inclined with your competitors? Are you there or you are not there? So that factors you have to take into consideration into your pitch when you are pitching to an investor. Second thing, I think these days, which is very important, I think we have been talking about it in this session from yesterday, sustainability. I don't think sustainability is any longer a charity, is not longer any luxury, is a non-negotiable thing. It's actually a business strategy disguised as green. So it's no longer a marketing tact or this. Sustainability is a must. So for an investor, he needs to see how you have incorporated sustainable practices within your business. Because for them to have a long-term viability, and if you have not focused sustainability factors into your business, it will be a no-go zone. Because every investor will look, where do I see this business 5 years down the line, 10 years down the line? And if you have not incorporated these sustainability features into your business, it would be challenging for him. Why am I saying that? This is like, sustainability is like you are going on a diet, but you will see the results when your numbers comes up. So you will see a reduction into your power bills, in your water conservation bills, in your waste management strategies. Your operating expenses will automatically come down. This will have a net effect on your GOP as well as EBITDA. So that's why I say sustainability is no longer a choice, it's mandatory. For any investor, if he has to invest today into a project, he will look into the sustainability. You can start from one sector to move to another. Not necessarily everything you can incorporate in day one, but they have to see how you are putting in efforts. Number 3, which I would look at from the investor's point of view, they would like to, these days, because I think the brands are going into Kenyan market and also as well as into Africa market. So if you are in a competitive environment, an investor also would look, are you branded? Are you, what sense would give them, are you branded? That one will give you a passport to an international business. Before even your door is ready, you are exposed to a global market. The people can start coming in. They can start expecting a certain standards of services within your property. You might be a 4-star, you might be a 5-star, you might be rated by TRA, my colleague who is here. But when you go to an international front, when you are going for an international expos, you want to pitch that you are a 4-star, 5-star property, they would look for an international brand. That one will ease up to open you the doors which are not there before. It might give you a more higher ARR, and it will also open a door for you which never existed. So I think a brand and an operational excellence, the people behind who are managing them is also very important. So when people come in, they want to do an investment, it's not that the show was run in a haphazard manner. So I think these are the 3 critical factors which I would say investor would look at. If you do your ROI right, I think 50% of the game is done. You can do an handshake. If you are on the sustainability feature, you can smile along with the investor. And I think if you have a brand, that's your business card. So then maybe you can give to an investor, where do you sign?
Wow, thank you so much. And those are really practical things that you can follow, isn't it? A great checklist that I believe we can utilize. Imran, I'd like to bring you into this conversation. And just to preface this by saying that one of the objectives of this gathering is that we would be able to come up with some of the policy proposals and practical, tangible things that we would ask of the government officials on this forum that I have yet to give the mic. But Imran, as you're responding, just let us know, because you run a business you run a group of companies that looks at investment in other countries. And so we'd like to hear from you as someone who's looking at the Kenyan market. What are the criteria that you'd use in determining whether or not you want to come here, either as a business or to partner with one of our local businesses? And as you do that, just give us some examples about some of the things that you've seen done in other economies that are supporting this work.
Thank you very much. Again, I'll introduce myself. My name is Imran Shah. We are based, or I'm based in UAE, Dubai, but I have businesses in UAE since 2007, and we have grown into Saudi Arabia, and actually we are one of the largest technical and modular companies, and for events and for many luxury camps in Saudi Arabia. We are also investing ourselves in sustainable energies, so that's actually ongoing process, and we are still on test and trial projects. So I had a lot of things to say regarding what, in fact, I have invested in total of 5 countries till date, and I had to pull out investment from 2 countries because of challenges that I faced after investment. So I just want to highlight those because I just wish that any other country that any investor would come, they don't face those challenges. One of the biggest challenges that is faced is the transparency from the government. When an investor or a foreigner who will invest in a country, what are the easiest way to get the business up and running? And there should not be any investment trap. I mean, one of where currently also I'm facing in one of the countries that I've invested, that investment trap. They make it look so easy, and you get in, you invest, and then the moment you start to do your business, and there are a lot of new regulations just change overnight. And then that encourages them to then, no, you caught a fish, yeah, you caught few fishes, but they will tell other fishes, don't come here, don't do businesses here, this is not going to do you any good. So this is very, very important, a transparency from the government for the foreign investor, that this is a step A, B, C, in easiest process to invest, and here we are here to support you, because any investment will definitely look into an ROI within 3 to 5 years. So a long-term commitment is needed from the government for the investor, their families, and everything they're going to do. Obviously, to empower the local entrepreneurs, anybody who's doing businesses with a very small investment, to government to support them, also make their life easier so that they can do business with the investors, because nobody's going to come in with manpower to do business here. They will come in with the investment. They need a local talent. But if the local talent are not equipped and trained, then they will have difficulties also to run their business. Second, most important thing is the process of when somebody's going to invest, like a person like myself, if I'm going to invest, I want to be here. I want to make it my second home. I want to have my family here, or I would like to live here. I would like to have my life settled here. So how would I do that? What is my long-term commitment from the government, and how long can I stay here? All of those matters, and inheritance is a matter, because you see somebody is going to invest, how long can I run this business? Can my next of kin take over and still enjoy the same facilities that I'm benefiting from? Those are the concepts. And very, very important is the cross-border. I mean, I'm not just talking about Kenya as a country, but we need to have accessibility to other countries also. If I'm doing business here, I just don't want to do business only in Kenya. I want to attract business from neighboring countries, vice versa, that they want to deal with us. So we need to be able to have this easy access to other countries where within African Union that we can travel and do businesses, bring incoming or outgoing businesses. One of the very good concept, if government could introduce a free zone, because most people would, let's say free zone is one of the, I would say, Dubai or many other countries have done that. The free zone concept has been excellent game, because when they do their hub in a country, but they don't have to pay the tax unless they don't do the business within the country. They bring in the manufacturer, but they send it out. So they don't have to pay the local tax. Yes, if they're doing business within the country, then they pay the local tax. So these are the easy processes if the government emphasizes and to help the the foreign investors, this would really attract a lot of investment within the region. Very important thing is marketing. I was just mentioning some time ago also outside this hall, that marketing is very important. I mean, every time whenever I go to any exhibition where there is an African pavilions or exhibition booths, all you get to see safaris and the tribes, but nobody shows the progress, nobody shows the future of Africa, nobody shows what any of the African countries planning to do with the technologies. It's very, very important that because the world is going so far ahead, and if we are going to still stick to marketing tribes and the natural inhabitants within the land, it won't attract many people to come. So in order to do that, I feel, I think everything that in the previous session has been told, it has to be, I think, investors has to come in, new concept has to come in, technologies has to take a role in the whole system, and that has to be marketed, that we are not just a country, selling our culture, but we're also selling future. We're selling ideas, innovations, and we welcome every single members to come and join us. This could be the way forward. I don't know the current system, what is Kenyan government is offering to the foreign investor, but I think there has to be a clear roadmap when someone can go online and say step 1, 2, 3, and here you go, you're ready to do business. This is something very, very important. I think this should conclude my
Thank
points.
you so much, Imran. And my session is running itself, isn't it? He has asked the question that we have the right person to answer. Laban, thank you so much for representing KenInvest. As you can hear, this is straight from the horse's mouth. What is government doing to support investors who are coming into this economy? And as you answer, I want you to put us in the perspective of someone like Imran, who's coming from outside, but someone like some of Samantha's clients who would be local investors who are looking to also invest here, if we can understand what government is doing for both populations. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to first start by introducing myself. My name is Laban Mburu. I work in Kisumu. I'm the regional manager for the Kisumu regional office, but I also look at what we call the emerging sectors, which include tourism, and that explains why I'm here. Secondly, my CEO was present because he believes in this kind of a conversation. Unfortunately, he had another engagement because you remember the session was meant to run from 12, so he has left the mantle to me. I'll try my best. Coming to what the government is doing. In one of the slides that was just from the presentation that we've seen, you saw a link between the countries that are attracting higher business in maize, and there was a column which had an investment promotion agency. If I pick on Egypt, it had GAFI, that is General Authority on Investment Facilitation. Across the world, investment promotion agencies, they play a very critical role because we have the mind of the private sector. Our thinking is that we represent the private sector in government. We are government funded, yes, but we understand all the pain points that are being talked. It is the reality that today an investor would want to come to Kenya, and the first hurdle they find is at the airport, an immigration hurdle. From a perspective of marketing, the first impression, you can't make it twice. If they are coming to invest $100 million, they start getting negative attitudes. And because of the competitiveness nature, maybe they go to their phone, they see Rwanda has a better promise. So they come to Kenya, dine for 2 days, and relocate to. You go to Rwanda Investment Board, you get a red carpet, and then you get convinced, and you do your dollars there. Again, back to the presentation. If you remember, I saw Rwanda is at 14 million vis-a-vis our population, but look at the business they are taking. And I was asking my colleague there, In fact, I should ask her to stand, Helen from Tourism Regulatory Authority. And now this is where I want to bring the point of what we are doing. Because of understanding that pain points, Ken Invest has two strategies we have implemented. Number one is the sector strategy. So today, if you are in this room and you have a project in the tourism sector, and I want you to put us to test. After this meeting, come to us, test us. In the next forum, report the experience you got. We have that pipeline mechanism of onboarding a project from idea to implementation. Are free of cost. We don't even charge for our services. What do we have at that one-stop center? Because I said we know the pain points. We have pain points at getting the work permits. We have pain points at maybe sometimes connecting to power. Sometimes we have issues to do with Kenya Revenue Authority. So all these institutions, they have onboarded us. So you'll find them speaking an investment language from one place. And interestingly, we've gone digital. We have got what we call the Kenya Investment Single Window. So that even in China, even in South Africa, even in Kisumu, you'll be able to get to that portal and start transacting without experiencing the pre-investment costs. And those are some of the practical ways we are making it easier. Because the challenge, and I think you'll agree, dear listeners, the challenge we have in Kenya is information gap. We have a lot of information mismatch, which belongs into different departments. So what we are trying to do is to consolidate that at Ken Invest. Today, I have almost over 50 projects within the tourism sector space which want to go to completion. But they have a lot of issues. There are those with policy issues. There are those looking for incentives. There are those looking for funding. So we look at your project depending on what uniquely is needed by you. But before we go to funding, and I think the previous speaker said, bankability of a project is now what will attract the support, either from a government point in terms of incentive or from funding. Everybody in that sector is looking to make a return. The government wants to facilitate you to make the business so that you can pay your corporate tax. The facilitators within the financial sector want you to invest so that they can get business. You can open an account with them. At Ken Invest, we have two parameters. But one is we want to create jobs for our young people. That is what I'm judged with. So how then do we get the job created through a chain or a facility if we are putting roadblocks on the middle? So we have got over 15 institutions working together. And we are doing this day by day to facilitate your projects. One, it can be purely private sector driven. And I want at this point to clarify, we don't discriminate between foreigners and our citizens. It's very clear. It is only on the amount of capital that you are inputting. In fact, for local investment, we require partly 100,000. 100,000 US dollars. It's 10 million Kenya. No, it's actually 100. I'll confirm the figure. But for FDI, it must be a minimum of 100,000 US dollars for us to open a file, so that we don't say that we are facilitating briefcase investors. So that from there we go and do their work permit. But for me, I have to see how many jobs they are creating. And I have to go to the field to see the jobs. And then we give them what we call the investment certificate. So in what we call the investor journey, in any of you with a project, you come to us, we'll onboard you at whatever point, but we'll only give you a certificate when you have complied sustainably with the environment, with all the regulatory approvals, and then you have opened the business, and I can see some Kenyans are working there. And then finally, because I'm seeing time is running, I want to talk about the sector. What we are doing in sectors, we are looking for projects, government to business, what we call the PPP, and purely private sector. So let's say you want to build a hotel in Kisumu. I get these kind of things. Someone comes to the office, I want to put a 5-star hotel in Karachuonyo. use that one. So the person comes, what do you have? Piece of land, 5 acres. And no experience in running a hotel. I mean, you don't even know a 5-star hotel in that space. We have talked about sustainability. And now that's where she would come in. Is that idea viable? Now, to get the viability, to do a serious feasibility test, they need funding. And I can tell you here now, even for the county-driven projects, if we have people from counties here, what we are having are basically concepts and ideas. Few of those ideas have been taken through bankability test, a serious feasibility study, which requires funding. So one of the things we must come out to, how are we going to even support projects, especially SMEs, to have some soft landing to do feasibility, some funding of some sort, and also for some counties, they can be able to allocate some funds so that when a project comes for promotion, it is a well-documented and viable. That is now what my colleague was talking about, the return on investment, because the people coming, they know about the sector. So then at Ken Invest, we look at the policy issues. First, what we call the facilitation. We handhold you. You need a permit, you need a license. I will work with you. We'll knock doors so that we can address the transparency and the governance issue. See, tunazijua, you know those, man. So that's how we operate. And as I said, you can test us. You can go to the website now. You can bring a project. In the next meeting like this, I think KTB is having a meeting in 3 weeks' time. You can share your experience there. I want to stop there for now.
Thank you. A round of applause, isn't it? We've learnt about the Kenya Investment Single Window. Let's take him up on his challenge. Let's go online. Let's look at it. Let's see if it works so that we can be able to give them feedback. Yes, go ahead.
Just 1 minute. No, there is something also called the e-opportunities. If you go to our website, you'll see the opportunities available in Kenya. I think now they're almost over 54 billion in various stages. Some of them are from you, some of them from county government. We have profiled them and we have put them for uptake by investors. Sometimes you find an investor onboarding, and that's where now the issues of the joint ventures, partners, they emanate from there, because there is a way we counter-check. The only challenge is some of them, they have not gone through the whole feasibility. So we put a caveat there. And then we have the e-regulations, so that if you are coming from South Africa, or Dubai for that matter, you don't have to come to Kenya to know what do I need to do business. Go to the website. We have told you, if you go to Kisumu today, you'll see it there. You start there. If you want to construct your hotel, you start here. This is the process. It will take 3 days. You will pay this much. In fact, we have put for you a picture. You are going to be served by John. That is assuming they are not going to be sacked in the next few days.
Thank you, thank you. I think that's another practical thing that we can do, look up those opportunities and see where we can match them. But actually, he's raised one of the key issues. You've talked about the cost of feasibility, but then we know that generally all projects, be they infrastructure, be they of whatever nature, there is financing that will be needed. And many times the type of financing that we need or the backing that we need is really largely to de-risk it so that you can increase its feasibility rating so that it looks like it's a project that can come to life. I'd like to bring in Judy into this conversation. As the KDC, the Kenya Development Corporation, what are you doing? And also, let us know what facilities are available that we can consider and take up. And if we see those facilities, how would we be able to engage with them?
Well, thank you very much. Now, maybe I'll just also introduce Kenya Development Corporation so that we know which institution we are talking about. So Kenya Development Corporation is a development finance institution. Actually, it's the premier development finance institution here in Kenya. It was set up actually to catalyze investments in the country through provision of financing and advisory services. Now, maybe I'll just briefly mention the sectors of focus for KDC right now, and then you'll see the reason why I'm bringing in the aspect of sectors. Now, currently, KDC focuses on 6 main sectors, which are actually very catalytic in the country in terms of the kind of investment and the impact that they generate in the country. So we are in manufacturing, we are in post-harvest management, we are in tourism, and that's why we're actually here, because we also want to catalyze developments in the tourism sector. We are in ICT space, digital and creative. We are in the health sector, and also we are in, which one have I not mentioned? And also climate change. So we support green investments, and this cuts actually across sectors. This has no boundary on sectors. We've talked about issues of sustainability, as our good friend from Panari has mentioned about issues of sustainability. So one of the ways of actually ensuring sustainability is ensuring that you're taking care of your environment, even within the tourism sector. Now, how KDC supports investments in this particular sector? As I said, we support you through provision of, we fund you loans, and KDC can also actually take up equity investment. In fact, KDC has a number of equity, has invested in equity in a number of hotels as well. So where you've had government has shareholding, KDC is the one that is actually invested in those areas. So we would like to catalyze, or would like to support investments across the entire value chain within the tourism space. And hence the reason why we are here, because there's now that, there's opportunity that is available for business tourism. Before, of course, when it came to tourism, we were talking more about leisure. Yeah, but now we've seen with MICE, we can be able to actually, and it's really something that is growing worldwide. And this is, and the importance of MICE cannot also be, cannot be overemphasized, because you are also actually catalyzing other sectors or other businesses. Because as you're bringing together maybe investors in a particular sector, let's say if it is manufacturing, maybe in steel sector, for instance, just giving an example, or you're bringing the health people in one room, you're actually catalyzing that sector as well. And for that, KDC would really want to support. And the major, of course, our major support is in terms of loans. We will give you loans, and they are concessionary loans. Because we are a development finance institution, ours is not just the profit motive. Of course, we want to also operate sustainably, but the most important thing is that the business that we're investing into, for KDC to be able to operate sustainably, that business also has to be sustainable. I think we've already been told what you require or what we look at. And actually what the investor looks at is what KDC also looks at. So those opportunities will subject them to an appraisal process. And if you're convinced that this business is actually sustainable, it's not just a one-off thing you're doing right now, maybe like if you're organizing events, you're just doing this one event and you have no plans of how are you then subsequent events, and you've maybe created investments into that space. So we'll finance the infrastructure, we'll finance the working capital, and for us as KDC, it does not matter whether you're an existing business or you're starting up, because we believe that there's still room for more investments in the country. And competition is good, because then it makes us become more competitive even globally. So we will support that business as long as we can be able to prove the business case. Now, for our advisory services, so we will also walk with you the journey, because if you come to us as an investor, and probably you've come from Laban and you've identified investments, and you come to us, we will still work with you to ensure that that business case is sound, is foolproof. It has been well thought through, and by the time you're putting our investments into it, and you're also putting your investments into it, because we're sharing those risks, is something that is actually not going to be a white elephant. So for our advisory services, we will assist, we will guide, we will support the investor to just be able to especially in terms of preparation of your feasibilities and for your business plans. We will work with you through that and support you in that. And KDC does have guides. We've actually prepared guides that will support you as an investor. If you are a startup, you require a feasibility study. You must do a feasibility study. And we've developed a guideline for how to prepare feasibility studies, what information you need to put in. If you're doing an expansion or you want to, you already have an existing facility and you want to expand into this space, then at least we need some business plan. And we have all the requirements. For us as well, you can go online onto our website, and you can be able to apply. You'll see the details of all the information that you require to give us, so that we can be able to evaluate your proposal and see whether it's a proposal that merits financing or something that we can be able to partner with you in this. And within this space, I'm hoping that seated in this room, there are investors in this space of MICE, and you'll be able, and feel free to contact us at KDC so that we can be able to see and review your project and see how we can be able to partner together and work in this. So I think, let me make it short that way.
Thank you, Judy. Let's give her a round of applause. Am I living up to my promise about practical solutions? Am I? Yes, because I believe that, we were told by Ken Invest about the importance of the feasibility, and we recognize that it's a cost, but we see that KDC is also offering advisory services that can be able to help you to be able to put together that feasibility study so that you can then be able to have reasonable conversations with potential partners and investors. Now, I can see I have about 15 minutes left for my speaking time, but I would love to give a chance for any questions from the floor. Do I have any questions from the floor? So that we can be able to take the last round from each of them. Yes, I can see one right here in front. If you can assist me with a mic. Just help. Yes, we'll donate our mic to you. Please let us know your name and also your question.
Good afternoon. My name is Mlemo Mongwa. I just wanted to make an appeal. I think we've had conversations around investing, and everything is infrastructure and, tangible. Is there, anybody from the panel can take this, anybody looking at financing the actual events? Because I think event financing is quite a major component if we're going to grow the MICE sector. Because to build an event, some events take up to 3 years to sell, to promote. So from an entrepreneur point of view, a feasibility can be done, but not on physical infrastructure. It will be, we're planning to host the World Cup in such and such a year. This is what we need to promote, to pay the overheads. Is there something that is considered? And this is something that can go from all the perspectives. Just looking at the potential of MICE, but from a perspective of the non-tangibles. Thank you.
Okay, I see Imran, you have your hand up to respond. Dev, if you could share.
Just maybe also the element of innovation for MICE. We do have innovation hubs.
Yes.
Looking at even sustainable innovations for the MICE industry. So there's away from the physical infrastructure, there's also digital infrastructure that is relevant for MICE. So probably thinking about financing models for that.
Right. Actually, answering her questions, I come from events and MICE background, and this has been all my life. You can say now it's been 32 years in this industry. So one of the things that we have done is organize some of the largest conferences, incentives, exhibitions across UAE, Oman, and Saudi Arabia. And I have been, let's say, from my job until my business, key planner and marketing those concepts and bringing international crowds. And answering a question, yes, I'm just going through while we were having this discussion into the website. Basically, a company like an event organizers or a tourism company, they may not potentially show any proof of, let's say, $100,000 investment because you're not manufacturing or not putting up a factory or neither putting up a resort. It's more of a service-oriented industry where you have a trade license, you have your basic setup, and you have a team, and you run business, and this not really doesn't cost. Yes, in these sectors, in other examples that I can share is like in a country like Saudi Arabia, they tell you after 2 years, please show us your revenue, what have you done in 2 years, and if you are going over, let's say, $1 million, then you are certified as a small company, or if you go $2 million or $10 million, then you are medium company or a corporate company. So it goes that way. But in a small company, if I think the Kenyan Investment Authority allows that sector to be more of license-oriented expenses, and then have the team and then come up with a concept that can develop exhibitions and events in every field, for that matter, for be it education, be it health, internationally. I'm not just talking about locally or regionally or the continent-wise, for that matter. Yes, I would love to, let's say, come and invest here if I get the opportunity, and if my setup process is easier. And because for me, I have been observing last couple of days that I've been here, and I see there's huge potential that I can bring in with the knowledge that I have, even with the sustainability in the energy, because that's one of the things that I've been working so last 3-4 years, and I invested a lot of money experimenting lots of technologies, how we can overcome even the issues of power, for that matter, and things like that. Cheaper solutions that should not really cost people or the businesses a lot of money to invest in. So there's a lot of ideas that we can bring in, but it all depends on how a initial startup can be, because I need to test and try. Am I going to survive here for 1 year, or if I'm just going to lose my $100,000 after a year and I have to pack up and go? This is very, very important. The confidence is very important for an investor.
Thank you. I know Judy also wants to come in. Samantha, are you interested in the same question? Judy, proceed, and then we'll also ask Samantha.
Yes, so for our good lady here who's asking about financing of events, as KDC we can structure financing of events for you. This would basically be a working capital. If you're not investing in any infrastructure and yours is just to organize the events, the only thing we'll have to work with you have to give us that concept. We would want to see how that financing you will enable that whatever you're going to do will bring back that money. So if we can be able to do that, we can structure a facility that then repayment cycle works with your event, so that it's a fairly short term, but something that then supports you. And for KZ, yes, I think the reason why I was mentioning the sectors where KDC is in, and we say digital. So, I mean, the world is going digital. So if, for us, we are happy with, digital solutions coming up for the sectors. So if an investor in the, a digital investor in this space, or coming up with a digital solution for this space, we'll be happy to talk and support them as KDC.
Great. Samantha?
I just wanted to highlight that we're sitting at the KICC, but KICC has a dual mandate. One mandate is to actually manage the facility that we're in, but the second mandate is actually to coordinate national events. So you talked about something like, World Cup. So they would have the mandate to coordinate an event that has that significant exposure of the country. So you can actually approach KICC and they can help you coordinate a large event that takes up capacity across multiple entities. They would then step into their role as a Convention and Visitors Bureau, and they would help coordinate all the different facets. They may not finance it, but they can help with the coordination bit of a large citywide event.
Thank you. I see one question at the back. If you could assist her with a mic.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
My name is Jane Wachwenge, the Chief Officer for Tourism, Trans Nzoia County. And with me, I have my Waziri, Chanel Kitonyi, if she can raise up her hand. Thank you. Now, my question is to KDC. As you are aware, you've taken the running of the Mount Elgon National Park. So, my question is, how are the long-term benefits of the people of Trans Nzoia, putting in mind that our culture is our heritage? Thank you, Madam.
Thank you, Jane. That's, a very specific question to KDC. Like I mentioned earlier, KDC also has investments. We have equity investments within the hotel sector. So Mount Elgon Lodge is one of the investments that we have that is in Trans Nzoia County. So obviously, like you say, that is a heritage, and what we are trying to do as KDC, we are trying to actually just revitalize that lodge and focusing on that aspect, and also sports tourism that we want to try and promote in that area. Mount Elgon Lodge sits on a very big acreage. I don't have the specific, because I did not know a specific question would arise. I don't have the specific acreage, but it's very big and very ideal for sports, and it's a cultural tourism site as well. So we are working together with the county, and we are actually also looking for investors to come and partner with us to promote it along that route. So definitely it will support the people of the county. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And now with only 5 minutes on the clock, I want to make sure that as we are meeting the objectives of this discussion, we're also meeting some of the policy advocacy issues that would be able to support this work going forward. Samantha, allow me to bring you in, and also Dev, because I think we've had quite a number of proposals from Imran. Could you give us some of the things that would happen in the policy environment that could make your work easier and that could allow you to be even stronger as you're supporting companies to attract investment?
So one of the things that we've realized in our company, we have a dual mandate. We do advisory and we also do operations of facilities for those who don't have the capability. And one of the things we've realized that continuously has come up in many hotel forums and in many hotel association forums is the amount of licensing that's required to be able to operate a hotel. I think, Hasnain, you can agree with me on the same. You're looking at anywhere between a dozen or so licenses that you need to have in order to operate a hotel successfully or a hospitality investment. And so that's one of the areas where we find that when we do a feasibility report and we list them out for owners, they actually get quite taken aback as to how much they have to spend and how much time has to go into getting all these licenses and permits that are required from a national level and from a county level. And then the worst part about it is that it's annual. It's not a one-time thing. So you will get the ones for investment, and those are few, but annually you have to continuously renew these 12 licenses and permits, and there's quite a bit of overlap, and I think we've addressed that many times in many hotel forums and hotel association forums.
Thank you. I think we had partnerships with KDC as well as in the past, so we have done a PPE with them. So we have engaged them. I think what I would like to know from my colleague here from Ken Invest, if we have already 54 billion of project which is investable by the local investors or the foreign investors, I mean, this is a right platform. I would have appreciated these projects would have been shown here. And also, I think I attended an Africa Hospitality Investment Forum some 3 years ago. This was done by an event company by London. If we have this much investable projects within Kenya or Africa, what are we doing with our colleagues from other African countries? And somebody to come for an investment forum organized by somebody in Europe or London, and we have investable projects, why do we give them our cup of cake? As much as you have an online platform, is there awareness among the industry about these projects, about this thing? And maybe the communication he talked about, maybe we would like to know how between now, end of the year, and in next year, what is there for the investors? Thank you.
I can take that. And now, also towards what the lady asked about the issues of financing the events, today you must be very innovative so that you have the theme of the event can get you a sponsor or a partner. Today, if you are theming around, I'll give you 2 areas which are almost, if in the news, blue economy, and sometimes not even blue, but blue economy and green financing, climate issues. Now, if your event, you can bring those components, somehow there will be someone wanting to propagate that theme. That's an innovative way of getting financing. Now, back to my question. I want to make a clarification. The 54 billions I talked about, And these are not Kenya shillings, these are dollars, I think. This is the pipeline. And I want you to understand the pipeline, because if we understand that, we are going to make a difference in this sector. This pipeline has projects from concept to what I call the deal room. Now, deal room is where you're going to sort. She's talked about a reality, because I know I'm on the ground, I work in the counties. The deal room is where we are going to bring high government representation, cross-ministerial, to ask, if you want to create employment for 5,000 Kenyans, and the roadblock is this policy, why can't we do the unlock? That is the question in the day room, which comprises of cross-cutting high government views. And then can invest is to be, we are prosecuting the case on behalf, because we have the pain to show the numbers. If it does not work there, then it will go to higher level, what we call the National Investment Committee. But for me to get you to the deal room, we must get all the elements right. So it is at that point now, we'll start sharing the projects. We'll even make a lot of noise about it. But even as we sit here, I have projects, I have investors looking for investing in this space. They are negotiating with some facilities, but they cannot invest. Looking for 3,000 plus facility for exhibition. Capital is there, and there is no opportunity. You know, sometimes I fail to understand these things. So we are, at some point, we'll prepare a meeting. In fact, in March, we are going to have the Kenya International Investment Conference. Some of these deals are going to be signed there. And before I give the mic, because I see time is over, I would do one of the things we want to do before March, working with all the stakeholders. Because of what I said before, the information gaps, we are preparing an investment pack for the sector. A sector pack for tourism sector. It will have mice, it will have everything. End to end, from opportunities in the counties to the global investors. And in between, you are going to have the policy framework, what are the incentives, what are the roadmap. So I'm inviting us. I don't know how we are going to, as one of the recommendations of this, maybe the organizers can start a place for the conversation, because for me, it's a very quick win. I've seen audience who in the sector, so I'm inviting our suggestion so that we can start building. It is not the usual investment guide. It's a pack speaking to the tourism industry, high value with this project we are talking about, so that when the president goes out there, or another minister, they're talking about real deals which are ready for investment. It's your stories, Ajaba. Sit down.
Thank you so much. And allow me to close this session at that point, isn't it? I think we've got, thank you so much. Let's give them a round of applause. Thank you so much to the panelists. We really appreciate you taking your time, sharing your experiences and also your advice. I think there are clear, tangible things even for the organizers of the event that we can take up and be able to pursue as we go forward, working with government and also with the county governments. Shout out to Trans Nzoia for being here in the room. So thank you so much. I'd like to hand back to the MC. Thank you. Of picture? Okay, let's start for a picture. Could we please put our hands together for the panel? Those were not enough. They discussed amazing opportunities. They dissectified the industry. Can we please put our hands together, especially for Rachel and her panel? I would like to welcome the one and only Madam Kezi to come on stage. And as she comes in front, did anyone see anything in the corner during Londi's presentation? There was like something mice, something investment, something. Did anyone see that in the corner when she was presenting? So I'll invite Kezi to just take us to the next session.
and get geared up even if you're hungry for some event within an event. Karibu, Kezi.
Thank you very much. I know I'm standing between us and lunch, and I'll be very, very quick. That was an excellent panel discussion, was it not? Very, very good information coming from the panel. And what we have, I'm asking Londi to join me here just so that we're able to do this. Just so that we're able to do this. So this is the essence of the Africa Maize Summit, that we are able to identify the gaps, the structural gaps, but that we also fill in the gaps, that we're not just a talk shop, we're not just having conversations around what's not working, but that we're intentional to fill in the gaps. So for a moment, what if we had all the answers? What if, as an industry, we knew what the investment gaps were? What if we were able to point out the solutions? I'm very glad to hear Ken Invest making that commitment on the platform to put together the tourism sector pack that can then guide investors. So we want to take a moment, just a few moments, and just ask that question, what if, together? And the tech team will help us do that.
That trades its goods and services amongst its population of over 1 billion people, with a high standard of living, quality of life, and well-being for all citizens through decent jobs. An Africa with well-educated citizens and skills revolution, underpinned by science, technology, and innovation. Transformed economies and world-class infrastructure, Africa as a major partner in global affairs and peaceful coexistence. Capable institutions and leadership connected, seamlessly collaborating where Africa knows its value as a powerhouse. Africa is meeting, it is building and growing.
That's the question we are asking ourselves. What's next? After this dialogue, after this conversation, we identified 3 strategic pillars in which the Africa Maize Summit functions. We look at opportunities in sustainability, opportunities within tech and innovation, and opportunities in human capital development. There could be other gaps, but those are the 3 that we identified. And what we've done together is to try and scan different markets and put together a report that we want to make available to all of us, which becomes then a conversation starter. As individual governments are beginning to go deep, even as you go deep, Ken Invest, we would have wanted to come behind you, but you know, MIC is private sector driven, and we, private sector, we move like this. So we scanned different markets and put together what we want to share with us. We want to take these moments to launch an Africa Maize Investment Guide. What this does is to give you a resource, all of us. We have over 10 countries represented in this audience. And we've come together. In fact, we call ourselves, we're like a mice family. Everywhere we go in the different countries, we are always gathering with each other. But we have this one thing in common. We don't have the data. And we are pleading and pushing and hoveling our governments to help us get that data. Secondly, we have investors asking where are the opportunities in MICE. This afternoon, you will see in our digital disruption panel, an investor joining us from Europe. But they are asking, where is the opportunity for us to partner with companies that are interested in MICE tech? What we have lacked is that pipeline. one platform that allows us to pipeline that. So we are going to move on stage, help us count down. This thing doesn't answer all the questions, but it starts a conversation. And that's what we want to do. Use this platform to start a conversation that we can then all build up on. Can you help us count down? I know you're hungry, but I hope that you can do this with us, okay? Okay, is it in eternity or is it now? Oh, good. There we are. 8. You guys are awesome. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you very much. So, thank you. So,
Let's get together to the cha-cha-cha. Cause there's a celebration, Africa. Rafiki Jambo.
Please stand up and dance. Let's join them. Just stand up and dance on your chair. We're celebrating. Let us see the Africans in the room dance. I'm not seeing people dance in the room and sing. Let's get the room hyped. I'm not seeing Kezi herself and Londi dance. Londi, some Zulu moves, please, as we celebrate. Yay! Vigelegele women in the room.
We can go down to Africa and sing along on the equator. Don't you worry about nothing, Hakuna Matata. We can go down to Africa and sing along on the equator.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm not seeing you dance.
Africa.
We won't go for lunch.
I just wanna let you know. Let's get together to the cha-cha-cha. Cause there's a celebration, Africa. Rafiki Jambo, Jambo Bwana, Abarigani, Uzuri Sana.
all right, thank you very much. So we do have a very bulky report, and we are going to avail that, and you can access, actually maybe we'll just share the link, perhaps, and you can log in and access. Like I said, this is a starting point for the industry. It is by no means the end of it. It is a starting point to provoke us as a continent to get serious about data, because we need data so that we are able to make data-driven decisions. So we've scanned through, as a starting point, 16 markets in Africa that you can begin to look through and then help us over time fill in the gaps. And lastly, as I yield the mic, we put together the magazine. Please just have a seat for a moment. So they're going to put up the QR code for the It's a Mice World magazine. That magazine is very specific to this conference. And what we did was to put together all the different organizations that are participating here, local facilities. Some of them are in outside of Kenya, in Zambia, in South Africa, all the different mice players. And it's a resource that then allows you to start to see, what does Pride offer in terms of mice? What can you get from Imara? What is there at Eka? What is at Safari Park? You know, who are the different players in the ecosystem who have got something to offer? We have partners outside of Kenya, like iActive.pro, who will be speaking to us this afternoon on tech solutions for mice. We do have Hotel Verde. You heard from them yesterday and what they're doing around sustainability in the hotel space. And they've done an article right there. Again, that's a free resource. Just download it and please begin to interact with some of those partners. The ones that we have featured there, that's an ecosystem that we know are serious about mice and are able to offer the solutions that you may need. That's a resource that you'll find. And then please walk through the exhibition, engage with the players on the floor. These are different organizations that are hosting mice events. We know the capacity of Safari Park Hotel, Panari, and what they've done. Engage and identify opportunities. Let's start to create a mice pipeline right here. Because we say every time we meet, business happens. So let's get meeting, let's get the transactions going. Thank you very much.
Could we please put our hands together for the one and only Casey? Please, I'm not hearing the hands in the room. I won't let you go for lunch. Thank you so much, Casey and Londi, for that beautiful and for pushing through the agenda and making sure we have our own magazine and the guide. Now, I know many are hungry, and it's that time of the day. But before we go, I just have an announcement. Those that are going out for lunch, please come back on time because, I repeat, because in the afternoon, we're going to have a session on the tech revolution in Africa and other opportunities in the mice sector. So you do not want to miss this. We're going to have a session that's going to be talking about strengthening associations as drivers of growth in Africa's business events industry. So you do not want to miss this, and you do not want to miss what the panel, the gold that they have to share. So we're going to break for a networking lunch. As Kezi has been saying, this is not a talk show, it's a business program, and we need to network. So enjoy your lunch. We'll break for an hour. The speakers in the next sessions, please let us meet in the speakers' room for just a briefing. Otherwise, ushers will guide ushers will guide you where to have lunch in case you need to go. We have a place to eat here. They have an amazing menu today, a different menu. So enjoy your lunch and see you in an hour. Back to you, studio. Thank you.
Welcome to the Africa.
At Picha Clear Films, we transform stories into stunning visual experiences. We pride ourselves on offering world-class filming and photography services that resonate globally. Whether it's capturing the essence of a corporate event or producing compelling TV ads, our expert team knows how to frame your narrative perfectly. We specialize in live stream production, ensuring that your moments are shared in real time with unmatched clarity and quality. Our documentaries peel back the layers of your story, diving deep into the heart of what makes you unique. With creativity and precision at the forefront, Picha Clear Films reveals the beauty within your vision. Let us partner with you to create captivating visuals that not only tell your story but engage your audience. Discover the Picha Clear difference and elevate your brand with unparalleled imagery. We are Picha Clear Films. We capture the moments.
Hi, my name is Kevin Munguti, and I'm excited to welcome you to the Africa Mice Conference 2025. This is a space where ideas, innovation, and opportunities in the mice industry come to life. At Woodno Green, we specialize in events branding and fabrication, where we turn ideas into experiences that captivate audiences and also leave a lasting impression. From concept design to production and on the ground execution, we provide end-to-end solutions for event organizers and marketing agencies within East Africa and also across Africa. Our work ranges from creative event branding, stage and booth fabrications, outdoor and indoor signages for offices and various functions, exhibitions, to tailored installations within the industry. What sets us apart is our ability to merge creativity, precision, and sustainability. This ensures that every project is not only impactful, but also environmentally responsible. This year at the Africa Mice, we are not just participants, but we are partners in shaping the future of Africa's event ecosystem. We shall be showcasing innovation, where we demonstrate how fabrication and branding can elevate mice experiences, from large-scale conferences to even the intimate business exhibitions. We will also be championing sustainability, by bringing solutions that align with Africa's push towards the eco-conscious events, where we integrate green materials and practices in our production process. Lastly, we'll focus with big league partnerships, since we understand that conferences is more than a showcase. It's about creating networks, collaborating with industry leaders, exploring how we can collectively make Africa a hub for world-class events. And by plugging into Africa Mice, we aim to show that local creativity and also craftsmanship can match and even exceed global standards. As Africa positions itself as the next frontier for global business tourism, we are proud to be part of this movement. We look forward to connecting with you during the Africa Mice Conference, and we hope that we can be able to collaborate, innovate, and elevate Africa's event industry together. See you at the Africa Mice.
Welcome to the Africa Mice Summit 2025. Today is day one of the summit. We'll be hosting here 500 delegates from across Africa, Middle East, and Europe. The theme of this year's summit is catalyzing trade and investment in Africa through business events. The strategic pillars at the Africa Mice Summit are sustainability, technology, and people. And over the next 3 days, we'll be having conversations around greening the mice industry in Africa. And we have this amazing pledge wall. Participants will be learning the different ways in which they can participate in reducing waste. The other thematic pillar is technology and innovation. We do have an innovation hub where we'll be featuring innovations from our Future Leaders Forum. And then people, talking about certifications, education, and enhancing the human capacity in the events industry.
At Picha Clear Films, we transform stories into stunning visual experiences. We pride ourselves on offering world-class filming and photography services that resonate globally. Whether it's capturing the essence of a corporate event or producing compelling TV ads, our expert team knows how to frame your narrative perfectly. We specialize in live stream production, ensuring that your moments are shared in real time with unmatched clarity and quality. Our documentaries peel back the layers of your story, diving deep into the heart of what makes you unique. With creativity and precision at the forefront, Picha Clear Films reveals the beauty within your vision. Let us partner with you to create captivating visuals that not only tell your story but engage your audience. Discover the Picha Clear difference and elevate your brand with unparalleled imagery. We are Picha Clear Films. We capture the moments.
Hi, my name is Kevin Munguti, and I'm excited to welcome you to the Africa Mice Conference 2025. This is a space where ideas, innovation, and opportunities in the mice industry come to life. At Wood No Green, we specialize in events branding and fabrication, where we turn ideas into experiences that captivate audiences and also leave a lasting impression. From concept design to production and on the ground execution, we provide end-to-end solutions for event organizers and marketing agencies within East Africa and also across Africa. Our work ranges from creative event branding, stage and booth fabrications, outdoor and indoor signages for offices and various functions, exhibitions, to tailored installations within the industry. What sets us apart is our ability to merge creativity, precision, and sustainability. This ensures that every project is not only impactful, but also environmentally responsible. This year at the Africa MICE, we are not just participants, but we are partners in shaping the future of Africa's event ecosystem. We shall be showcasing innovation, where we demonstrate how fabrication and branding can elevate MICE experiences, from large-scale conferences to even the intimate business exhibitions. We will also be championing sustainability, by bringing solutions that align with Africa's push towards the eco-conscious events, where we integrate green materials and practices in our production process. Lastly, we'll focus with big link partnerships, since we understand that conferences is more than a showcase. It's about creating networks, collaborating with industry leaders, exploring how we can collectively make Africa a hub for world-class events. And by plugging into Africa MICE, we aim to show that local creativity and also craftsmanship can match and even exceed global standards. As Africa positions itself as the next frontier for global business tourism, we are proud to be part of this movement. We look forward to connecting with you during the Africa MICE conference, and we hope that we can be able to collaborate, innovate, and elevate Africa's event industry together. See you at the Africa MICE.
Welcome to the Africa MICE Summit 2025. Today is day one of the summit. We'll be hosting here 500 delegates from across Africa, Middle East, and Europe. The theme of this year's summit is catalyzing trade and investment in Africa through business events. The strategic pillars at the Africa MICE Summit are sustainability, technology, and people. And over the next 3 days, we'll be having conversations around greening the MICE industry in Africa. And we have this amazing pledge wall. Participants will be learning the different ways in which they can participate in reducing waste. The other thematic pillar is technology and innovation. We do have an innovation hub where we'll be featuring innovations from our Future Leaders Forum. And then people, talking about certifications, education, and enhancing the human capacity in the events industry.
At Picture Clear Films, we transform stories into stunning visual experiences. We pride ourselves on offering world-class filming and photography services that resonate globally. Whether it's capturing the essence of a corporate event or producing compelling TV ads, our expert team knows how to frame your narrative perfectly. We specialize in live stream production, ensuring that your moments are shared in real time with unmatched clarity and quality. Our documentaries peel back the layers of your story, diving deep into the heart of what makes you unique. With creativity and precision at the forefront, Picture Clear Films reveals the beauty within your vision. Let us partner with you to create captivating visuals that not only tell your story but engage your audience. Discover the Picture Clear difference and elevate your brand with unparalleled imagery. We are Picture Clear Films. We capture the moments.
Zinapata uzima, upepo wa asubuhi, kama kunguru hewani, tunacheza na kuimba, milima na mabonde, mfalme wa usiku, roho yangu itaimba, ngoma zetu tuzameni.
Recording in progress.
Максим, что он сказал? Сейчас как раз этим занимается. Кто-то придет. Что, серьезно ты сейчас? Ну в итоге ты уедешь, не будешь присутствовать. Сколько забирать тебе? Может, ты хочешь. Конечно, почти. Sam, are we the only people who are doing the online presentation, or there were other people who were
Katikati ya nyota, usiku tulivu na sauti, roho inapata
doing the
amani,
same thing?
ngoma hutuleta pamoja.
Чувствую, что мы единственные, кто так.
Tunapita pole pole, mandhari ya kijani kibichi, moyo
Sorry,
unajaa
Maxim.
furaha.
No, I was just wondering if we are the only one who were making online appearance.
Yes, we are the only ones from somebody else of Kanye.
Ngoma zetu tusameni,
Создал его трансляцию, да?
maisha yenye amani. Mwanga wa mwezi wa dhahabu unanielekeza njia, amani inatirika moyoni, ndoto zinapata uzima. Upepo wa asubuhi kama kunguru hewani, tunacheza na kuimba milima na mabonde. Mfalme wa usiku, roho yangu itaimba. Ngoma zetu tusameni, maisha yenye amani. Upepo wa asubuhi kama kunguru hewani, tunacheza na kuimba milima na mabonde. Mfalme wa usiku, roho yangu itaimba. Ngoma zetu tusameni, maisha yenye amani. Maisha yenye amani.
talk about it. Can't keep pretending that we're still in love, still in love. Just call me when you're done, girl. Then I'll be there in a hurry. Oh, you don't want me. 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 You don't want me.
Tingi phambili wena usungibuyisele muva uyangihlanyisa ubaba wengane yami kanti ngithi ngiya phambili wena usungibuyisele muva uyangihlanyisa ubaba wengane yami yongiya phakathi Yongia Pakati, Yongia Pakati. You know what it is what it is. When you do the things you do to me, you make me lose my cool, you make me act a fool. Obanga family. When usungi buyisele muva, uyangihlanyisa ubaba wengane yami, kanti ngithi ngiya phambili. When usungi buyisele muva, uyangihlanyisa ubaba wengane yami. Yongia Pakati, Yongia Pakati, Yongia Pakati, Yongia Pakati. Yongia Pakati, Yongia Pakati, Yongia Pakati, Yongia Pakati. You know what it is what it is. When you do the things you do to me, you make me lose my cool, you make me act a fool. Go bang your family. When usungi buyisele muva, uyangihlanyisa ubaba wengane yami, kanti ngithi ngiya phambili. When usungi buyisele muva, uyangihlanyisa ubaba wengane yami. Yongia Pakati, Yongia Pakati, Yongia Pakati, Yongia Pakati.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon once again. As we're getting geared up to start our afternoon session, I believe some of us have heard about the Wellspring Hub. How many have heard about the Wellspring Hub since we came? Anything Wellspring Hub? Wow, the ones in the room have not heard. So if you resonate with any of the following symptoms that I'm going to say, or situations, you need to visit the Wellspring Hub, which is just the room before this room, and the amazing lady waving her hand there is in charge. So if you resonate with, I have struggled with depression, I have struggled with anxiety, I regularly see a counselor, I have experienced trauma, I have mental health diagnosis, I have been suicidal, I have felt lonely, I have been hopeless, I often feel like I don't fit in, I have been gripped by fear, I have experienced panic attacks, I was raised in a family with unmanaged mental illness, last but not least, I have felt less than or unseen. They even have colors of mental health that resemble the traffic lights. So there's green zone, which is all good or stable mood or feeling hopeful. There's yellow zone, which is sad mood, no pleasure in normal, increased irritability, anger, and having triggers, no energy. Then there's the red zone, which is feeling overwhelmed by feelings, hopelessness, not eating, and not sleeping. So if you resonate with any of these I've just stated, and if you've felt them in your life and you're feeling them now, please visit the Wellness Hub. They will be there to help you and make you feel better and make sure you leave the other zones and you come to the green zone. Thank you. Having said that, the technical team is doing setup, or they're telling me they're ready. So we have some raffle tickets to be won in the room. Did you hear me, Londi? we have some raffle tickets to be won in the room. Exactly. Don't clap until you win. Then when you win, we'll clap for you. So in order for you to get a prize off the raffle tickets, Zuri Events and Partners have created the Green Mice Challenge. Can we have the QR codes? Yes, yes. Thank you. It's on screen now. So as you're seeing, the prizes to be won, 1 night for 2 at Panari, Nyahururu on full board. Do you know what full board means? Do you know what full board means? It's like everything is sorted, so you can imagine. Sunday brunch for 2, tech team. Sunday brunch for 2 at Baleba Restaurant, Movenpick in Residence. This is an amazing brunch that will make you feel refreshed the whole day. And 1 night weekend stay at Trademark Suits at Enaki Town. So Londi, my dear sister from Johannesburg, this is amazing experiences in Kenya. So ladies and gentlemen, please scan the QR code and join the Green Mice Challenge to be able to win a prize. Please scan the QR code and you proceed with whatever they're asking you, question to fill in or details as we prepare to start our afternoon session. Not forgetting our hashtag. When you're social media, please don't forget to hashtag Africa My Summit 2025 or AMS 2025. Please don't forget to tag them. There's the Mice Hub and then there's Zuri Events. And we move on as we continue with the challenge. Those coming in, please join and just scan the QR code and we'll be back soon when the speakers arrive. Thank you.
Buy me love, take me to places I don't know, guide me gently, show me how to love your soul, sing me songs, I'll make the moves, you write the words, we are something extraterrestrial, we cruise. About us, let it go down in history. I'm devoted to your heart, and if they try to have a piece of you, they don't have a clue. I'm a fool that's deep in love. I'm trying or afraid, I'm trying to make a change. I'm a mess when it comes to you. Let it be known to the queen and beyond, baby. Yeah. Buy me love, take me to places I don't know, guide me gently, show me how to love your soul, sing me songs, I'll make the moves, you write the words, we are something extraterrestrial, we groove, baby, we groove. Shokamoshe, that's what he said to me. Rudi nyumbani, doesn't matter what you did. Oh, oh. That's what he said to me. Mina kupenda, doesn't matter what you did. That's what he said to me. Mina kupenda, doesn't matter what you did. Rudi nyumbani, rudi nyumbani. Shokamoshe, shokamoshe, oh. Mina kupenda, mina kupenda. Nigwedete, nigwedete, oh. Rudi nyumbani, rudi nyumbani. Shokamoshe, shokamoshe, oh. Mina kupenda, mina kupenda. Nigwedete, nigwedete, mona, 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 mona. Oh, hey. Mina kupenda, mina kupenda. Mina kupenda. Nigwedete, nigwedete, rudi nyumbani, rudi nyumbani. Shokamoshe, shokamoshe, oh. Mina kupenda, mina kupenda. Nigwedete, nigwedete, mona, 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 mona.
New lamp so you can see me in a new light. Let's trade a bunch of bulbs for moonlight. I know I haven't been my best, but I'll try. I'll try. I'll try to be a bit better and make it through any weather. I know I've been a bit flaky, like the snow, but I wanna grow and work through our problems. It takes two to solve them, and it won't be easy, but believe me, we're gonna buy a new lamp so you can see me in a new light. Let's trade a bunch of bulbs for moonlight. I know I haven't been my best, but I'll try. I'll try, yeah. New lamp so you can see me in a new light. Let's trade a bunch of bulbs for moonlight. I know I haven't been my best, but I'll try. I'll try. I'll try to wash the stain, undo the mess I made. I'll try to light the way. So we see brighter days. See beauty in broken glass, wisdom in our shaky past. Make sure this time we last. Make sure this time we last. So darling, let's rearrange the carpets and then the paint, the keys and the keychain. We feel the change. Maybe with a new light. Someday you might love me, then love me more than before. New light, so you can see me in a new light. Moonlight, I know, but I'll try. So you can see me in a new light. Let's trade a bunch of paths for moonlight. I haven't been my best, but I'll try. I'll try to trade these plastic flowers for real ones. Use elastic hours to heal one. Let's live in the moment and be free is what I'm hoping. We can be forever broken.
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're getting geared up to start our session. Those that just joined us, if you're seeing the QR code, it's the Green Mice Challenge. Please scan to join the challenge because there's an opportunity for you to win something great as the prizes have been listed there. The next panel discussion is going to have a keynote. It's a hybrid keynote. So we're going to have one physical and then one is going to be online. So there's going to be a slight difference. I'm just waiting for the speakers to walk in and the keynote speaker to walk in, and then we begin immediately. Those that are sitting at the back, please move in front if you can. Ushers, please help me move those sitting at the back to the front. We have many empty chairs on the side and in the middle. Thank you.
If you found someone to do, what do I do? If he loves you truly, how could I not love him too? If he improves you more than I used to, hey, I don't want nothing but you. Getting what you need, even if it ain't from me. 'Cause I love you, and what love is, never selfish and of service. 'Cause I love you, and what love is, never selfish and on purpose.
If I said I had to leave you, what would you do? Would you still talk to me? I never want to be cruel to you. I can tell you the truth of what you need to hear. If I had to choose, then what would you do?
Giving it up is not giving up. Giving it up is not giving up.
If I had to break the news, is it when I lose?
Giving it up is not giving up. Giving it up is giving.
'Cause I love you, and what love is, never selfish and of service. 'Cause
Sorry, I just have a few announcements as we officially about to start. Thank you, DJ. Thank you. Tomorrow we have the Africa Mice Awards tomorrow evening that are going to happen at Nairobi National Park. Yes, the people in the mice industry will be awarded at the park. It's going to be at 6 p.m. If you'd like to attend this, if you've not RSVP'd or if you've not received an invitation, please see the people at the registration desk to have to RSVP and to confirm. The shuttle is going to depart here at 5 p.m. to head to the park. So there is transportation, but you need to reserve, you need to inform the registration desk. So please do that on your way out. And also at 2:30 p.m., there's going to be a Nairobi City bus tour. So if you'd like to see Nairobi in a different angle, organized by the experts in the field themselves, they're going to be a tour at 2:30 p.m., so you don't want to miss that. From the tour, we'll come back, and then the bus will take us to the national park. But please, 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 make sure you register at the registration desk for your RSVP. Thank you. Could I please ask all the ladies and gentlemen who are here in front to get settled so that we begin? They said it's not a talk show. I know, but now could we please start? Ladies and gentlemen, and standing in front, could we please take our seats? Could we please take our seats so that we begin? I'm only waiting for these three to sit and then I can start. Yes, I know Kezi really emphasized it's not a talk show and they're taking it seriously. It's business from the beginning. So allow me to welcome on stage a keynote speaker who's going to talk to us about digital distribution and revenue growth for Africa's hospitality and MICE sector. He's the co-founder of Hotel Online. If you've never heard about this, you will see who is the co-founder. Please put your hands together for Mr. Haver Book, if I pronounce that well, as he gets on stage.
Thank you. Picture this. You invest almost 50 million US dollars in a state-of-the-art 200-room resort on the shores of Lake Naivasha. Stunning architecture, world-class conference halls, manicured lawns, infinity pools, the kind of resort that can host global CEOs, presidents, and international conventions. So imagine you're waking up the day after the grand opening, maybe a slight hangover from the champagne the night before, and the ballroom is empty, the rooms are empty, the staff are ready, the kitchen is all stocked, but the bookings never came. Why? Because unless visitors and conference groups can find you, unless you are visible where they are looking in that split second when they are searching, you don't exist. In our business, invisibility is the most expensive problem you can have. It's a difference between 70% occupancy and 20%. Between being a showcase for investment or a distressed asset. The solution is not another wing or swimming pool. The fastest lever you have is to outclass your competition in digital distribution. It is how you get seen first, and it is how you get chosen over them. So I've lived this firsthand. I moved to Nairobi in 2002. At the time when Kibaki was campaigning in a wheelchair. Kenya was at a turning point, and so was I. What began as an international exchange program became a lifelong mission. Since then, I've spent over 2 decades in Africa's tech, hospitality, and tourism sectors, building businesses, raising investments, helping hotels compete globally. Today, as co-founder of Hotel Online, I work with more than 6,000 hotels in 27 African markets. And I can say with confidence, digital distribution is the fastest lever for revenue growth in Africa's hospitality and MICE sector. So let me take you back to 2013. Before there was anything called Hotel Online, and long before it became a Pan-African travel tech company, we started with 5 serviced apartments in Syokimau, next to Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. Nairobi at the time only had 13 properties on Booking.com. 13. We decided to go all in on digital distribution, professional photos, real-time availability, dynamic pricing, online listings. From the very first day, from day 1, we were fully booked. And by 2014, we were the most booked property on Booking.com in Nairobi, with 5 budget apartments in Syokimau. Now, the so-called experts, they told us that we were crazy because online didn't work in Nairobi. Well, of course, no hotels were online, so that was the evidence that online didn't work. So the advice that we got was that the only way for a new property to gain traction was to work closely with taxi drivers, offer them generous commissions, and hope that they would bring us business. You know, it's good to listen to the expertise, but not always. So that little experiment taught us something very powerful, as in digital distribution works, also in Nairobi. Soon, hotels started asking for our help. We became the buddies of Booking.com and Expedia for helping them bring independent hotels online. So what started as 5 budget apartments in a residential estate behind the Gateway Mall became the seed of a Pan-African business. Back then, digital distribution was an advantage. Today, it's a do or die. Africa has a world-class hospitality and MICE sector. We have iconic lodges, breathtaking beaches, and a booming MICE industry. But the playing field is digital. Even if you have billboards, TV ads, and pay through your nose for stands at ITB and WTM, people will still look you up online, and what they find there in that split second when they are deciding will determine their next action. If your online presence is weak or confusing, you've already lost the attention that you had gained. Digital distribution is not just about selling rooms, it's about visibility. Are you ranking where your buyers search? Conversions, do clicks actually convert into bookings? Content score, are your photos, descriptions, and amenities strong enough to compete? Reviews, do you build trust with genuine feedback that boost rankings and credibility? Identity. Your online presence is who you are. Guests treat reviews on TripAdvisor, Booking.com, and other OTAs almost as an extension of your website. And So court them, and when you get reviews, respond to them immediately. Now this is the funnel of digital revenue growth. You get these right, and your business can scale faster and more efficiently than any new construction project. So here's the no-nonsense playbook. 1, you need to have a profitable channel mix. So OTAs like Booking.com and Expedia are critical for visibility, but they eat your margins. So use them as a springboard to grow direct bookings, diversify across OTAs, and niche channels. Multi-channel visibility, because for most hotels, OTAs and bed banks bring the bulk of bookings. And while Booking.com is the biggest, it is not the whole market. And yes, these channels will cost you, but they give you the billboard effect. They will put you in front of global demand you would never reach otherwise. And here's the truth. Many of the guests who eventually book directly or who become your recurrent guests, well, where did they find you? Precisely through an OTA. So ranking is everything. High content scores, great photos, accurate amenities, and competitive dynamic pricing that adjusts to the highs and lows of demand push you up the list. Positive reviews reinforce it, and if you get a bad review, don't ignore it. Respond to it immediately. Don't waste visibility. Make your website fast, mobile-friendly, and credible. Add reviews, showcase packages, and present clear pricing. Measure your conversion rate. How many people click book after visiting your site? If it is low, then your problem is not visibility. It is credibility. Not every buyer wants the same thing. Leisure guests want bundles. Corporate guests want negotiated rates. And MICE planners want flexible packages with AV, catering, and breakout rooms. And the more your offer matches the buyer intent, the higher your conversions. It's that simple. Now, also don't dismiss social media, because even if it doesn't deliver direct bookings at scale, think of it as a TV ad channel that triggers emotions, triggers the excitement, triggers imagination, and build recognition. And when that same traveler later finds you on an OTA, you reactivate those emotions, and that's when they convert into bookings. So behind the scenes, the stack matters. Automate to stop wasting staff hours updating rates and availability manually. Use AI to score RFPs and route leads to the right sales team and prioritize the right inquiries. And if your payments take 14 days to settle and your merchant takes 20% of as a deposit, well, then you're also eating up your cash velocity. So also make sure you work with the right merchant. Now, let's talk about capital, because there's a big difference between an investable business and one in dire need of a cash injection. And this is one of the paradoxes of African hospitality. Because on one side, you have the hotel owners who own the assets, but who don't have the skills to run their properties, at least not profitably. Yet they are desperate for capital. So on the other side, you have skilled operators and managers, people who know how to make hotels perform and deliver return on investment. But they don't own the assets, and 99.5% of them do not have the access to the capital. And then, paradoxically, on the last side of this triangle, there are the investors who are looking for investable projects with competent management and are often struggling to find either. Now, you bring these three groups that are all searching for each other together, well, you know what happens then. That is when you transform hotels from stranded assets into profitable business, capital flows, where skills meet opportunity. Now, if any of you out there in the audience feel that you're in either of those three groups, then let's have a chat after this session. So, if you want to have one clear takeaway from this session, let it be this checklist. Direct share, grow the percentage of bookings that come directly. Conversion, track how many clicks on your site turn into bookings. Cost of acquisition, how much does each booking cost you? Cash velocity, how fast does money move from your guest's card into your bank account? Those 4 KPIs give you clarity, control, and growth. So back in 2013, 5 small apartments in Syokimau showed us the power of digital distribution. From day 1, we were fully booked. By year 2, we were Nairobi's most booked hotel on booking.com. So the lesson was that back then, digital distribution was a major competitive advantage. Today, it's do or die. It's about survival. But that digital distribution today is also your fastest lever for growth. It's the bridge between assets, skills, and capital. It is how we unlock Africa's hospitality potential, not just to grow hotels, but to grow jobs, communities, and prosperity. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was beyond a keynote. I believe that was also like a masterclass. We've learned so much from that presentation. Thank you so much, Haver. Now we're going to have our next keynote speaker, who's going to be online, joining us from Russia. We're going to have Alexander Popov. Technical team, can you confirm with me that he's hearing me and he's going to be online? Alexander Popov is the CEO and founder of iActive.pro. Yeah, so in just a minute, he will be with us and hearing us online. So he's going to give us a presentation, and then there's going to be an opportunity for like a Q&A session. Don't forget to hashtag Africa My Summit 2025 as you share on your social media as we're going on. Alexander and team, can you hear me?
Shall we start the presentation?
Yes, we shall. Karibu, let us just put our hands as we welcome you to start the presentation. Can we put our hands together for Alexander? You can proceed, Alexander. Karibu.
Yeah, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad to meet you on the Africa My Summit. My gratitude to Madame Kezi Mukuri for inviting us as a technology partner. An important goal of all events is to attract people's attention to something. The best way to attract people to the main theme of an event is through interactivity. Interactivity and guest participation make any show or event unique and memorable. We are ready to share our technology and expertise in organizing interactive events. We are ready to show all we know. iActive Pro solutions help create unique events in many countries around the world, and I would like to introduce Maxim Kostenko, our international manager, who will talk about the audience interaction technology that works for your business growth. Maxim?
Thank you very much, Alexander. And I'd like to express my gratitude to the organizers and to all the guests. I'm going to talk to you about the interactivity, and don't be surprised, a little bit about Kenyan dances, traditional dances. I have to reveal my personal secret with you guys. So the first time I'm following the entire broadcast from the day one. And at the day one, I've seen the Kenyan traditional dance for the first time in my life, and I was absolutely stunned. That was amazing. The entire rhythm, the rhythm of traditional dances, like the vibrant colors of the costumes and sheer energy of the performances, absolutely stunned. So to me, this is kind of the perfect symbol how the event should be. It's not something that you're like coming and watching and listening, but rather something that you're participating in, where you feel the energy, something that you live through, and something that stays in your memory forever. And this is what I wanted to talk to you about, like how interactivity basically can bring the same spirit of energy and participation to every event. And well, basically interactivity just turns spectators into participants and transforms a room full of people into a real community. I guess many of you already visited some conferences or events where it's just, the audience was, to be honest, waiting for the coffee break. And now compare this with an event where you can vote and you ask questions live, when you see your name on the screen. And I'm sure you guys have been through this already, because I've seen that the organizers already hosted our selfie show, at least in WordCloud. So yeah, so it's great to see your name. It's great to see a picture on the screen, and even win a small prize sometimes, maybe a big prize. So in essence, the interactivity is the living dialogue between the stage and the people. So I'd like to proceed to the next slide, and talk more about our unique features. So what iActive Pro offers. We have a variety of interactive scenarios, and I talk more about our interactive scenarios later. But the reason why we have many interactive scenarios is basically, it's not a surprise. You can hardly surprise your audience with just one word or one quiz. There must be a set of interactives. So for instance, question and answer Q&A session, or voting for something really serious. And WordCloud is kind of very emotional. Also, selfie show is melting ice, and I hope you've been through this experience already. So that's why the variety, to have many interactive scenarios, is so important for us. And of course, it's really important to be brand oriented. So we create customized graphics for brands. Speaking of which, basically what I want to say, that every interaction can carry the look and feel of your event and reinforce the brand story. That's why it's so important. Yes, we are making different formats, because after the COVID-19, we all moved from conventional offline events to online and hybrid formats as well. So we're trying to be in the trend. But if we're making a quiz or in a conference room full of people, we also have to think of someone who will be watching this via the broadcast, and let these people to participate as well. So that's why we give crucial importance to the online and hybrid formats as well. And as you probably already know, we use instant messengers in order to create this communication. And they're great for powerful interaction with the audience, because they're the most powerful tools now, and everybody has one. And a messenger is not just a text that you can send, but you can also send, we can be really interactive there. You can send photos, you can send videos, audio files, or sometimes altogether. And with the next slide, I'd like to talk more about what we offer, some of our tools that we offering here. Voting, we have several type of votes, from simple yes to no, yes and no, to complex opinion rankings. And quizzes, yeah, everybody knows quizzes. They're fun, educational, competitive, and we used to have 10,000 people participating in quiz. And it's really nice to see if you're a winner, it's really great to see your picture and the name. And we have three different types of prize draws. Basically, that keeps people on the edge of the seats because they're waiting for the name to appear. And wow, Olivia won something. For WordCloud, you've probably already seen. This is great great tool to melt some ice. And there are several types of WordClouds as well. And for Q&A session, this I will talk more in the next slide as well. But this is a great option for speakers because speaker can select the question that he wants to answer, and those who sending these questions, the audience, they're sure that their questions are answered. Slideshow with photos, selfie show, as we call it. We design it different way. We try to fit the look and feel. And this is something new, moving pictures, a really nice format where people will send in their videos, an event in Brazil. Creative contests, just unleash your creativity and do whatever you like. And then this is really great for broadcasts where people can vote as well. Bets without money, a little bit more on that I'll talk later. And this is mainly used by sporting events where you can see, you can take a guess who will score the first. And voila, this girl scores the first. And then you can see immediately the winners, which is also great. And another one, but not the last, the profile picture show. For those who register at the event, we can just pull their images in the form of bubbles, stars, or whatever shape fits the brand identity. So this is a little bit about our services. We have inbox solutions, so ready-to-use solutions that can be used to also to any event, and they are ready to use. I'd like to talk more about certain events that we already hosted, that we already provided our services for, and maybe brag a little bit. So the first one is basically Cyberfest with a young audience, and you can see there are quizzes there. And the Cyberfest one that was then followed by a music festival with the prize randomizers for all the participants. Well, we also tried to match the look and feel. This is the Rosatom event, which was called Your Dream. And this was quite a challenge for us because there were like 30,000 people participating. And you can imagine the scale. And it went really well for us because people were sending their wishes to the big screens and also the profile pictures. And that was an unforgettable experience per se. We, for this particular interactive, I'd like to pause here and talk a little bit more because there was a conference hosted by Kaspersky Labs, and you probably heard about Kaspersky antiviral system. So the person presenting the presenter is Eugene Kaspersky himself, and there were like 300 people attending, the students mainly. As Kaspersky is an opinion maker, someone really big in Russia. So the guests were keen to ask questions, and I mean, here is I'd like to brag a little bit. Kaspersky was able to answer 130 questions within an hour because he was using our system. He could read the questions on the wall. He could select the most convenient question to answer. But the funniest part of that is that after they used our system, they wanted to go a conventional way and use the mic So the questions were asked by people from the conference room using the microphone. And the very same Eugene Kaspersky was able to answer only 13 questions within an hour. So this is why we provide so much value. The next one is what we do for TV. And we have a lot of contracts with TV companies. And there are people sending their wishes, anything. And this is just another sample of corporate event for Yards company. They call it Yards Awards. This was during the Christmas, for the Christmas Eve. And obviously for Christmas, Santa gives people presents. So everybody got their little gift. So people were quite happy. And of course, those who participated in quiz were rewarded with bigger gifts, of course. So this is about corporate events. And we participate in quite many. So there you can see the winner on the screen. And this is just another sample of randomizer, how randomizer works. Number 349 just won a huge prize. Sporting events, we are invited to a lot of them, mainly for group sporting events such as soccer and hockey, volleyball. So this one is the club championship, hockey club championship in Kazakhstan, where you can see the selfie show in the merch of the Baris club. And the most beautiful selfie with the best looking merch was selected, 3 or 4 of them. This is something else. This is for what we do for radio. There is a kids radio in Russia, and kids actively participating. They send in their questions. This is something else, another format. There was a vault that was conducted on the skyscraper, on the surface of the skyscraper. So basically the entire city could witness it and participate. And those who were at home for some reasons could participate in this vote by watching TV in the broadcast. Basically, this is it, my dear friends. And Asante kwa umakini wako, and I hope I pronounced it correctly. Thank you very much for your attention, and for French speakers, merci pour votre attention. And shukran lakum ala ihtimamakum. I hope I pronounced it right, so please don't get upset. And of course, you can contact us via our official. We are the official partner of Zuri Events here, and you can see the both contacts of Zuri Events or our direct contacts on the screen. And please feel free to send us by scanning the QR codes. Send us questions. We will be happily answering them. And this is it from my part. Thank you very much for your attention. And I hope to be in Kenya next year, alive. I mean, to attend the this event in a real format, not online.
Oh.
Okay, this is it. Let's wait for some questions if there are.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Maxim. We have some questions. Share please overlay Q&A section.
Okay, that's great. We already got some questions. Just a second, I will share the screen as well. Okay, right, Alexander, I give the floor to you, and you can probably answer some of these questions, and then I can help you out for the remaining.
Okay, the first is one, where are your interactive activities used in stream and online events? Are your interactive activities used? I think you talk about it.
Right. Let me explain here. Yes, obviously our interactives are used in streams and online events, and this is what we excel in. So if you have any additional questions on that, you can feel free to send it to us. We certainly answer. And Alexander, if you allow me, I will answer the second one. How long does it take to prepare branded graphics? You know, I hate saying it depends, but it really depends. And I try to be a little bit more specific here. Usually it takes from 7 to, let's say, 10 days, because we have a team of professional designers, and they can certainly develop everything quite quick. But then there is also like a process of sending something to the client and receiving feedback from customer. So it takes time. So that's why I'm saying roughly 7 to 10 days. But yes, there are cases where we are forced to do something really quickly, like sometimes a few days is enough. So it really depends. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
Um,
And, where can I get the software?
Alexander, go ahead. That's your domain.
I'm answer this question. Active Pro it's a web service. That's why you can get it on the internet. You can connect us or our partner, and we can make a demo for you.
I hope that answers the question. And Mansour, Giovanni, thank you very much, sir. Interesting. Please feel free to send us an email, and we can talk more about that. Maurice, do you have open APIs, and what's your pricing model? Alexander, I give the floor to you because you're the CEO.
Yeah. Unfortunately, we haven't opened APIs, but we open to dialogue, and you can contact us, and we will have a dialogue with you about the future and business growth, of course. And if you want to know our pricing model, you can contact us or our partners, of course, and you will get it.
And again, I have to point out here, dear Maurice, I hate to say it depends, but it really depends, okay? Because we need to know, we need to understand the scale of your project. More questions coming here. How can we partner? Wow. Gleamlight Technologies. Alexander, how can we partner with Gleamlight Technologies? Yeah, I think we just have to contact each other. You have our contact information. Please feel free. We'll be happy to discuss the cooperation model. And I just wanted to add something that I think I missed a couple of slides. We are not only technical partners, but we also share our experience, and this is really important and crucial because on experience in such events, we know what works best. So yeah, this is something that we kindly share with you. And please, Gleamlight Technologies, contact us so we can carry on our discussion. Maria, how do you ensure that all data is securely, and I cannot see the...
My question is, how can platforms like Shukran, where you have worked, ensure inclusive participation for diverse African audiences?
That's a good question because the majority of the users are watu wa mashinani, people in the grassroots, people in very remote areas. We've had to go for trainings with interpreters who can interpret what we are saying in Masai, in Samburu, places where cultural...
Recording stopped.
Places where culture is given priority. As a woman, there are people you cannot talk to. There's some places you cannot address. We have gone to places where 5 people are sharing one ID or one feature phone. They don't even have smartphones. And so what works for us is using what is already working. And for example, that could be something like Equitel, because all of them are required to have a bank account. So they all have an Equitel account, and so we use it's already working. I think with tech, we try to reinvent the wheel so much, and we forget the human aspect of it, and we forget that if you want the numbers and if you want adoption, you have to meet people where they are. So for hospitality, our industry is a bit more informal, and not everybody requires to have a degree to be working here, but you also have to cater to them. So we find that you work with what's working. If you have to meet them at their language, if you have to meet them at their culture, if you have to meet them at their technological needs, that's where you go, because you need them more than they need you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Joanne, for that. I want to go to my good friend here, Haval. Habari. Haval, yes, Haval. Habari. You speak Swahili.
Oh, mzuri sana. Mzuri sana.
Yeah, good, good. So we have seen that in different markets where venues still use traditional bookings. My question is, how can digital distribution leapfrog these gaps and create revenue streams for African hotels and conferences?
So, yeah. Well, I mean, thank you for that question, because now we're talking about one of my favorite topics here. So, of course, now moving away from the digital, as in from the manual, from the manual booking management, it's part of the bigger picture of actually distributing yourself online and automating distribution. So now obviously it is possible, as in when it comes to the revenue and to increasing visibility, increasing bookings, it's the online visibility that, as in the online visibility is the channel and the venue to increase your online distribution, to rank and to convert online. That is how that is how hotels and lodges and resorts can actually increase their revenue. But now in the back end, to do this efficiently, and now we are getting to precisely that question, is that yes, you can put yourself on booking.com without having the back-end systems, and it's likely to run you into a lot of interesting situations. But you, as in to do that effectively, you also need to have a property management system, you need to have a channel manager, you need to have the tools to distribute your rates and availability automatically, so that, well, when you get a booking, you don't, like, that room is sold, you don't sell the same room twice, because having too few bookings is a problem, having an overbooking is also a big problem. And so, of course, to automate your entire distribution is, I would say, the first step towards actively boosting your revenue online. Then, of course, once you are there, comes the next step, which is to rank and to convert.
Amazing. Thank you so much, Haval, for that. And from hotels doing manual bookings to a very interesting shift of academia. And I'd like to engage Doris on this. And you realize that most of the students from the institutions that we have come from, they graduate with not fully, they still come out with traditional skills. And I'm just wondering, how can institutions that are training the next job talent leverage technology to create future talent?
Okay, thank you so much, Francis, for that question. And you'll all agree with me that's one of the biggest challenges that we are facing in the academia, simply because technology is here with us and we have to embrace it. But now, what happens in our institutions, in African institutions, is we are depending so much on the traditional ways of teaching. And here, people like Kezi in the MICE industry, or some of us in the hospitality industry knows very well that we rarely teach our students on how to organize a hybrid conference, but we teach them on how to set up for a gala dinner, to set up for breakfast and all that. So what are some of the things that we need to do as people in academia? For me, one thing that I will highly recommend is most of us in the in academia, we really need to integrate some of these technologies in our curriculum. Some technologies such as AI, literacy, digital tools, data analytics, we really need to incorporate these in our curriculum so that we are able to give the best to our students and to make them ready in the market out there so that they're able to work in the tech-driven industry. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doris, because this serious gap, and thank you for handling that question perfectly. And I go to Nev. Joanne, you've been an amazing person doing great things in this country, and we really like what you've been doing. I'm just wondering, with global competition rising every day, how can African destinations use AI, data-driven storytelling to remain competitive and stand out in the market?
Can you hear me now? Yeah. Okay. Go Places being a digital marketing agency for hospitality, tourism, and lifestyle, we have seen that data-driven storytelling is about more than numbers. It's about connecting experiences to emotions. Through our directories, online magazines, and digital platforms, we use analytics to see what global buyers respond to, whether it's wildlife, heritage, or conferencing facilities, and then tell those stories in ways that resonate. What makes Africa stand out, its uniqueness. Well, Nairobi, obviously we're talking about KICC, Kigali Convention Center, or Cape Town ICC are not just venues. They're experiences by combining data with storytelling. We position destinations not just as meeting spaces, but as unforgettable and memorable experiences and journeys. So I think a lot of engagement is needed. That when we started our company, we were doing the old ways of doing publishing, printing at that time, and today we are in the technology age, so to speak. Today we are very much ahead of time, and we are reaching out. We are a data mining company, so we deal with a lot of engagement and stories where we share with the rest of the globe and the rest of the world. So storytelling and engagement is very key, and experiences. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Nev, for that answer. Joanne, you've been working on a fantastic product, which ideally focused on mobile money devolution, and on top of it, building amazing product out of that. Just wondering, how can that, the current trend of Africa mobile revolution be used to transform events, ticketing, loyalty programs, and virtually everything to give a better experience to the delegates and the event organizers?
Thank you for that question. Africa is extremely segmented when it comes to financial, the economic financial landscape is not the same as the touristic one. We have the same products as Tanzania and Zanzibar and Rwanda, Uganda have the same. We have the same as South Africa and Botswana and Namibia, but they each all have their own financial platforms. Somewhere as close as Tanzania is extremely hard for you to send money. So M-Pesa is available, but not as prevalent as it is here in Kenya. We all have cultural differences, and you find some of these countries come to Kenya to look for organizers from Kenya to handle their events back home. And you wonder, are there no people in Zambia? Are there no people in Rwanda? And we also move to Rwanda whenever you are having an international conference that you're hosting, and you want it to be hosted in as many African countries as possible. But financial, the way we are used to doing our finances is very different from other countries, and that becomes a very big hurdle. And in the morning session, we were discussing infrastructure, and I think we were talking about roads and buildings, but this could be something else to consider. If we can get together, because even the EAC does not work cohesively. Suluhu has said she's also charging Kenyans who are landing in Tanzania $44 each trip. And regardless of what the EAC rules say. So that already becomes a hindrance in moving your event to that place, because how many trips are you going to be making down? That's something you have to factor in the budget. The other thing you have to factor in the budget is how those countries allow money to move around. We have our set rules, they have theirs, and it's also different, and there isn't one solution for all of them. And I think that can be the first hurdle that we we tackle as sub-Saharan. If you're going to be having the same platform and the same events that are going to be happening in the same countries, and we know that Rwanda and Kenya and Tanzania are giving the same products, then we can come up with a solidified solution for all of them so that it makes movement of money easier. Because if money is the first block to an event, I promise you it won't happen. We have tried so many times to take so many conferences out of Kenya, and even going to Tanzania has become hard, and you just end up remaining here for years and years. It's very hard to move it out. So I think part of the infrastructure that we are discussing should also be financial.
Thank you, Joanne, for that. I want to pick it up from Joanne and ask you, Haval, about the AFCFTA, Africa Continental Free Trade Area. Yesterday, we were asked how many people know about Africa Free Continental Trade Area, and I think a quarter of the delegates raised their hands. It means there's still a lot of work to be done in that sector. And as AFCTA is trying to reduce the barrier, what role do you think digital platforms play in positioning Africa, not just a fragmented country or continent, but a single interconnected MICE marketplace?
So yeah, I think it's a brilliant question, Francis. And well, I mean, AFCFTA, the role, as in, I think the driving role of AFCFTA there is that when gradually, as it becomes more implemented, of course, as Africa trades more, the African countries trade more between themselves from the very low level that intra-African trade is at today. Of course, the more countries trade, the more the more demand there is for travel, and for MICE, and for conferences, for events, for travel in general. So AFCFTA is one part of it. Then there's the single African air transport market, which is supposed to open up the airspace. Again, it's a matter of implementation, but both are potentially huge, massive drivers of demand for future travel across Africa. And again, of course, well, the more travel, as in the more intra-African travel increases, the more demand for intra-African travel increases, well, of course, so the more will also the demand for digital platforms, because, I mean, if you're going to Nigeria, well, you're not going to get a phone book for Nigeria and start calling hotels. You will go online. So again, it's the digital platforms are, as in they are the cogs of the machinery. Once you have the demand, well, of course, once people want to travel, then they book their flight tickets online, they book their hotels online, they research their experiences online, and to the extent that, well, I mean, even if you're at a conference, you want to go and see something. Now, of course, this is what you have like Klook and Get Your Guide, Viator, TripAdvisor for. So obviously, even increasingly, also people are booking those experiences online, even though that is still to some extent in its infancy.
Great, thank you. And I still want to get back to you, Haval, on you have managed to do 27,000 hotels across several African countries. Maybe just to ask you, what were some of the challenges that you faced when you're doing what you're doing from Syokimau to 27,000 hotels?
Well, I'm flattered by the assessment of 27,000. It's only 6,000, but
6,000,
in 27 countries.
Yeah, yes.
So, to be honest, as much as we do help hotels digitize their distribution, their marketing, and their back-end operations, the way to approach them is still very classic. As in, you go out there, as in, You need a team of brilliant people who are out there knocking on doors, because as much as we are digitizing the business, as much as we digitize the distribution, this is actually something we are helping our hotel partners do. And to achieve that, well, we have to be out there knocking on doors. That's how you do it.
Thank you so much. Nev, let me come to you on issues of partnerships, because much as technology works, it can't work without partnerships. People need to come together and work together, the needs versus the suppliers. And I'm trying to think, how can tech innovators and destination marketers collaborate to create seamless experiences in their destinations?
Thank you. Can I come to? Thank you for that question. Partnerships are at the heart of MICE success. For example, when Go Places works with tech innovators, we integrate solutions like eSIMs for connectivity, digital event apps, and online directories that guide delegates from airport arrivals to concerts. The magic happens when technology meets destination expertise. Innovators provide the tools, and marketeers like us make sure those tools highlight the right experiences. From safari add-ons after a conference in Nairobi to culture tours, together we create a journey that feels seamless and professional. To put it in a nutshell, we are dealing currently with 6,800 travel buyers across the globe, which has been vetted by Go Places. And what we are doing currently is now they've been vetted by Go Places, but you can say 28% or 29% have been sort of vetted for just strictly MICE. And this is what converts into more interaction and more people where MICE is concerned, that people are literally now interacting with us to make sure that we work together. And partnership is so key to make sure that Africa is now one of the top leading destinations for MICE. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Nev. Thank you, Nev, for that beautiful answer. You're good. Partnerships are key, and still in the line of partnerships, I still believe that there's need to be a partnership between the academia and the industry players, and especially on the element of technology. We, on first day of this conference, we had the Future Leaders Forum, where we have amazing innovators that are innovating for the industry. And one of the gaps that we realized is that they lack the industry insights, the real industry solution that they need to create. And I'm just curious to know from Doris, how can academia partner with the industry players, the innovators, to create products so that the MICE industry is not just a consumer of technologies, but also creates its own unique technology, and especially for the African market, where we need unique, authentic technologies. Doris.
Okay, thank you so much, Francis. And I'll agree with you that we really need to partner with innovators and industry stakeholders. We also need to partner with innovators when integrating or developing our curriculums. So when it comes to developing or reviewing our curriculums, we really need to partner with such tech innovators or also industry stakeholders so that we're able to know what the industry needs are. In so doing, we'll be able to teach our students according to the needs of the industry, simply because it's the industry that knows their needs and also the trends that they require, so that we are not able to produce what we call half-baked, so that we're able to produce students that are fully ready for the technology-driven industry. I think I've answered your question.
Thank you. Yeah, sure. Thank you, Doris. As we come to almost a close of the conversation, Joanne, looking ahead, we have seen a situation where it's delegates come to the event, and then the next minute they're gonna hear about the event is when they are being invited for the next event. How do we bridge this gap using technology so that I can interact with the event prior to the event, during the event, and after the event?
I think this exact event is a good example. We've seen all the tools that have been used, and there are so many. There was a pre-conference email that was sent. I got my QR code at the desk. It keeps being scanned at every door. I don't know why. And I hear that they are counting how many people are coming to each session. So the data is there, how many people are interested in tech versus whatever topic was there in the morning, because I'm so sorry that tech was put in the afternoon. But there are so many tools, even tools to track social media engagement, and they can track all the platforms for you at the same time and give you percentages of involvement in all of them. They can push hashtags for you. The problem is not the tools. The tools are there, and there are many, and I've gone to, and I think post-COVID, so many conferences have adopted use of tools. So the tools are not the problem, and access to the tech is not the problem. What I think we should keep in mind is that we are from hospitality industry, and we should not stray too far away from that and go too much into tech, because there has to be that personal touch. And it's a bit intrusive when you keep getting emails and you don't even know where this person got your email. If I was just walking here and they scanned something of mine at the door without any explanation of that, and then I'm getting promotional and marketing materials to something I did not consent, then it becomes intrusive. If we rely too much on tech, which is not a problem, but I'm just reminding us that we are from a hospitality industry where people come first. And I want to feel taken care of. And I want to feel that the usher knows who I am. I'm not just a badge color. Because I was told yesterday, you are blue, so you have all access. They don't even know my name. And that's fine, but I also want to feel the personal touch that comes with a hospitality event versus a purely tech event. And I saw a good post recently on LinkedIn that said tourism is not tech. It can be a tool that we use, but it should not replace. It should not replace the human touch. It should not replace the human jobs. It should be something that enhances it. So I don't think the problem is tools. We all have them, and you can Google them. AI is available to everyone. There are so many startups that are coming up to train people on how to use them, but we should use it sparingly, and we should just use it as an addition, not the whole thing. Don't let your whole conference be run on tech, so that by the end of it, I don't even know if anybody knew that I was there. But like, to your question, there are so many tools that can involve you from the beginning, during, and after, so that I don't feel like I only was needed, especially for paid events. You only needed my money, and I've gone, and then until the next one next year, I don't hear from you and about you in between. So there's so many, they're available. It's just, you just need to know where to look.
Yeah, there's something wrong with that mic.
Thank you. I like the fact that you mentioned about personalization and the human touch in technology, because we can do a lot of.
No, there's a problem with that mic. Do you want mic?
Hello. Thank you for that. Technology issues again. So we can do a lot of technology, and then we forget about the human touch. So thank you, Joanne, for emphasizing on that. Nev, looking at the future, what do we see? What are the upcoming things in terms of technology that you feel need to be put in place, especially when it comes to branding of destinations? Because we have a situation where a lot of destinations now are coming up with curated, unique conferences like this one, Africa My Summit, focusing on mice. How does the future look like in terms of curated destinations as far as technology is concerned?
Thank you for that question. I think it looks very exciting and very promising. I think Africa is going to be the next Europe, is what I see. There's so much potential. All we have to do is to make sure we partner with the right people. We are all together as one. Our mission and vision should be executed together, and innovations and partnership is so key today. So I'll tell you that we went digital almost 15 years ago, and we were the first ones in the history of the planet, so to speak, to come up with a virtual tourism expo after COVID. We connected with the whole world, and we connected with over 53 countries. And it was, at that time, the world came to a standstill. We didn't even know what to do. We were lost, but still we went on. We made things happen. And if we can do that, nothing is impossible. 3 trends excite me most. First, AI-powered content, which is already helping us create personalized itineraries and digital campaigns for MICE buyers. Very important. Second, virtual previews, where organizers can walk through a venue. And third, trust systems, whether through blockchain or vetting platforms, that give global buyers confidence that the suppliers they find in Africa are credible. These trends, combined with AFCFTA, will make Africa a single trusted marketplace for global MICE buyers. Thank you.
Thank you so much. However, let me come to you on the element of very small micro event organizers, because we do have them, and these are the people that come and grow to become big event organizers, event planners, and all that. How do we support them using technology?
Yeah, nice questions. But yeah, I think these microphones, by the way, are a perfect example of what was just said, because this is technology that helps us, but it still definitely needs a lot of the human touch, literally, to work. So yeah, nice question. So how do we support micro entrepreneurs? Well, as an entrepreneur, I can say that the number one thing that us who are established in the business, the number one thing that we can do to help the entrepreneurs that are just setting out and starting at a small scale is to give them a chance. It's the battery. Sorry. Well, so I think the number one thing we can do, the number one thing established businesses can do is to, and this has nothing to do with tech solutions per se or anything, it has to do with basically not pulling up the ladder once you are established. It's give the entrepreneurs, give the micro businesses, give them the opportunity, give them the chance. Don't dismiss them because they are young or because they are just starting out or because they are a tiny little business or because the CEO doesn't wear a fancy suit. I mean, every single business here, every single successful business person here, whether you started your own business or whether you got hired as CEO by somebody who did, that business that you are running once started out as a micro business that was started by a person with an idea. And the best thing we can do as business people is to always keep that in mind and to give those entrepreneurs the chance, give them the benefit of the doubt, let them show what they can deliver.
Thank you so much. Give innovators and entrepreneurs a chance. That's very powerful. And talking of giving them a chance, we have innovators in the room, and especially on the other side of the Future Leaders Forum. You can visit them and see what they are providing and what they're doing. Let's do the closing remarks. 1 minute of each person. We do the closing remarks. We can start with Joanne on the other side as we come this way.
I think in closing, tech has become very prevalent. In the past, tech used to come to Africa and especially Kenya at the last minute after every other country has gone ahead. But in recent years, Kenya has actually become the leader in so many sectors of the tech world, and tourism is no stranger to that. And like I said, it's very prevalent, and there's so many tools that can help you in whatever capacity you are, whether in hospitality or tourism, whether you run a hotel. And these days, I see there's a personalization of your check-in process. They don't need receptionists anymore. But just find the balance between tech and humanity, because you don't want to lose the Kenyan hospitality that made us, that we are so famous for, and that brings people back to Kenya. We want to keep still hearing from guests that their experience was amazing. And I think with the advent of a lot of tech and AI, the inevitable effect would be that people are now going to look for authentic experiences, human touch. People are going to be looking for that more because everything now is being curated, and it's not fun to check into a hotel where I'm being spoken to by robots, and when I'm calling for room service, I'm being served by robots. I also want the human touch, and I think that's where we are heading with the advent of tech. So let's not forget who we are and where we are come from, even as we embrace the technology that is inevitable.
Thank you, Joanne. Please, go ahead.
Hello? All right, so my closing remark is, just like Joanne said, that we have to, we are in the hospitality industry, we cannot take AI and technology take over our lives. We embrace it in so many ways. We've got so many tools out there to embrace it, but it has to complement what we are doing. Hospitality industry today is something very personalized. Every client, every customer matters, and it has to be something very, very personal. And we have to put ourselves in wherever we go, every destination we go to, or even we go to any kind of hotels, or where conferencing or accommodation, or just getting into a hotel or going to any restaurant for that matter, we need that personalized attention, come what may, and we should not forget that. Yes, we should not forget that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Doris?
Okay, for me, I'll echo what Joanne and Neva said. Technology is here with us. So to the people in academia, to those in, the people in academia and our training institutions and colleges and university, we really have to embrace technology. So technology is here with us. Let's teach using technology, not only talk about technology. So we make sure that whatever we are teaching, we are incorporating technology. And that way we'll be able to prepare these brilliant minds to the tech-driven MICE industry. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think there's a lot of talk about the human touch, the human aspect versus the technology versus automation. And by the way, this is something, as in for me in travel tech, this is something very close to me, and deeply personal to me. It's like, well, I totally agree. Well, technology, as in tourism, as in travel, tourism, MICE, it's all about people. It's all human. We are not here to sit and talk to an audience of robots. We are here, and we're not here to meet robots. We are here to meet other people. And when we travel as leisure tourists, well, we are not traveling to be shown around by robots. And I don't think that's going to happen either. I think people, I think the fear of technology replacing humans in tourism, it's very overrated, because it won't happen. That's not why we are traveling in the first place. But now the risk is technology is here to enhance the travel experience, and people may try to, in some instances, to replace too much of the human experience, but and the human touch, but that's not what we're in the game for in the first place. So I don't think that's a sustainable business model. And I mean, I've been in tech. I've been in tech for my entire career, so I mean, I still remember the 1990s when IT was the same buzzword that AI is today. And truth to be told, in a lot of tech conferences today, or AI conferences today, I think you can pretty much take, as in some of the most tech-optimistic presentations and keynotes, you can actually pretty much do copy-paste, as in, or search and replace replace AI with IT, and you'll have the same presentations that we saw in the 1990s. But that being said, again, tourism and MICE, it is about people. It's profoundly human. It is profound. It is about relations between. As in, it's about people meeting people and people interacting. So, yeah, don't overrate the fear of technology replacing people. It's technology is here to enhance our experience, and I think any business model that tries to go beyond that is a pretty bad business model.
Thank you so much, my great panelists. We've come to the close of this beautiful panel, and I'm very glad that you have been able to share those insights. I think what we all agree is that we are innovating with the people, for the people, not to replace the people, because you can't replace people, especially in this MICE industry. Lastly, for me, I am a firm believer that it's MICE that rules the world. MICE runs the world, because for every decision to be made, there was a meeting somewhere. And that meeting ruled the world. And therefore, you guys are the world rulers. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Could you please put our hands together? Thank you so much to Francis and your team. Can you please just rise up for a group photo as you leave the stage soon? Could we please put our hands together for them? And may I kindly ask you, since we didn't have an icebreaker, I'm about to invite Kezi to just all rise up, just rise up. I want to just teach you how a new way to clap. Someone said this is not the Kenyan type of clap. Can we just all rise up? And then we clap differently. Just warm up your hands like it's cold. It's called Pasha Pasha, and we're going to just give them one big clap, and then Kezi is going to come take over the mic. So warm, and then we give one hand, big one. Pasha Pasha, and clap. Thank you so much. You can please take your seats, and thank you so much. Are they still taking a... Yes, it's Pasha Pasha, and then clap. I'm inviting Kezi Mukiri, our convener of the Africa MICE Summit, to just come to us and speak about the awards, and then she'll invite our lead discussant of the next session. Please put our hands together for her. Or we can Pasha Pasha and give her one big clap. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Good afternoon. So we have an award for the most energetic. Good afternoon. Eee. That's how much you love the awards. You love the freebies. Thank you. Thank you very, very much. I'm here to just enlighten us about some opportunities within the summit that we would like for you to take advantage of. Tomorrow, we have scheduled a city tour. How many of you have done a city tour of Nairobi, ever? For the Nairobians, I don't mean walking around the streets of Nairobi. It's a little bit more than that. But we have scheduled a city tour. We have very limited space. So we will definitely ask that you RSVP with the registration desk. We will just take the first 50 that we have. Okay? So that city tour will happen tomorrow afternoon after we close the session. It's a bus tour that allows you to interact with the history of Nairobi, because we talked a little earlier about the opportunities for city tour and packaging different MICE experiences. Secondly, we have made an invitation to the delegates in this summit to come alongside us as we celebrate excellence in the MICE industry in Africa.
So tomorrow in the evening, our closing program happens at the Nairobi National Park. We kick off at exactly 6 o'clock at the Nairobi National Park in celebrating the Africa Mice Awards. These awards started in 2018, and the goal of these awards is to celebrate excellence and innovation and leadership in the meetings, incentives, conferencing, and exhibitions industry. We have various categories of those awards. They have been anchored by the Association of Kenya Business Events for verification, the judging process. The Association of Kenya Business Events partnered with different other associations across the continent. We received several nominations: Best African Mice Destination, Best Convention and Exhibition Center, the Best Eco Hotel, the Outstanding PCO, the Event Supplier, the Incentive Program, Sustainable Mice Solution, Experience. In each of these categories, we received a number of nominees from different parts of the continent. Do you regret not nominating yourself? I'm not seeing remorse in your faces, but there should be some remorse that you did not nominate yourselves. And we'll get to know who the nominees are and what the criteria was, and who the winners are. Once again, you would have to RSVP. Of course, in these activities, our blue label delegates by default admitted, but you do need to RSVP with us so that we are able to take care of you. Our white label delegates, please visit the registration desk and then RSVP. And then lastly, we did ask that you participate in the Green Mice Challenge. And because I know we don't like free things, do we? No, we don't do things for free. We must be incentivized. I told you, participation has an incentive, isn't it? So we are about to unveil. I wish we had drum rolls. I'm waiting, there are no drum rolls, but we are about to unveil the winners for the Green Mice Challenge. We have today received 59 entries. Was yours one of them? All right, so to help me do this, I want to bring on stage, I'm not sure he's here anymore, but the general manager of, the group general manager of Panari Hotels is not here, but we do have a representative from Accor. Do we have a representative on the floor? Please come up. So we do have, maybe the winner will tell us what is it that they have won, isn't it? Yeah, so that I don't blow it. Huh? All right, so we are calling up the winner. Is this the first winner, I think? The first winner of the Africa Mice Summit Green Mice Challenge. That was quite a short drum roll. Aha, it's on the screen. Who is this who did not even give us the privilege of knowing their name? Metrocom, techno@gmail.com. Who is that? Not in the room. Do we do a redraw? Okay, so can we see the responses? So we asked a couple of questions right there, had a few wrong answers, so maybe you might want to go revise your notes, for those who didn't get the first question right. So shall we do, so we don't have the winner in the room, right? All right, so this is what we're going to do. We are sitting, just tell them what's inside that envelope.
So the winner has won a complimentary dinner for 2 packs at Gemma's restaurant in Novotel.
So unfortunately, we don't have the winner in at the house. All right, we do have a second voucher right here. The one from Panari Hotel was a complimentary lunch for 2 at the Panari Hotel. So we will run a redraw at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow morning. Please be present. We are sitting with over 12 vouchers, and this is the list of them, what I'm holding. So there's getaways, there's nights for 2s. This is what you got to do. Go scan the code and participate in the Green Mice Challenge. Number 2, be present and seated at 8:30 a.m. tomorrow. Thank you. Now, for this last panel of the day, I want to bring on the stage Jeffers Miroka. He's a General Secretary of the Association for Kenya Business Events and has years of experience in Africa's mice sector. He's going to be moderating a panel of heavyweights, generals in the army. Karibu sana, Jeffers.
Thank you. Good evening. Please don't go. Good evening. Good evening. I'm standing here in front of you. I know it's time for people to go home, but we are going to take a very short time. Our discussion is going to be at least 30 minutes. And it's going to be like just an introduction. So next time, we're going to have a longer conversation. And I want to introduce to stage really heavyweights in the industry. I want to start with my brother, Eric Mwanzia from IMAC. He's the chair of the Events Managers Association of Kenya. Eric, please take a seat. And then my brother, Frank Mrangwa, is the ICA Africa Regional Director from Rwanda. Frank, karibu. And also Glenton de Kock. Glenton is from South Africa. He's the CEO of South African Association of Conference Industry, SACI. Tuwapige makofi tafadhali. Thank you. So let me sit here and let me not do really an introduction, because if you go to LinkedIn and you put every name you see there, you'll actually get much more than I can sit here or stand and tell you about these gentlemen. So Eric, my brother, Frank, and Glenton, karibu sana to Kenya. Okay, so I'm told I will already have 29 minutes remaining, so we're gonna really move very fast because we don't want to bore you. Let me get to my conversation. So Eric represents the Event Managers Association of Kenya, which is an umbrella body for event managers, but I will leave him to speak about it in his introduction, and also we can go to Frank, and then we go to Glenton. Eric.
Yes, thank you very much, Jaffers. Good afternoon, good evening, everyone, distinguished colleagues. It's indeed a pleasure to be here this afternoon. As you've already heard, my name is Eric, and I wear 2 hats. Today, I am representing IMAC. IMAC is the Event Managers Association of Kenya. And we are basically an association whose role is to bring together all industry players. Irrespective of the sector you are in, we do not discriminate. So you could be a supplier in tents, you could be a supplier in AV, you could be a supplier in tech. So we bring all those members into one pot. And our big role basically is to make sure that we are talking together. We are very big on making sure that we have professional standards in the industry, because that's a gap we've realized that we do not have. And secondly, we are working with like-minded organizations like ACBE, government, TRA, to ensure that policy and advocacy that helps and tries to move the mice industry is looked into. And of course, generally we've come together so that we can work together to try and grow the industry and generate more business for ourselves and for the country. Thank you.
Thank you, Eric. Frank.
Good evening, I think. Good evening, everyone. Very happy to be back here. My name is Frank Murangwa, and I'm the Regional Director for Africa for International Congress and Convention Association. ICA is the global community knowledge hub for the meetings industry. We support our members in lead generation, businesses that come to our destinations and our venues and our communities. We support knowledge empowerment and the human capital development as well through a number of initiatives we have. And so very happy to have this conversation and looking forward to very constructive discussion.
Thanks, Frank. Glenton.
It's good afternoon, because I'm from South Africa, so we are hour behind still, so I have that privilege. Glenton de Kock, CEO for the Southern African Association for the Conference Industry. We are this baby of ICA, all suppliers within the meetings and events industry. Critical to 3 areas that we really focus on quite a lot: advocacy, collaboration, and networking. And more recently, as I'll share with some of you, in terms of the insights that we're doing around building ecosystems that have got access to market for our members.
Thank you so much. So you've heard from Glenton, from Frank, and then from Eric, and I just want to go straight to our conversation today. And our conversation today is talking about associations as drivers of growth. Associations as drivers of growth. We are here as stalwarts in the association industry, and we all lead different associations. At the end of the day, from what most speakers have said here, it's all about advancing the industry and for the betterment of the people. If we have to advance the industry together, we must come together as associations. You know, I like giving people an example of associations right from what we have on our palms. You have a phone, everybody's on WhatsApp, and everybody has a group in WhatsApp, right? So that is already an association, because if you put me in a group which I do not understand, even I don't know anybody, then actually I can't feel the sense of belonging. So when somebody wants to bring people together, they'll start by having people put them together as in a WhatsApp group so that they can be able to speak the same language. There are those who are always willing to share, there are those who want to consume, and there are those who want to follow what others say. But having said that, I want to go directly to Glenton, and Glenton represents a very important association in South Africa, the South African Association of Conference Industry. And we want to find out, to hear from Glenton on how can a national association like SACI effectively champion regional collaboration without losing focus on its domestic members' needs.
Thanks for the question, Jeffers. I think the core here is what I said in my introduction. You have to build an ecosystem. And if you think about your own business, there's something that you're very good at. So from an association side, if you've got everybody in a central, as we've got, and we use a platform called GlueUp. So what we've done with GlueUp is to communicate better with our members. That allows them to understand what is happening in the industry right now. And the second to the GlueUp platform is communicate far more regularly. And for the life of me, during COVID, one of the things that we found was there was this lack of information between what government was doing in South Africa and what the challenges were within the industry itself. And I don't know why and what happened, but I started writing this weekly sort of like blog or newsletter. I never had an idea as to who reads this thing, right? Fast forward, and this coming Monday, I'm already thinking about what the introduction paragraph would be, or what the newsletter would be. Point why I'm sharing this is it's about access to information. It's about ensuring that you're getting the right information at the right time with the right audience. So the power of ourselves as an association is to understand that right now where we are, across the continent as well, you want access to information, but you also want access to the market. and the association has the power to do that. The challenge that we sit with at times is people join associations because they're not sure what they want. And when they join, they sort of say to you, and I say this with kindness to everybody, including my colleagues as well. But it doesn't mean because you pay that you should actually demand something. You should understand that by paying, you are paying for the benefits, which in essence sits within the data and the information. So the platform for GlueUp, and we've invested quite a lot of time and money, and we're looking at some of the enhancements for the next calendar year, is if you're looking for an AV, a cameraman, a PCO, where the next event is going to have, it sits within that data. You know, so while I appreciate the panel before us around technology, our industry is a data-driven industry. Ourselves as SARCI, from a platform perspective, we're looking at how do we allow our members to not only understand the data, but how do they grow their business? Because that's what you want. By joining an association, you will grow your business, but you must mine the data. And you must network within the system that's been created there. And that's I think for me, on a personal level, I think if I look at my colleague's presentation earlier, Londi, that's the missing link. We actually sit with all of the information, but somewhere in that conversion element, we're not converting with each other. And I think coming out of our conversation and out of this particular summit is how do we find platforms to convert for the continent? You know, because while we're doing it fairly well, I think in South Africa, I know that yourselves in Kenya are doing it quite well. We've seen what's happening in Mozambique, and Angola's doing a lot of work there. But it's not about the drive to market and the conversion, which also, and I know that Eric and I spoke about this earlier, it's about that standards and that education part that is probably the next biggest legs that we need to consider as well.
Fantastic. We have heard about standards, about education, about what the association can do for you. And what I've gotten from Glenton is when you join an association, you shouldn't actually ask what the association can do for you. You should contribute in growing that association so that all of us can benefit. It doesn't matter from where, but always see what can I do now that I belong. Let me come to Eric here. And Eric is the chair of EMAC, Events Managers Association. And I want to ask Eric a very simple question. What are the most critical advocacy and the policy issues that EMAC is currently advocating to support the Kenya business events industry? Because I know you guys are big in business events, just like ACBE is.
Thanks, Jaffas, for that. One of the key things that EMAC really stands for is that we talk about we need to connect, we need to collaborate, and we need to elevate. And the question that you have asked falls under the third pillar, which we are talking about elevating. How do we standardize our professionalism in the industry? We've realized that you will find two very experienced PCOs, Jaffas and Eric, but the product that both will release to the market is very different. And this has been happening for a while, and that's why there's been this perception in the Kenyan industry that some certain PCOs or event managers get jobs all the time. It's because they are professional to the letter. So what I'm trying to say is one of the things that we have been pushing and have been advocating as EMAC is that each member must make sure that you're following certain standards when it comes to the full planning and execution of an event. We have also noticed that because of the size of organizations, some PCOs and event managers are not able to meet those standards. So what have we done? We've introduced a buddy system. So if I get a job that I am not able to execute, possibly because I'm short of manpower, equipment, or whatever it is, we are encouraging members out of the fraternity we have, choose a member, work together. The second thing that we are looking at when it comes to standards, we are under TRA. We are actually regulated by TRA, and I sit in the standards committee. we've also realized that the manpower that we have in the market might not be necessarily 100%. We are not disparaging our education sector, but out of the colleges and universities that are offering event management programs, I think it's only TUK, the technical university, that has a degree. Everybody else has hospitality. Hospitality is very broad. We have, I mean, it covers hospitals, it covers hotels, it covers tours and all that. And I'm happy we have a representative from Utalii. Are our educational institutions supporting the industry? And it's good that Glenton has just mentioned something. We've also noticed that most of the hotels, and I say this respectfully, have created their own standards of working, which might not be necessarily acceptable across the board. So what I'm asking is, do we have an acceptable standard of a professional we can say this is an event practitioner in Kenya? So we are big on that, and we are trying to see if we can have this conversation with the educational institutions that are offering these courses, of course involving the Higher Commission of Education, having the ministry involved and TRA, the regulator, so that once curricula goes out to these institutions, and we have a lot of them actually, what I would call the is it Tier B or Tier C, Mwalimu, you could correct me, the colleges that are in town, so that the courses that are offering mirror what is happening in the bigger colleges and also what the employers want. So professionalism standards, very big, that's what we are pushing on. And we are also pushing on ensuring that we are working together. Things like safety, things like sustainability, EMAC is very big on that. And we keep on encouraging our members to make sure that we get that to get that done.
That's really deep, and Eric, I wish we really had enough time for us to speak more about that. But that takes me to the question I have for Frank. He sits at the vantage point of ICA, and he's told you what ICA is. But I want Frank to tell us, what are the top three? Okay, it doesn't have to be top three. What are the attributes, pillars, all strategic pillars that African destinations or business events players must develop to become globally competitive?
Thank you so much, Jeffers. I think I will look at three things that are quite critical for strengthening our associations, to keep actually driving the business events industry. Today, we know that the association segment is one of the biggest in terms of business generation. But you can't achieve that without empowering them. First of all, you need to know them. Who are they? Where are they? What do they need? And so for me, that would be the first step. Identify the local associations you have in your regions, in your communities, in your counties. And that step will allow you to know the capacity they have. And from experience of what we've seen in the past is that if you don't know where they are and you don't talk to them, then they can't even help you to get the business. They will just go and attend their meetings, but they will not go with the intention of getting the business to your destinations and your venues and your communities. So I think the first thing is really to empower them, work with them, identify them, and support them so that they even understand the big vision you have as a country, as a region, or as a city. When you're looking at the city development or the regional development, include them because they are part of the ecosystem. But in most cases, we realize that we leave them behind, and yet they are first channel that help us to get business. So that's quite important, and that's a message I would really like to encourage, that go back, look at your community, look at your region, look at the associations existing there, talk to them. Once you have the associations, then the next step is what we're all talking about: education, capacity building. How do you support their professional development? Remember, associations come together for a purpose, and one of the main objectives is really education and the growth. So once you're able to provide that platform, then they are able to see the value and they're even able to collaborate with you and get the business. So it's very important, and I'm giving an example of what we did in Rwanda a few years ago when we embarked on really the strategy of positioning Kigali as a hub. We said, first of all, Kigali is not as big as other cities in terms of capacity, but not in terms of vision. I think it's quite big in terms of vision. But we realized that we couldn't be able to go out and get business without talking to our local associations. And yet they were holding businesses and we're not talking to them. So the moment we opened the doors and spoke to them, they actually brought more opportunities. But what that showed us was that there was a gap for us to be able to talk to them, even for them to understand what they need to do. So that would be my second recommendation, that we need to ensure that we bring them closer to us, talk to them, educate them, let them see the value of what they're bringing to their communities. Anyone that sees the value of what you're contributing, you're going to have ownership in that. And the third point or pillar I would like to stress is what ICA is bringing. I'm happy to share that, again, in line with the knowledge growth and the empowering and coming from an industry that is not well prepared for the events industry, where we all struggle to find the right tools and the knowledge for the industry. ICA, I'm happy to share that today we've established a hub on the African continent, ICA Skills Hub. We have a hub in Kigali that is serving the continent, and we conducted the first cohort in July, and the next cohort is coming in October. So this is an opportunity that has come closer to us. Previously, people would either travel to Europe or Asia to attend the classes, but now we have the class closer to us. So it's an opportunity that we're bringing to our members so that we can be able to support their knowledge growth and the skills development. Related to that, I'm also happy to share that we've started the initiative with universities, and I'm glad that Utali is here as well, and she spoke. We've started a partnership with Utali, and also happy to share that with Mulema, we started the partnership with the Zambia Institute of Tourism and Hospitality Studies. Actually, ZITS was the first uni on the continent to partner with ICA in developing that program. And these are initiatives we want to scale on the continent so that we build knowledge, which has been one of the biggest challenges we have.
Wow, thank you so much, Frank. That's really insightful. And hear about what they're doing in collaborations, and also what ICA is also able to do. And that takes me to Glenton, talking about professionalizing the industry in South Africa. South Africa is big, I think it's the biggest economy in Africa. How are you leveraging on capacity building and professionalism to elevate the industry in South Africa?
So the last 2 years, we've been working with our National Department of Tourism, because there's been a lot of talk about how do we professionalize the entire tourism industry, and by default, the way that the reporting lines work in South Africa, my sector falls within tourism. I normally say that I don't do tourism, but at a legislative level, because of South African tourism and all the legislation, the meetings and events with the Convention Bureau sits there, so we've been part of that rollout there. What that allowed us to consider was how does professionalization look in the meetings and events sector? So if we ask anybody in the audience, what does it look like? What does a PCO look like? And I got into trouble because as my colleagues would know, as I'm sharing with you right now, I'm not from the meetings and events sector. I'm not. I've never apparently never hosted an event in my life other than my annual conference. So my knowledge around professionalization, PCO, AV comes through self-learning, right? So I've got my own journey that I'm on. Point that I asked originally was, so what constitutes a PCO? What does it look like? And in that particular journey, what we've got to a point now that as an association from a SARCI perspective, we've got a PCO accreditation system that you'll be accredited for 3 years. You can do reevaluation for 5 years. That's part of our push into the legislation so that government doesn't legislate that. We self-regulate. In addition to that is, we then identified the institutions who provide meetings and events as well as tourism. And they formed an association, so all the educators that deliver tourism at our tertiary institutions, we've got them into an association. They're helping us with all of the schools so that the pipeline in respect of who is trained and how you've been trained, we can influence the curriculum going forward. So the self-regulated exercise as being one where we are clear that if you're going to become a specialist in the industry, what is the career path looking like? So we're at that point now in the next 6 months that as an association we'll be working with our member companies as well within the industry to launch it possibly mid-year next year in terms of the PCO accreditation system and how we then filter that into the legislation around what professionalization look like. So at least there's an accepted standard as to the basic requirements in terms of the individual, as well as what that company needs to look like. Because what we've seen, and we've been privileged to host the G20, there are a lot of people who are event organizers. There are a lot of PCOs that are delivering events that don't belong to associations that only started because of the G20. So we want to circumvent that in the long run to ensure that, and this is the beauty of associations, if you're organized and you're clear what you're wanting to deliver on this instance, advocacy and learning, the power of knowledge helps you drive regulation, helps you drive the conversation in the marketplace as well.
Wow, okay. We were given 30 minutes and I see we only have 5 minutes remaining. Unfortunately, as interesting as the conversation can actually be, and I really don't want to go into so many other questions, I want to use these last 5 minutes to ask my panel here. You know, there's a speaker who said that in the 1990s, IT was the buzzword like AI is today. And I think anyone in this room who is going to bury their heads in the sand and ignore AI will be left behind. Just like we all see that some things we look later on and say, I wish I got into that space early enough. I want to start from Eric and then Frank and then Glenton. What do you think is the future of our industry leveraging artificial intelligence to better deliver to our customers and also remain relevant? Otherwise, people will get everything from AI.
Well, thank you, Jaffas. That's an interesting conversation, and we must agree that AI is the new buzzword, is the new monster, just as like climate change, and nobody seems to know where this thing is going. The truth of the matter is, and I think the previous panel that was here said that our industry, you cannot replace human beings. The human touch must be there in hospitality. It feels so good when you come in and you meet Jaffas, is the event manager, he's talking to you, chatting you. We love seeing the reaction of our guests when they come to our venues. So I think for me, from where I sit, AI and tech is supposed to be an enabler, not replacing. How are we creating better experiences in the MICE space using AI? For example, if you are in the production tech space, we've just had a presentation from the app guys, I forget, I think Active App or something. How are we leveraging such technologies? Rapporteuring for MICE, especially professional conference events, was a very tedious process a few years back. Yeah, where we were, writing notes, somebody has to go and sit down, type, send you a copy, you have to review again, no, that was not said, you start remembering. So with the new tech and Snapsight, I think we used it some time back with you in an event. With such kind of technology, it's very easy to capture real time what is actually being said. Within 2, 3, 4 hours, you have actually edited part of the clips and possibly even the whole clip and dispatched it when it's hot. Another way of leveraging tech is through how are we responding to our clients? How are we designing and giving the clients the visuals? You see, in the MICE and event space, it's an industry full of promises. I will set up a bouquet here of flowers, the buffet will look like this, but the client does not visualize. Right now, in the last few years, we've gone to a point whereby when you are pitching, you literally have to do a visual deck to show a client this is actually what, it's like more of what architects do. They do the layout for you, the structurals and all that, the 3D models, and then the contractors go build, and then you can compare and you're like, Actually, you said this door will be here. Why is it here? So that is how I'm looking at AI and tech. It's supposed to make us more efficient, give out better experiences and better products. And because I might not get a chance to speak again, I'm encouraging each and every one of us, please find a suitable association and join. There's an African saying that says, if you want to go far, you do what?
You go alone.
And if you want to go fast, if you want to go fast, you go alone. If you want to go far, you go together. Because mtaenda mkipiga story, you will go talking before you realize you've covered 100 kilometers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Frank.
No, Jeff, and I can't really emphasize Eric's point. I think it's important that we keep on working together. We are looking at the AI and the tech. I think we're all fortunate to live in this era. Information is so readily available for us, and that's what we lacked in the past. So I think we need to take advantage of it. We need to use what is relevant, but the element of human touch will never disappear. We're humans, that's why we're created. So we can't isolate that. And I see this globally, that AI is really coming to aid everything we're doing. And if we do it right, then we're able, our work becomes easier, we're able to win bids easily, we're able to collaborate easily, we're able to find information easily. And at the end of the day, what we want, it's information. Information is power. If you don't have information, you don't have, there's no way for you. So I think that would be my takeaway.
Thank you. Glanton.
In 57 seconds. So this is what I'm going to do with AI. And I've met some smart people here today that I need to still speak to before I leave tomorrow. And it comes from our conversation that we had before we got into stage. So we get to these sessions across the continent, and we say Africa must work together. So I don't think the name will work, but I'm going to build a platform called Convene Africa that will bring all of our information together. I don't know how I'm going to make money from the platform, but it will align everything that gets done in Africa. It will align how we're going to go to market. And in addition to that, it will create collaborating opportunities. So I will work with all the associations. And this happened while we were sitting and listening to the tech team in embracing the opportunity that if there's enough B2B opportunities on the platform, more service providers will find each other, right? So if I'm able to align everybody, we can collaborate on the system. We will then elevate Africa's position in the marketplace for more events going forward. So that's what I will do with AI. And I'm saying this without thinking out aloud, but hopefully I'll be back in a year's time, standing here and going, this is what we've built from AI. And that's how we've been able to work together.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much for listening to us, and thank you so much. That's it from us. Is there any question? Burning question?
It's burning, and it's journey from Joburg right here. I'll give her the mic.
Londi.
No, it's a question, because I think as we sit in the room, I'm sure there's people that aren't part of associations. What are some of the reasons, and just across, that you think we're struggling as African businesses to be part of groups, part of associations? Because we're very disjointed. That's some of the problems that we have on the continent. What do you think are some of the issues of why we are not part of groups as businesses on the continent? Anyone can answer.
I mean, look, my personal experience is that we don't see the benefit of an association, right? Yet when we deliver these events, if you look at automotive, pharmaceutical, finance, they all have associations, either professional associations. So if you're an engineer, you have to belong to a professional association. You're accountant, same with the lawyers. So it's partly a culture thing, and because of which is what government has said to us, and we've allowed this to happen. Tourism is the easiest way to create a job. Any politician says that across the continent. The challenge to that is the level of professional skill required. So for that reason, as we've experienced in South Africa, there's an event, you are an event organizer, the people who are evaluating that particular tender RFP have got no experience in eventing, and then they're all running around as if they know nothing. So we should push back on that. And the association, as I said earlier, and I mean, you're a member of Saki, Alonde, I don't sell membership. It is something that you must do because it's the right thing for your business to do. And that's why I'm sharing you with this thought I've got around this platform. If business sees where business can make more money and have access to suppliers and to new partners, that's where the opportunity lies, right? And the unfortunate thing is, which I think I share with all of you, including my parish priest, because I'm Catholic, I don't do church committees. Because church committees are one that you volunteer your time, but people do it for the wrong reason. In associations, you must do it for two reasons. To grow your business, to make a lot of money. And the second is to grow your skill level. That's why you do it. And I think we need to, as association professionals, we need to tell and demonstrate that versus selling membership. I mean, too many times I've seen colleagues of mine just sell you the membership, and a year later you go, but I got no benefit from that. And my final point on that, before I allow my colleagues to come in with their thoughts, is private sector has to be organized. There's no industry in the world that does not have a private sector chamber of commerce or an association. And I think we need to, from a continent perspective, we need to drive that narrative because people are looking to grow their business. Well, the association can do that for you. But we need people to keep that conversation alive as well. So I think it's about how we are narrating and also demonstrating, right? Because I think for many of us, and that's why I'm putting myself out there, is that we always say that we must work together or we must collaborate. And I'm not sure how many of you are married, but particularly for the young people, when I speak back home, and I've got two young adults, one who's got a birthday on Saturday, so I better make sure I get home before that birthday arrives on Saturday. But collaboration is like a relationship between two partners. Somebody must give something off sometime. Both people are not going to win there. Right? I mean, those of you like myself that are married, you're not going to win. Some of that fights is never going to happen. But you must collaborate to make the relationship work. And in business, it's very difficult because you want to make a lot of money, but then you're going to look at each other and say, but who must make the money? Associations are not that. Associations are bringing you together to find the right partner.
Well, thank you so much. Question? There are more questions? We finished our conversation, so we're now answering your question. So
I see I have to get some thoughts there now.
Good afternoon. My name is Marie Mumbi, and I'm in the tech travel sector. My question, or my remarks together, the question goes to, I'll throw this to Eric and Mwalimu in Utalii. I was actually at your desk today morning, and I'm glad Eric brought up that topic. The niche of perfection in the industry is going down, and you find what we get the product from who has come from the colleges and the universities as yourself, HTC, to the industry. We don't get quality out of it. So recently I was hiring and I was looking for ticketing, and I've learned there's a gap. And all I'm asking is, now that Eric, you brought up that topic of bridging that, and Mwalimu, you're here, what do we do and how do we start? Because I'm ready to train. In the tech, what I do, I support B2B, where I'm supporting non-IATAs and travel agencies. And I have workshops. Every month I try to bring in airlines and other companies who can just train these non-IATAs and people who are appraising in the business and don't understand the product as it is, the way we used to. I've been in the market since 2009. I've picked a few things as we go, but we have that gap. So we're not getting consultants or anybody in the agency doing quality. So you find, even when you're going to look for mice, and an agent will tell you they do mice, it's not quality mice, and then you lose that business. So how are we bridging that gap, Eric, and anyone else who can answer together with Mwalimu? Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Patrick Kokonya. I'm a former government official. I'm a private sector training and consultant practitioner. I have 2 points to put across for all of us. First of all, I want to say thank you for the organizers of this Africa My Summit. Thank you for giving us a very robust theme, catalyzing trade and investment in Africa through business events. And while at that, I would like to say that Africa can do business with Africa before we go doing business with anybody. And that has got to start from the top to the grassroots in Africa. And number two, I'd like also to say that because I've been listening to these conversations since the morning, and of course on and off, and I realize that we have opportunities, only that we do not make better use of these opportunities by being organized. And I mean the word organized. Not just coming together and talking and talking. Action-oriented organizations. Because the future of Africa is not elsewhere, it's in Africa. And it's in all of us seated in here, the young, middle-aged, and the old. We put our heads together, put our strategies together, and implement it. Number three, I would like to share that governments employ very few individuals. Private sector employs everybody. And that's where we are all in here. If you look around here, you can count how many government officials may be in this room. The rest are private sector players. The rest are actually the key employers in this sector. Why am I saying that? I'm saying that because I've been listening to what the panelists have also said in terms of, I heard of IMAC, those associations and how you do your memberships. And I'm just thinking that before you wait for government to give you a policy to regulate yourselves, to regulate you, kindly let us all be organized. Somebody has got to take leadership. Power does not exist in vacuum. Power abhors vacuum. We come together, those who are taking a leading role, and I'm happy that you like to do, to have those small event organizing institutions come together so that they can pick right on those that are moving on and they are doing it big time. That's a good one. But while at that, let us self-regulate ourselves by putting together the rules and regulations for all of us to participate as event organizers. If we don't do that, somebody else will come and do for you. But if you wait for government to do that, governments all over Africa have a lot of things to do. And number four, since I am a productivity improvement practitioner and trainer, I am also a trainer on sustainability reporting. You realize that the world is going towards sustainability reporting. In Kenya here, those who are in Kenyans, you know very well that Safaricom has been taking a leading role. KCB, Kenya Commercial Bank, ABSA, they are now coming out to start giving sustainability reports. And that's within the framework of climate change or climate action. So let's not run away from climate change or climate action and start imagining where is it going to. It is going to be with us. Let us all ensure that the big boys and big girls in the industry, we start preparing our sustainability report so that we demonstrate the who is who across the continent and outside Africa, that we can actually work as sustainably managed institutions in the maize sector. That way, we can also be able to bring the young entrepreneurs on board and work together with them. And lastly, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to say that for us to be able to strengthen business events and industries in Africa, we need to take, again, another initiative. And I'm happy there's a lady there, I didn't get your name, but she's in the training sector, in the maize business. Let us also train the young men and women, entrepreneurs who are interested in this industry, and organize ourselves and have a program and have timelines to deliver what we put down. Because at the end of this summit, I'm sure we'll have recommendations, and we'll have the Nairobi Declaration. The Nairobi Declaration has to be an action-oriented declaration by the time we come to the end of this summit. And I want to just say that thank you once again. We started these conversations of maize many years ago with KICC, and they are here. And we have made steps. We have had some missteps, but I'm happy the fire is burning. I'm also back to help work closely with the KICC and ensure that the maize business or this sector actually grows far and beyond, so that we can be able to say all our ports of entrance and exit are actually the points where maize business grows, the point where our our event organizing grows, so that people coming from Jomo Kenyatta or any other airport in Kenya or by road, any entry, port of entry, we know where they are going to. And they are coming to your associations. So that they are coming to your hotels. They are coming to your lodges. So we must be prepared and we must be organized and we must work as a team with networks. Thank you very much. Asanteni and be blessed.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'll be brief. Two issues. Number one, on the I'm in the travel industry. I've been in the travel industry for many years. And one, to answer the question, maybe to comment on the question on the going down of quality, especially in the travel industry. That has really nothing to do with the training, but it has something to do with the hiring. We are hiring people, especially in the small hotels, based on other factors other than qualification. If we are hiring according to tribes, we are hiring according to relations, we are hiring according to budgets, we are hiring according to corruption, we will not sustain quality, the quality we had in the years gone by. If you are going out because you're hiring someone because of your tribe, because of a relative, because someone has paid for that job, you will not attract quality. You will attract. And then again, the other problem, we have very high turnover in hotels. You go to hotel, you visit the next time, the receptionist has been changed, the waiter has been changed, the manager has been changed. Hotels are not being run the way they were supposed to, they are supposed to be run. So quality will continue going down. Number two, when it comes to digitization of MICE and digitization of events, the paradox is that we have oversaturation, what I would call oversaturation of digital space. The attention span of people when it comes to digital interaction is very, very limited. If you send someone a document in a digital format, the attention span is very short. They scan over, they skim over details, so that if you're asking someone, did you capture this, did you capture this, they will miss it. Again, it is very easy to lie digitally, so that you find what is being presented and what is being delivered are two different things. So even as we embrace digitalization in tourism and in MICE, let us be cognizant of that fact that it is very easy to lie digitally, it is very easy to scam people digitally, and it is also very easy to engage in what I'm calling hostile digital, so that you are using your digital platform to bring down your opponents rather than for the benefit of the industry.
Okay, a quick rejoinder before Mwalimu speaks. For our industry to grow as MICE, and this speaks to the associations and the representation that is here, we need to move from being clubs to active actors in the industry. As Glenton has said, if we do not take a grip of the conversations that are happening in our space, then somebody else is going to do that. And that's why you are seeing us in the forefront. ACBE is there, EMAC is there, we are pushing conversations all the time. But quickly, when it comes to the issue of standards, it's very important to understand that let me call it the MySpace for this discussion, I think has the lowest entry level bar in Kenya. You cannot just wake up one morning and decide you're going to be a lawyer, but you'll wake up one morning and decide I'm going to buy tents for my son, and your son is going to become an event manager. That has been happening. And that is why we have these standards going down. Because we are not saying it's bad to invest in the industry, good. But then, once you invest in the industry, can we hire professionals to help either you or your son to be able to run run the business. Because you'll find that if you are not informed and educated about what we do, setting up this tent, anybody can do. Arranging these chairs, anybody can do. But there's that extra touch that we learn in school, and Mwalimu will tell you in Utalii when when you're there. There are certain standards that you are taught, which even if you go out there, they'll be in you. You'll practice them all through. But an outsider will not see them. And that's why we said that when it comes to education, and I think Glyton also spoke about this, how are we certifying people? Who is a PCO, for example? What qualifications do you have for you to be called a PCO? You cannot be called a doctor of surgery if you do not have certain papers. So why are we allowing people to call themselves PCOs when they do not have those qualifications? And this speaks to the industry, who are the consumers of the labor, the education sector, who are producing that labor, right? And the government, who are coming up with all these curricula and, for our kids. So we need to have a convergence point of those actors so that we agree what is the minimum qualification of a good event manager. Because as we speak right now, MICE events are going to continue growing. You saw Chan, the closing ceremony, and all the production of that was done. That was done by our members in IMAC and ACPE. You saw that kind of production. That is top-tier quality production, right? So how do you execute such events? And we have AFCON coming in a year, in less than 18 months. That is an international event. Are we going to sit here and get angry as Kenyans when CECAFA and FIFA bring an international PCO from France or United States to come and produce the events for you guys, simply because you do not have the educated people? So these are the conversations we need to ask ourselves. If you want to have the business coming to Africa, then we must also have people who are qualified to take up those jobs. Thank you very much.
I think our time is up.
Fine, she can speak, sorry.
Okay, so maybe I can answer your question if I understood it quite well, how we are doing to make sure that we are bridging the gap that is already there. So I can give an example of what we've done as Utalii. Recently, we reviewed our curriculum, and we ensured that we've incorporated the digital literacy skills in our curriculum. And still, we are engaging the industry to ensure that we are able to know what their market needs are. And in that, we'll ensure that we give the best to the students that we are sending the market.
Oh, wow. Can we please clap hands for them? Eric, there's something you said in Swahili, tunasema umepiga nyondo juu ya msumari. The things you just summarized. Can we just please all put our hands together as they stand for a group photo? Photographers are going to take a group photo. This was, I believe, not just a gentleman's gurus panel, but it was one of the best of the day, because the ones that are still in the room, we don't even want to leave, but we have to leave because we have no choice because of tomorrow. Allow me to welcome Mulemwa Mongwa to just give us one or two words of today, and then I will say good evening. Karibu. Let's put our hands together for her, please. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Please stay until tomorrow because you are on the first panel anyway. So, Eric, we want you back tomorrow morning. Maybe I can add some color to this picture. Let's take. Oh, yeah. So thank you so much to everybody that stayed. We start early tomorrow. We see that the people issue is very critical, and that is the first topic that we have tomorrow. So fantastic outcomes. We had a major activity today, which was the launch of the first ever investment guide for MICE, which happened here today. I think as we go and sleep today, we are sleeping feeling very accomplished, because this was once a dream, and congratulations, Londi, for all the work that has been put in and for where this story will go. So we will see everybody. Please, tomorrow, if you come later than 8:30, you are sitting in the edges of the tents in the national park. You will be responsible for keeping us safe. So we'll see you tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you so much. As she said, see you tomorrow. It was great being your host. My name is Subira Bauji. Have a good evening. Please be on time tomorrow. 8:30. It's a very short day, and it's the last day. You know how the last day has a lot going on. So please be early. A lot is packed. Thank you so much. DJ will let us leave with our anthem as we continue to convene, connect, and convert. Thank you.
Habari gani nzuri sana, wageni mwakaribishwa Kenya yetu, hakuna matata.